Hello. Hello, everyone. How are we doing this morning? Okie dokie. All right. Let me go to the top. The chat's already popping this morning before we're barely even on. Good morning, Karen D. Skywarn. Good morning, Graham. Okay, just to answer your question, no, Donna will not be brought on as a witness until the state rests and it's the defense's turn for their trial. Okie dokie. Good morning, Becky. Thank you for gifting a membership. That is so sweet of you. I really appreciate, guys. We have, and I have a couple more emojis. I'll try to add those today while we're watching some stuff this morning because I've got some more emojis to add, but I just ran out of time. I got 2 videos up between last night and this morning because holy cow, it was insane. Let me say hello to everybody and then we'll do a little chit chat. Good morning, Uncle Roger. All right. Oh, good morning, Molly. Oh, sunny Coral Springs, Florida. Beautiful. All right. Good morning, Matt Mello. Good morning, Warflare. We have the absolute best chat ever. Anya from the UK, Warflare. I didn't realize that. Hello, the Victory Drive. That's what Wendy called her drive to Trescott, actually. Little known fact. Good morning, LP Travels and other things. Oh, good evening to you, 8:30. And good morning, the good Donna. I'm glad you're a good Donna. Good morning, Tracy Spain. Thank you. I'm in my little granny shawl because I'm freezing today. Oh, thank you, Molly. You're so sweet. Becky wants to know if you change your name to the good Donna because of this bad Donna. I know. Should I change my name to the good Jackie? Because my goodness. Yesterday was unreal, insane. I don't even. Good morning, Eat with Candy. Well, you're here right now, so wouldn't you like to be with the best right this minute? Message has been retracted. Because I started a little bit early and I'm going to say good morning to everybody. I think that's a nice thing to do. Okay, so what we are going to do. Hi, Not Today from Sweden. Hi, Melanie Stokes. Thank you. Thank you. She says, Jackie, you have such a sweet spirit. I love watching your channel. Thank you very much. Good morning, Carol Mitchell from Melbourne, Australia. Okay. All right. So, holy cow. First of all, I feel better today. I want to say LaCasse is in session. Okay, so I'll do really quick who I think is going to be up today, and then we will talk about yesterday a little bit, and then we will go ahead and watch the videos I did really quickly. So, I heard yesterday that Junam Chinda and Ryan Fitzpatrick were both wandering around the courthouse. Okay. So, good morning, Italian Mama. So, I think Wendy's testimony went way longer than was planned. So, I think we are actually a tiny bit behind. Okay. So, Warflare says, I saw someone say LaCasse has entered the court about a half an hour ago on the other channel. That's what I was just about to say, because they've pretty much been following the same pattern of witnesses as with Charlie's trial. Good morning, DIY with Erica. Yeah, no, actually, Charlie was nice enough to fly. See, Rob had to fly back to Albany last night, so Harvey just flew with him, and he stopped by my house. He brought me like a big container of Xanax and a huge container of Vicodin, and then shot me up with some Epi. I told him I was allergic to Vicodin, but he told me there was no such thing, so we're good. Okay, good morning, Aviator 99. Good morning. Not today. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Like your channel, but the morning greetings are annoying. Well, good morning to you anyway, JKC. I'm going to take a couple minutes to say hello to everybody. Okay, so I think that, yes, Lacasse was on day 3, June was on day 3, and Ryan Fitzpatrick was on day 3. So, and just for the record, JKC, when I watch lives, that also annoyed me too. But, okay, so we are going to, they've got cameras up in the court right now, but we are not live yet. They started a little bit early. Good morning, Miss Pisces. Mrs. Pisces. They started a little bit early yesterday because they ended up doing that proffer. We will probably start right on time at 9:15. Thank you, Molly. Good morning, Colleen. Yeah, guys, I have 9 kids and I'm 42 years old. Like, my feelings can't be hurt anymore. Okay, so let's go ahead. We will watch. Okay, we'll watch the longer video first because I put out a 22-minute long video and I put out a 7-minute long video. But I have not had. I wanted to process Wendy first because obviously I have all of this, we've got all this other Wendy stuff that we have to look at. So you know how, if you've been here for a second, you know how I am. I really like taking people's words and throwing them right back in their faces. So let's go ahead and watch this first. So this is the part in the trial where Wendy is now trying to say that she was told in the car that she was, that Dan was shot, which is a fucking lie. A fucking lie, and let's prove it. Thank you very much.
When did you first become aware that you might be a suspect in this case?
I mean, as the ex-wife, I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
Why did you tell investigator Isom in your law enforcement interview that you were worried the police, or you were worried, I guess, in the police car on the way to be interviewed, that you might be considered a suspect?
Do I need to get read my Miranda rights or something if you're going to look at my phone?
I can read you Miranda if you want to hear that.
Once upon a time, there was a bad little girl named Wendy. She told many lies and did many fake cries, so they locked her right up with real tears in her eyes. The end.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm being
I have no reason at this point to suspect you in this incident. Okay?
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no.
Hold up. You couldn't tell from the way he was talking to you in the car if you were a suspect? In the car? A suspect for what, babe? The murder you hadn't been told about yet?
Right.
Also, this is easily one of the most strained responses from Isom.
Well, no, the reason was I didn't want to get into everything until we got up here.
Because I couldn't think of anything bad going on in his life other than the divorce. And frequently the ex-wife is a suspect.
Were you treated as a suspect?
I was not.
But you mentioned 9 times in your law enforcement interview being a suspect.
Wendy told Isom over and over that she was a suspect during this interrogation.
By the way, I am not so humbly. The second that Georgia said that, I was like, Georgia's been watching my videos. Good morning, Steve Sullivan. Are you in court today? Yeah, the Wendy bedtime story. It's hilarious. Yeah, as soon as she said that, I'm like, yay, Georgia watches my videos. I'm sure she does not.
I understand why you think I'm the primary suspect.
No, you're not the primary suspect. I have. And it's
So I understand why I would be the person you would think would do something.
Well, we have to.
And I get why I would be a suspect, but I can see why they would think it would be me. You know, and then I was thinking, oh my God, now they probably think I'm a suspect. I should.
But of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect.
I'm assuming I'm a suspect. Like, do I need to get read my Miranda rights or something if you're gonna look at my phone?
I can read you Miranda if you want to hear
I don't
that.
know, I'm just trying to make sure I'm being.
I have no reason at this point to suspect you in this incident. Okay?
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no, I didn't.
I understand why I'm a suspect. I guess I'm not a suspect. I understand why you would think that I would do this, but not you, but
Right.
I just keep feeling like I'm a suspect, and I need to, like, am I a suspect? You need to.
Fuck, confess already.
Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty?
Didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you were approached at the restaurant, you weren't yet told that this was a shooting, were you?
I was not.
You were only told something happened with your ex-husband.
I don't even know if I was told that. I was very scared something happened to my kids, and that's why law enforcement was there, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on.
So she says, were you told? No, I wasn't told anything. Okay, this is her first answer from yesterday. She's told nothing.
I was at lunch with Janine and Ritu, I don't know if you know them, friends of mine, and these officers walk in, and we just finished, I ate a lunch, like I had a whole delicious lunch, and they're like, are you Wendy? We need to speak with you. And I was like, oh my God, are the boys okay? Like, and they were like, the boys are fine. And then I thought, oh my God, like, what's going on? Like, who's finding me here? And they wouldn't tell me. And so he said, I need you to get in the car. And so he drove me, and I started, I just was like, what's going on? And they were like, your husband. And I said, ex-husband. And they're like, ex-husband? So they didn't have the, like.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're just starting this.
So they thought we were still married, and so I was telling him everything, you know, and then I was thinking, oh my God, now they probably think I'm a suspect. I should.
But of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect. But, you know, I mean, you're not gonna get framed for a crime.
Right.
You know.
They did reassure you that the kids were fine. You remember
They told me that law enforcement officers were with the children, which terrified me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement officers.
In a supplemental report written by Detective Isom, he states the following. Wendy Adelson is the former spouse of Dan Markell. It was learned that they have 2 young sons together, and the children were at daycare when this incident occurred. Wendy's name was still assigned to the City of Tallahassee utility records at the incident location. It was determined that Wendy was residing at another location, 3303 Aqua Ridge Way. During the on-scene investigation on July 18th, it was determined her probable location was at the Mosaic restaurant on Market Street. As there were no other known family members locally, I went to the Mosaic location in an attempt to contact Wendy. I entered the business and announced my presence and intention of contacting Wendy Adelson. She was seated with 2 other women at a table and acknowledged that she was Wendy Adelson. I identified myself with the police credentials and asked that she accompany me to TPD. Wendy appeared distraught and inquired if something had happened to one of her children. I assured her that the children were fine and this event was concerning her ex-husband. Wendy was apprehensive, but agreed to travel with me to
Okay, so right there in the Tallahassee police report, this is written by Isom. Good morning, Nick. This is written by Isom. Good morning, Marie. Beckett Hawken. Good morning, Charlie Hobo. Okay, Isom wrote this. He says, I went to Mosaic. I told her the kids were fine, but it concerned her ex-husband. That's it. Concerned her ex-husband. Good morning, Tracy Blakely. That's it. Didn't tell her she was shot. Didn't tell her on the way over. Continue to listen. If I'll let you.
Tallahassee Police Department.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
Okay.
During the on-scene investigation on July 18th, it was determined her probable location was at the Mosaic restaurant on Market Street. As there were no other known family members locally, I went to the Mosaic location in an attempt to contact Wendy. I entered the business and announced my presence and intention for contacting Wendy Adelson. She was seated with two other women at a table and acknowledged that she was Wendy Adelson. I identified myself with police credentials and asked that she accompany me to TPD. Wendy appeared distraught and inquired if something had happened to one of her children. I assured her that the children were fine and this event was concerning her ex-husband. Wendy was apprehensive but agreed to travel with me to TPD. Upon arrival, I escorted Wendy to CID where she was seated in interview room 1. The interview started at approximately 2:45 p.m. Wendy received a voicemail from an associate while waiting in the interview room, informing her of a police incident at her ex-husband's home. I confirmed her husband had been seriously wounded by gunfire. Wendy broke down emotionally. She then composed herself and provided an account of her activities for the day leading up to the Mosaic where I contacted her. Wendy could not provide any possible suspect that had been feuding with Markel and discounted Markel of having criminal associations.
Hey, it's Lisa Carey. It is Friday, and I feel like an idiot doing this, but I just heard that there was a shooting over on Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic or even nosy. I don't know, just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well, and if there's anything you need, let me know. It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard that there was something going on Trescott. All right, 212-3083. Hope all is well, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
I just listened to my voicemail.
What'd you hear? Who was your voicemail?
It's from Lisa Carey, who is my real estate agent, or who I had gone with to find a house. She just said she was driving around town and she heard there was a shooting on Trescott.
Yeah, that's what this is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way.
She just said she was driving around town and she heard there was a shooting on Trescott.
Yeah, that's what this is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way. Yeah, that's what this is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if I should.
It's all right, just leave it there. Is it still on?
It's right there.
Do you want to just hit play again for me?
As I have on previous days. Once again, please keep your phones off or keep them on silent as the trial is taking place. Do not shake your heads or make any gesturing as the witnesses are testifying, whether you agree or disagree with any of the testimony. If any of the testimony is going to be distressing or upsetting for you, please remove yourself from the courtroom. Also, if you step outside while the witness is testifying, you are to remain outside until there has been a change in witnesses. One other matter has been brought to my attention as well. If you are in any common areas with the jurors on this case, please do not discuss any matters that are pertaining to the case around the jurors, as they are not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else. They cannot be affected by any conversations that are happening by the observers. If you see the jurors, please do not engage them, do not talk to them, do not discuss matters that pertain to the case around them. Does anyone have any questions concerning those? Please raise your hands. Very well. With there being no questions, do the parties have any matters that you need to raise for this morning? Please approach.
Okay, so we will we'll go ahead and watch a tiny bit more of that while they're doing sidebar. Because I think this is just insane.
Hey, it's Lisa Carey. It is Friday, and I feel like an idiot doing this, but I just heard that there was a shooting over on Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic or even nosy. I don't know, just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well, and if there's anything you need, let me know. It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard that there was something going on Trescott. All right, 212-3083. I hope all is well, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
That's all right, you can stop it. Or does it stop automatically?
It's done.
Okay, do you have your identification with you? So you never took the last name at Markle?
No.
Adelson. Okay, Wendy with an I. Joe. All right. There was a shooting at your home, or your ex-husband's home, at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
There was a shooting at your home, or your ex-husband's home, at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay.
You remember her imploring you to put on a good act?
I do.
Did your mom, I don't know, do you have any acting training?
No.
Do you know why your mom would Google how to teach an actress emotion?
I don't know.
Well, before we get into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with and so forth. Okay, and then once we've established all that, I can give you more details.
Okay.
Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
Okay.
Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
Okay.
Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
So why, Isom, you didn't tell her in the car that Danny had been shot? Weird. Weird. That's weird, guys. That's weird. Okay, they're back. Weird, huh? Odd. That's weird. That's suspicious. I can't wait to see Wendy get arrested. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, Georgia looked like she had a headache. I feel like she's getting a cold too. Zen Jen. And good morning, Zen Jen. Good morning, Gila or Gila. Is it Gila or Gila? 1 if it's Gila, 2 if it's Gila. Please tell me because I feel like an idiot.
Bring them out and we'll get started.
Good morning, none of your business. Okay, we're about to get started, guys. Yeah, stupid idiot. And then she repeatedly says, it was bourbon. Yeah, Marie Becca Hawken. It's a surreal thought if Donna's convicted and Wendy's locked up too, like how I think Georgia brought up about the boys at Foster. Also, guys, Wendy fucking admitted that she had WhatsApp back in 2014. Did anybody catch that yesterday? I almost forgot. If you caught that, let me know. But yeah, she now admits that.
Might be
Oh
ready,
yeah, I had
if you
WhatsApp.
need to use the restroom, please go do it now if you need to.
Oh, the jurors are going to be.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll go back and watch another couple minutes.
I'm sorry. It's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I just don't understand. How did this happen? Do you know why your mom would Google how to teach an actress emotion?
Can you, let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
But you mentioned 9 times in your law enforcement interview being a suspect, didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you were approached at the restaurant, you weren't yet told that this was a shooting, were you?
I was not.
You were only told something happened with your ex-husband.
I don't even know if I was told that. I was very scared something happened to my kids, and that's why law enforcement was there, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on.
But they did reassure you that the kids were fine. You remember
They told me
that?
that law enforcement officers were with the children, which terrified me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement officers.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
Okay. So that, you learned that information prior to getting into the interview room?
Yes.
Okay.
Did that be with you?
I just listened to my voicemail.
What'd you hear? Who was your voicemail?
It's from Lisa Carey, who is my real estate agent.
or who I had gone with to find a house, she just said she was driving around town, and she heard there was a shooting on Trescott.
Yeah, that's what this is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if I should,
It's all right, just leave it there. Is it still on?
it's right there.
And you want to just hit play again for me?
Sure.
Hey, it's Lisa Carey. It is Friday, and I feel like an idiot doing this, but I just heard that there was a shooting over on Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic or even nosy. I don't know.
All right, guys. There should be some new emojis in the chat if
Everyone can be seated.
if you remember.
Good morning, members of the jury.
Many people have sent my stuff to
We are
Georgia.
going to resume with the state's case once again this morning. Everyone does have their notepads and pens in their seats. All right. And for the record, the jurors have responded in the affirmative. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Jeff Lacasse.
And let me know how the audio is in the court. I know they're a little quiet sometimes, so if you need me to boost it up, I will. Also, just so everybody knows, I don't have this video monetized, so we should not have any ads breaking anything up. This is too important to have ads coming in and screwing everything up. Jeffrey Lacasse! I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I love Jeff. Okay, I'll shut up.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. You may inquire when you're ready, State.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Jeffrey Lacasse, pardon me, Jeffrey Lacasse.
How are you employed?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you been at FSU?
Since 2013, so 11 years now, 12 years now.
Have you always lived here in Tallahassee?
I was here from 2000 to 2008 pursuing my doctorate, and I went to Arizona State for 5 years, and I came back in the fall of 2013 when all this happened.
Okay. And back in that time frame, did you have a relationship with Wendy Adelson?
I did.
When did that relationship begin?
We started dating in late September of 2013.
Okay. What was the nature of the relationship?
At first, it was very casual. We weren't exclusive. After Halloween, things started to accelerate. That's the fall of 2013. And then by late February, early March, we were an exclusive couple.
When
After
did the relationship
Halloween?
end?
It's a little tricky, but I would market it around July 14th,
Okay,
2014.
Around the time of the homicide or shortly before?
Right before, yes.
During the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson, did you become aware of her divorce
I did.
and the litigation surrounding the divorce and subsequent to the divorce? Were you familiar with that as well?
Yes, it was a constant topic of conversation.
Were you aware that it was an unusually difficult or nasty divorce?
I was.
And during the time that you were dating her, were you aware that litigation was still pending during that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a specific item of litigation that was a common topic during the time you were dating Mrs. Adelson?
Well, as far as what she discussed, there were multiple. The relocation motion had just been denied a couple months before we started dating, so that was still very much on Wendy's mind. That came up a lot. Then there were the custody issues with the kids, of course.
Okay. Did you know Dan Markell?
I met him briefly a couple times
Was that in the context of you being the new boyfriend and exchange of the kids kind of
Exactly. Picking up the kids, swimming lessons one time. Never spoke to him for more than 2 or 3 minutes.
thing? The interaction that you did have with him, were those cordial?
It was polite and cordial.
Did you have any issues with him other than things that Wendy was telling you?
I sort of adopted the Adelson family narrative. I kind of believed what Wendy was telling me. And Wendy and I also had mutual friends from when I was here before, and they had sort of adopted that narrative as well. So I didn't have a personal beef with Dan Markel, but I did believe sort of the Adelson family story about Dan Markel.
Which is that he was making it very difficult for Wendy. He was a difficult person.
Yes.
If you know, did Wendy Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
Yes, she did, very badly.
And why did she want to relocate to South Florida?
She preferred to be down there with her family. She also hated Tallahassee. That's in my original, police statements. It was almost a daily topic of conversation how much she disliked Tallahassee. So was supposed. She really disliked Tallahassee. She preferred to be in Miami. On our second date, she broke into tears talking about relocation and abruptly ended the date. I mean, it was still very visceral, very important to her.
All right, and that was shortly after the relocation had been denied, is that right?
Yeah, that would have been last week of September, so a couple months after. It was fresh then, yeah.
Okay, and were you specifically familiar during that time with the litigation seeking to limit Donna Adelson's exposure to the kids, or to have her be supervised in the presence of the kids, because Dan was alleging that she had made disparaging remarks about him to the children?
Yes, I was aware of that.
How did you become aware of that?
Oh, multiple ways. Wendy talking about it. And it's hard to remember which exact emails and motions I was forwarded, but definitely Wendy's talking about it for sure, and perhaps I was sent court materials.
Okay, were you also shown things in her presence?
Yes.
All right, and if you know, did Wendy take that particular filing seriously? Was she upset about that or worried about that?
Yes, every time there was a motion, they took it very seriously, and I'd reported to the police that it was disruptive on the relationship, because every time something was filed, dates would get canceled, Wendy would be in a mood, Wendy would be upset, so.
When you say they took it seriously, who are you referencing?
The entire family, but Wendy was the person I was having contact with. Right. But it was known to me that the whole family was upset.
Okay, and how do you deduce that it's a they and not just a Wendy? Is she in communication with the family? Is she relaying that to you? How do you know that?
For multiple.
Speculation and opinion. Overruled. He may testify as to his personal knowledge. You're not to repeat, however, what anyone said out of court, Mr. Cause.
Sure. So conversations with Wendy, which were consistent, and also observing the family dynamic, which was, described to police as a family without boundaries, that sort of not having just a shared family life than your own.
Opinion. Stand as to opinion.
All right, so in your observations, let's keep it specific to Donna, if you don't mind. Was Donna Adelson very involved in her daughter's life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was she very involved in her daughter's divorce litigation?
Yes.
And I say divorce, I know the divorce was already final, I'm referencing the subsequent litigation as well.
Yes.
Okay. During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendy, did you have the occasion to meet her family?
I did.
When was that?
I met Donna, I've met her multiple times, but Wendy had me come over to her house and had me have dinner with Donna in mid-November. So sat down and had dinner with Donna. There's about 6 or 7 other occasions that we met and or interacted. Me picking up Wendy to go on a date, and the parents would be in the living room. We went to a Hanukkah party together. We went to the circus together. Wendy's parents would use Wendy's van to transport the kids. So I would come pick Wendy up from the house to bring her to work because the parents needed the car. I met Charlie in March when I stayed with him. So that's some of the interactions.
All right. And when you met Donna here in Tallahassee, was Harvey always there as well, or would sometimes be
I don't
Donna
believe Harvey
alone?
was there. I don't believe Harvey was there that time. But he was there other times.
So did it appear to you that Donna was frequently in Tallahassee?
Donna was definitely frequently in Tallahassee between September and early May. After that, I'm not aware of her being in Tallahassee. Well, I think she was in Tallahassee quickly once or twice after that, but in terms of extended trips, there's an awful lot of moms here for a while going on between September and late April, early May.
And when Donna was here in town staying with Wendy, what was the purpose of the visits, if you know?
I think multiple purposes. The children was what almost everything revolved around, so spending time with the kids would be the main purpose that I was aware of.
All right. And you said you met Charlie. Where did you meet him?
Wendy and I went to, sorry. Wendy and I went to alternative spring break in Immokalee, Florida for spring break 2014. After we were done with that field trip of sorts, we went and stayed with Charlie at his house for one night. So I spent one evening with Charlie Adelson.
All right. And did you interact at all with Donna and or Harvey on that trip?
No, they didn't attend. We didn't go there.
Did you ever spend time with Donna Adelson in South Florida?
No.
All right. So the only times you met her were here in Tallahassee.
That's correct.
What were your interactions with Donna Adelson like?
Just a few that I recall. Sometimes they were really quick because I was just picking Wendy up. When we had dinner, we talked for maybe 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but it was pretty quick and just getting to know the girl who I'm interested in, her mom, so it's just that kind of thing. She excused herself from the table after like maybe 10, 12 minutes, something like that. And so
Was that a conversation where it was just the two of you seated at the table?
it was Wendy, myself, and Donna.
Okay.
Just a getting to know you type thing. Just
Okay.
ended fairly quickly.
What about Catherine Magbanua? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I did. She was at the dinner at Yardbird that myself, Wendy Adelson, Katie, and Charlie were at. Yeah.
All right, and that was the night that you spent in South Florida where you met Charlie?
Correct.
Was that the only time you ever met Charlie?
Only time I ever met Charlie.
Okay. And do you know the date of that visit?
I believe that's March 11th, 2014.
And how was Catherine Magbanua related to the Adelson family?
She was Charlie's new girlfriend at that dinner, is how I knew her.
Was it your impression or knowledge that this was the first meeting between Wendy Adelson and Catherine Magbanua?
That was my impression. There was a lot of getting to know you talk type stuff.
All right. At the dinner table, did the subject of Dan Markel come up?
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of specifics, but I think it came up kind of briefly. There was a lot of talk about Wendy's book. I remember that part.
And at the dinner table, did Catherine Magbanua's ex come up at all?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, that stood out because Katie mentioned that she had her children's father was always getting in trouble with the police and had a violent criminal record. I'm paraphrasing, but it sounded like non-parking tickets. It sounded pretty bad, and it stuck in my memory for that reason.
What happened after dinner?
We went back to Charlie's house on Well Harbor.
All right, and did Catherine Magbanua go back to Charlie's house as well?
No.
All right, so at that time it would be just the three of you, Wendy, and Charlie?
And Charlie's then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
Okay. And can you describe the residence there?
Yeah, I thought it was a nice house. Had a hot tub, had a pool.
Okay. Did you get in the hot tub that night?
We did get in the hot tub for a while.
Who all was in the hot tub?
Myself, Charlie, Wendy, and Dr. Obed at some points. And people were in and out, but those were the 4 that were in the hot tub.
And during that time, did Charlie Adelson make some comments against Dan Markel?
Yes, he didn't like Danny. That might be understating it. Yeah.
Is that the most you can remember? Was the gist was that he didn't like him?
I'm not downloading that exact quote at this moment. I remember he was fired up. It wasn't just like, I don't like Danny. It was maybe a overprotective brother anger sort of vibe to it.
Okay. And did he make some other comment about wrong side of the tracks or something?
Yeah. He's kind of.
Your Honor, hearsay. Please approach.
I'm about to do some digging on Jeff. Yes, I also heard that he was married. I just found the not registry, but I'm not entirely sure if this is them, so I don't want to say their names until I know for sure, but I'll go digging in a minute. Yeah, so I was watching, and there's Patty from Patty's Playhouse. She watched my the video that we haven't watched yet. She watched that last night. Look at this lady's like, this is we should just castrate Donna right now. Castrate her. I don't know what I'm saying. It's so early in the morning for me to even be like talking before 11 o'clock. Yeah, probably. I'm sure there's a movie. Steve, are you in court today? Yeah, no, Katie wasn't there on the hot tub night. She had to go back home. Yeah. You got to get a penicillin shot, and Charlie gives them out. And if you're allergic to penicillin, no, you're not, because Charlie doesn't believe in allergies. Yeah, I mean, he might just be doing that for court too, Sherry D. So who knows? I know. Poor Harvey. Poor Harvey. So did we ever find out who the heck the tennis players were that were sitting there? The kid that everybody thought that might be one of the sons, but it wasn't. Did we ever find out? Didn't know Donna, Satan, and Harvey were in an open relationship, Steve. Okay, so apparently, I was watching Fancy Fiction last night, and she said she went to the bathroom during a break and looked down, and in the stall next to her, she says, and I recognize the espadrilles. They were Wendy's shoes. So Wendy is in the stall next to her. And she's like, oh my God, I'm peeing right next to Wendy Adelson. Which I was cracking up about. And I'm not going to put it up on my channel, but if you go to Fancy Fiction's channel and you watch her live last night. Okay, hold on one second. And you watch her live last night, she took a video of Wendy coming out of the bathroom. Hold on, I got to take my little daughter to the bathroom now.
Objection is overruled. You may continue with your line of inquiry, Ms. Kappelman.
Sir, do you remember the statement that I was referencing?
Yes, I do. There was a couple of statements in the hot tub.
Okay.
One was about the fact that Charlie knew people on both sides of the tracks, that he hung out with professionals, dentists, doctors, etc. But he also knew, was familiar, had social contacts that were in the criminal element. And he's kind of bragging, and he kind of specifically mentioned Cuban neighborhoods as a place where you would find that criminal element.
I want to ask you about an incident involving, I think the context is assessing Wendy's oldest child for gifted placement. Do you
Yes.
know where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, could you tell the jury, please?
Wendy was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted, to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Is your training or profession such that you have some knowledge that you could offer on that topic?
Your Honor, he's not disclosed as an expert.
Sustained, you'll need to establish a foundation as to why this testimony could be given by this individual, Ms. Kappelman.
I'm not offering it for its truth, Judge. It goes to Ms. Adelson's state of mind and motive.
Oh my
Very
God,
well.
guys.
As to that purpose, I will permit it. However, as to that limited issue only, can this be considered by the jury?
So, I mean, you're not an expert on children's autobiographical memories, are you?
Not really. That's in some of the textbooks I teach out of, but I think I can keep it out of the scientific realm and explain it commonsensically, which is how I responded to Wendy. Children at age 2 have amnesia, which most parents probably realize. Between 3 and 4, kids start to develop the ability to retain memories.
Jeff, this is expert testimony.
As to a specific thing that goes to the state of mind of the individual you are testifying about, Mr. Lacoste, you may speak. As to your knowledge of any literature or research on this matter, I do not need you to testify on that matter.
What is your profession? What is your background?
I'm a professor of social work. I teach mental health courses.
Okay. So, Wendy asks you what?
She asked me when kids develop memory. At what age will kids start to remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Overruled, Mr. Zalman, sit down. You may testify concerning not the truth of the matter asserted, but
He
how
just
this
told
affects
Zellman
the
to
state of
sit
mind
down.
of Wendy Adelson.
Your Honor, this has not been disclosed to the defense.
Please approach.
Oh my God. Okay. First of all, thank you so much, Tina. That is so sweet of you for sharing. It is a momentous occasion. And thank you so much for the super chat. That is super, super sweet of you. Okay. So, really quickly, in case you're not 100% following, she just asked Jeff. Wendy asked Jeff. Sorry, I'm so mind blown. Okay. Wendy asked Jeff, at what age do kids begin to develop an autobiographical memory? Do you know why she asked Jeff this? Because, and Donna fully believes this, because this is in a jail phone call with her and Charlie also. And I remember hearing this when I was first listening. I drove from, where in the hell was I? I don't know. My daughter's in the Army, and she was like graduating from her Army stuff. So I had like a 16 or 18 hour drive by myself, and I re-listened to all of the jail calls. But basically, Charlie is talking to Bree, the mom of his 5-year-old, and they're not telling the 5-year-old where Charlie is, what he's doing, where he is, what he's doing. He's just like, yeah, buddy, I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon, buddy. Don't worry about it. Which is fucking demented as hell.
Bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Okay, now we gotta go. So
Mr. Lacoste,
Charlie
if you
and
could step down, please. Step outside the courtroom doors. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else.
Charlie and Donna are talking after this, and he's like, yeah, I talked to Ronan today. He doesn't, I haven't told him anything.
Everyone can be seated.
And she says, no, he's too young to even know what's going on. No, he absolutely is not. That's insane. When are you going to tell him? So you're going to be like, I'll see you later, buddy. I'll see you later. Oh, hashtag I'll see you never. Because I'm going to be in prison forever. Not like not having Charlie in your life is going to be a huge, loss. But still, like, it's still the kid's dad, and why? I don't know. And Bree was like 18 or 19 when Charlie knocked her up. I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure. Guys, you know what I always think of, Casey, when I think of Charlie's hot tub? You say it reminds me of Eddie Murphy on SNL. What? And I can't remember the movie, but what is that movie where there's the guy in the hot tub and he's eating something, and every time somebody comes in, he drops whatever he's eating in the hot tub? That's always what I think of. So Roman would now be 7. Skimble Shanks. Yeah, so Donna also thinks that, kids under a certain age just have no idea what's going on, that they're just like, they'll be fine. They'll just never know the difference. They'll never know the difference, which is why they killed Dan when they killed him, because the kids were little enough to not realize what was going on, which is absolutely despicable, disgusting, so sad. Like, so sad. I remember things from when I was 3 vividly. Why was Wendy's back of her hair so completely destroyed yesterday? The Miami local news even reported on her hair. Victoria, life coach. Okay, somebody and I saw this on the Tallahassee Democrat chat, because I usually have that pulled up on my phone, the main feed of that. And somebody wrote that Wendy's hair was like an old Barbie. And whatever. I mean, my hair looks, I wash my hair once a week. I have for literally since I was in high school. And that's all you're going to get out of me, guys. So it's going to look nice for 3.5 minutes when I first sit down in the morning, and that's it. Yeah, I know. He says, sit your ass down, Rainbow Bright. I can't. Zelman, sit the fuck down. Sit down. Sit down. And yeah, Steve, that is all he does. For all of their objections, you'd think they'd have more material when they go up to cross-examine any of these witnesses. But they don't. They are woefully they are unprepared to the point that I am starting to think that maybe they are trying to give Donna a inefficient counsel, for her appeals. I mean, granted, none of your business. No, they don't have much to work with. I mean, really, and Joe Patuto said this last night too on STS, but they should have said, yeah, she hated Dan. She didn't like him. She was nasty and mean to him. She said some terrible things to him, but that doesn't make her a murderer. That would have probably been the best thing, but instead she goes up, oh my God, and the way that and I started saying this yesterday, and then they started talking, but Jackie Fulfer's up there, she goes, she is kind, she is sweet, or I don't remember the second
how long
word.
do you think it would
She
take
is
to
loving.
find this portion of either the deposition or material provided in discovery?
Maybe another 10 minutes, Judge?
Very well. We'll take a recess then until 9:40.
Okay, so we will go back. No, I don't think they're proffering Jeff, Sherry. I think the defense is going to read over the deposition that they already did of Jeff, because they're trying to pretend like this is brand new material. that they didn't know this was going to be, and it's in the deposition, because fucking why would Georgia say, look at the damn deposition, you fucking idiots? Like, did you read anything? Did you do any sort of fucking research? Like, I'm honestly, when Rob went up there yesterday on the stand, I was genuinely shocked that Jackie Fulford didn't call him Charlie. She has no idea what's fucking going on. Okay, so we only have a few more minutes of this, so we'll go ahead and finish watching this out. It's a little repetitive, but I really wanted to kind of break it down and then show it all together with, I mean, Wendy is just constantly lying, and now she has just like a brand new set of lies for everybody.
Just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well, and if there's anything you need, let me know. It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard that there was something going on Trescott. All right, 212-3083. I hope all is well, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
That's all right. You can stop it. Or does it stop automatically?
It's done.
Okay. Do you have your identification with you? So you never took the last name of Markle?
No.
Adelson. Okay. Wendy with an I. Joe. All right. There was a shooting at your home, or your ex-husband's home, at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay. Well, before we get into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with and so forth. Okay, and then once we've established all that, I can give you more details.
Okay.
Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this? It's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I just don't understand. Why did this happen?
Can you let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay.
Do I need to get read my Miranda rights or something if you're gonna look at my phone?
I can read you Miranda if you want to hear
I don't
that.
know. I'm just trying to make sure I'm being
I have no
protected.
reason at this point to suspect you in this incident. Okay.
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no, and the reason was I didn't want to get into everything until we got up here.
And this is just a basic kind of how a criminal investigation works. They may know more than they're telling you, but they don't disclose much, because if it gets out to someone who tells someone who tells someone,
Yeah, and of course I'm gonna tell a friend, and they're gonna be like,
right,
because I need to talk to someone.
right. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. So it can be frustrating sometimes dealing with us, because you're like, well, what are you doing? Why haven't you told me this or that? and it's kind of all to protect the integrity of the case.
I know, I just, as he was driving me here, I'm like, oh my God, I'm like, I wonder if I could be like framed for something, like if I didn't do something, but I'm still gonna end up in jail. I was at lunch with Janine and Ritu, I don't know if you know them, friends of mine, and these officers walk in, and I just like, we just finished, I ate a lunch, like I had a whole delicious lunch, and they're like, are you Wendy? We need to speak with you. And I was like, oh my God, are the boys okay? Like, and they were like, the boys are fine. And then I thought, oh my God, like, what's going on? Like, who's finding me here? And they wouldn't tell me. And so he said, I need you to get in the car. And so he drove me, and I started like, I just was like, what's going on? And they're like, your husband. And I said, ex-husband. And they're like, ex-husband? So they didn't have the, like.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're just starting this.
So they thought we were still married, and so I was telling him everything, you know, and then I was thinking, oh my God, now they probably think I'm a suspect. I should.
But of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect.
When you were approached at the restaurant, you weren't yet told that this was a shooting, were you?
I was not.
You were only told something happened with your ex-husband.
I don't even know if I was told that, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
What a fucking liar. Nobody told her that in the car. Nobody told her that. We have the receipts. We have the proof. We have not only the video testimony, her whole interrogation, but we also have the TPD police report. Nobody told her in the car. Hi, Christine Hawkins. There was somebody else. Hi, Tom. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and watch the other video that I put up. This one I put up last night. This one's a little bit quicker. This is just kind of going over some of her basic questions. I just liked switching back and forth between her old face and her new face. Old face, new face, red face, blue face, two face. That's Wendy.
When was the last time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
When was the last time you spoke to your mother, Donna Adelson, as we sit here today?
November of 2023.
And one thing that I wanted to mention real quick. I think one of the most striking things about Wendy being up on the stand, besides her insane, crazy Botox eyebrows and her cone head and her terrible hair, was the fact that she's not sitting up there feeling like she's untouchable this time. She's not sitting up there saying, the police aren't going to decide to arrest me. She's not saying that anymore. She doesn't have that attitude anymore. She doesn't have that bravado that you're not going to get me. There's nothing you have on me attitude anymore. She's sitting there. She's looking at her fucking mom. I think she wasn't really affected when Charlie got arrested, when he was getting tried. She said that Charlie's a loose cannon. Charlie did too much. There was too much evidence on Charlie. But I think she thought that her and her mom were safe. I think she thought that after Charlie was going to be done. Now she's sitting up there. She's looking at her mom. Her mom's been in jail. She hasn't talked to her since she went to jail, which that's really nice. That's really nice. Do you know when she talked to her? We have the phone call. We have the phone call of when she talked to her because she went over to the apartment. This was right after she told Donna that she was going to Baker act her if she thought that she was going to hurt herself. Okay. So I'll go ahead and play this.
in her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Okay. And so she hasn't given you any information or advice about how to testify in court, has
No,
she?
ma'am. No.
What about, you did offer testimony in November of 2023 as well, right, on a related case?
Yes.
Okay,
October.
And did your mom, when you spoke to her in November of 2023, offer you any advice or thoughts about how you should act or behave or what you should say in court?
Yes.
She did?
She did.
And what was that?
Well, that was different. That was different. And just so we remember, and I read this yesterday, and I'll go ahead, I'll put a link to this this website in the description box in a little bit, but I read from a Miami lawyer that, guess what? You don't have immunity anymore if you lie. Derivative use, it's gone. So just now, Georgia asked her at Charlie's trial, did anybody tell you how to act today? Did your mom tell you how to act? Nope. She's asking her now, did your mom tell you how to act at Charlie's trial? Yep.
I can't tell you I remember exactly, but she was hoping I would be supportive of my brother.
Okay. And do you know what her thoughts were afterwards?
I do.
Okay. And what were they?
She was devastated.
She didn't feel you were supportive?
No.
Do you remember her imploring you to put on a good act?
I do.
Did your mom, I don't know, do you have any acting training?
No.
They're so little. I mean, they could, like, I want them to have, if it's gonna have to be memories, I want them to be good. Because their last memory would have been him taking them to school this morning. This morning.
And the Oscar goes to
Wendy Adelson.
Do you know why your mom would Google how to teach an actress emotion?
I don't know.
Did she ever share with you or forward you any tips on how to bring emotion or fake emotion?
Not that I remember of any kind.
I know it's part of it, but do you know anybody that would?
I don't necessarily think that she's had coaching sessions. I just think that bravado has been slapped out of her body because she does not have the same feeling that she will never be caught for this anymore. I think she realizes that, fuck, I am probably fucked. Not only that, but they took my mom's computer, my dad's computer, my mom's phone, my dad's phone. They have a plethora of electronic communication from the Adelsons, just from Harvey and Donna. And Donna keeps everything, it seems like. So, she's fucked and she knows it. That's why her attitude is different, because now she's realizing, oh, fuck, I might go to prison, guys. I didn't think so, but I might go to prison.
Ms. Keppelman, did you find the information that you were seeking to
Yes,
elicit?
sir. I'm sorry I didn't have an answer for you. The cases had so many incarnations, hard for me to remember who knows what, but I am conceding the violation, certainly not intentional. I did not find it. Mr. Rashbaum did not depose this witness, so I'll move on.
Well,
Rashbaum didn't
defense
depose him,
requesting for the court to conduct a Richardson hearing.
but the defense showed up. This new one.
It's not intentional. I would concede that. There are a lot of materials in here. I would just, if the state's going to move on, I don't think we need to inquire further.
Should I get the witness, Judge?
One moment, briefly, so the record is clean on this topic. I will find there has been a discovery violation with regard to the testimony of Jeffrey Lacasse on the subject matter of what was discussed with Wendy Adelson concerning any issues as to the children's memories. I will find this was inadvertent, as there have been, I believe this Kappelman is the 5th or 6th trial in this.
Only the 4th, Judge.
Excuse me. The 4th trial that has occurred under this set of facts, and there has been a multitude of discovery or interviews or depositions of this witness, but specifically as to this defendant being able to depose this witness on this topic, that did not take place by prior counsel or current counsel. I will find it is trivial, and it has not had a prejudicial effect on the ability of the defense to prepare, since the state is conceding the matter and no further examination on this topic will take place. The court will give a curative instruction to the jury for them to disregard and not consider as evidence in this matter any testimony that has taken place concerning a conversation between Wendy Adelson and Jeffrey Lacasse as to the children's memories. You may bring in the witness.
And this is just like, that's a throwaway issue, really. There's Donna's done as of yesterday. Okay, so whatever. All right, so Christine, Daniel Sack, which was the guy that, well, one of the guys that Wendy was cheating on Jeff with, the one that was like into polyamory and stuff. He was a theater professor at FSU. Okay, then he went to Amherst. He wrote a book in 2022 called On the Act of Crying.
You can come back to the witness stand, Mr. Lacasse.
And it says in here, basically,
A curative instruction, even though it sounded like they weren't asking for it, and it sounds like they're in agreement with that procedure.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I wouldn't know why you would have an adverse.
Well, there could be an argument that it draws more attention to the information, so I just wanted to make sure that their agreement was clear for the record.
Mr. Zelman, do you wish to have the curative or do you not?
The proposed curative is acceptable, Your Honor.
Very well.
okay. So the book is called On the Act of Crying. He writes it in 2022. And it says, now, if you're on stage, like in a theater production, the use of breath and voice might convey crying to an audience, but in camera, you have to produce tears. And this is actually I think it's my part 5 of my 7-part Wendy series. But I wrote a little bit of that because I literally like screamed and like threw my phone at my husband. I'm like, look at what Daniel Sack wrote. I'm like, I can't even make this up. He wrote a book called
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, before the examination of this witness continues, I am going to give you a brief instruction. The last objection that was raised by the defense, it is being sustained. You are to disregard any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendy Adelson about her children's memories. You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Colleen, they have handwritten planners for years.
Around this same time frame, I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there, did Wendy Adelson, actually strike that. I'm going to move on to the coffee shop meeting.
100%.
Familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir. June 4th, 2014. Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendy Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markel was ultimately killed?
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendy and the kids at her house that night. middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville, and she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay. And did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was, I'm worried we're going to get
Objection to hearsay?
Sustained unless there is an exception, Ms. Kappelman.
Goes to motive, Judge.
Overruled.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir, so the reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was, well, it was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't, it's so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it. It's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th, right?
Yes. She knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay, so you would have returned on the 17th, and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why, I mean, I didn't object. I just said, okay, I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
Okay. And that, just for clarification, that conversation occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Okay, when was the next time you saw her after that coffee shop meeting?
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well and I should like rush over there, essentially. She had a stomach problem, so I got there as quickly as I could.
All right, so did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
Well, on the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that, and didn't. I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have the flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She was just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby convenience store to go get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store a few miles from her house.
All right, so she was a nervous wreck that night, and did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there's no discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Ms. Adelson's residence and you observed that her TV was broken?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. When did that occur?
That would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period. I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV, so I turned it on expecting to see like input 1 flashing, or the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object. So she had a broken TV.
All right, and did she tell you what happened to the TV, how it got into that?
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV, as if she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know a better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified as to what happened. It looked like a human being stood, between 5 and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly. Then the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this. So it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on the television. But it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay. All right, so let's move away from the TV for now. Was there a date that you had with Wendy Adelson on, oh gosh, have I gone backwards in time here? It was the day before her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date. The day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night. Wendy didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door. Appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean, weary-eyed. I'm not sure what substances, but it wasn't good. She wanted me to stay, and I was annoyed enough that I actually just left. I didn't stay the night. So.
Okay, so I kind of got our timeline out of order, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st, and then again on June 4th.
That's right.
Okay. I'm going to approach and show you a text message that was sent on June 28th of 2014. And I've marked it as State's Exhibit 141. Have you ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
All right, and this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendy Adelson to her brother Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendy Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well, when she says I haven't told mom and dad about me, I met them multiple times. It's impossible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, So there was, that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So
And
in that text message, she's saying, that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
it's implausible. No, I don't think so.
In fact, you'd met the parents several times.
Yeah, and had conversations with them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's, I think, really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 141.
Any objection?
Can I see that, please? No objection.
States 141 is admitted at this time.
Okay, I want to draw your attention next to a disagreement that occurred with Wendy Adelson on June 29th of 2014. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendy about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or 3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
Where did the fight occur?
The fight occurred in Gainesville.
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal disagreement.
Verbal disagreement, and argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words, yeah.
Okay, and did that exchange of words lead to an awkward drive together back to Tallahassee?
It did, a very awkward drive back to Tallahassee.
And that was?
That's the morning of it's the 29th or 30th. It's the 30th, the morning of the 30th.
Morning of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
Yeah. Well, we left that, when I left on the 30th, when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either. So over the next couple weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. My take was, seems like it's probably going to be okay, but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple weeks when it easily could have ended.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right, so about, I guess that's the Sunday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
We went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house at Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner and a movie and then returned there.
Okay, well, we're on the topic of Aqua Ridge. I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced in evidence. Is that in evidence, Mr. Deacon? PowerPoint, so you're not gonna find it. All right, we'll circle back to Aqua Ridge. So we're on the disagreement, didn't see her for a while, saw her on July 13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together and maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing. We had conversations.
Were the kids there that night?
They were not.
Okay, so it was just the two of you at the residence?
Just the two of us.
All right, and did the subject of relocation come up?
Yes.
In what context?
It came up in the context of whenever Wendy got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future relationship, and I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, I was just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Danny.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar, the objection is overruled.
Sit the fuck down, Zone.
The other matters that do have to be addressed. You may continue, Ms. Kaplan.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something happening to Danny?
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation, and so I pushed back on Wendy a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markell for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit. And she said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer.
Objection. Can I repeat the same objection or send the court's ruling?
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled.
Sit down.
Shut up. Continue with your answer.
She
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
Yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenge her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Danny Markell problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
Okay, and when she referred to her brother, she's got two of those, right?
She said Charlie.
Okay. And when she said Charlie looked into hiring a hitman, are you familiar with Charlie's joke? I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendy had told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay, so this was something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity. It's a dark joke, but well, this, I found chilling, I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip. It kind of took me aback. She was dead serious when she said this. And she'd asked to tell me in confidence, which you don't do before you tell a joke.
Okay. So I want to take you to the next day then. So we're at July 14th, the Monday before the murder.
Yes.
Did you see Wendy Adelson on that date?
Yes. We had contact throughout the day trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed. But she was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point, and then like mid-afternoon, let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So we went to yoga.
Okay, what happened after yoga?
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga, because when he was being very strange, I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well. I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe that this is over. Tried to talk about the relationship, didn't go very well. It was pretty clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. And she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week, so I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly, and just turned around and walked away.
Where were you when that was happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journey's Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay, so you have your two respective vehicles there, and
Yes.
you're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her, and she calls after me. I turn around, and she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned, and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip, and she wanted to know what route I would be taking. And if I didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the trip? And I answered the questions as best I could, but I was confused why, at that moment, she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay, and we now know that Dan Markell was murdered on Friday.
Yes.
Right? If you had taken the trip as planned, which is as you reported to Wendy that day, what would your route have been?
I would have left my house at about 11 a.m., which Wendy knew. I'd related my plan to her earlier in the relationship. Needed to get to Atlanta for dinner, and was worried about traffic and stuff like that. So I would have left at 11, and I would have driven down. I would have got to Capitol Circle in Thomasville, which is close enough to Danny's house that it kind of gave me the creeps. It was kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay, so physically, you're saying you might have been sort of consistent with how the killers fled town.
Yeah.
Okay, and after this yoga date and the discussion of your travel plans, did you get an email from Wendy?
I did.
I'm going to publish what's been introduced into evidence as states 64GG.
There you go, everybody. There's the setup that Wendy...
Is this the email she sent you after the yoga date?
No.
Yes.
All right, so is she breaking up with you? Is that clear?
No, she's asking, well, I considered based on our interaction, I thought this is over. I had told Wendy if she wanted to break up with me, she doesn't like confrontation, just send me an email or text. She sends me this, which strings everything out for another week. So she's not breaking up. Functionally, that's realistically, I'm not dumb, I'm thinking we're over. But she's asking for another week, which brings it to the 21st of July. And I was puzzled. I wondered what in the world is going to happen July 21st. But I just didn't respond because she asked for no contact.
All right, so she wants to have no contact for a week.
Right.
Okay. All right, I was able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A. I can show you that. You recognize 86A?
Yeah, that's Wendy's, Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge, and that's what it looked like when we were dating.
Okay. We have an evidence 86A.
We have new pictures.
There you are. 86A is admitted at this time.
Play
May I
the end.
publish?
Yeah.
All right, so I've
George
blurred
is
the boys'
lovely.
faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
And the kids' art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like art would come down, other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was, maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th. 13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendy was pulling art off the wall, the only time I'd ever seen her do that.
Okay. And I want to ask you about, I've nicknamed it the celebration dinner. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
topic? Okay. Could you tell the jury about that, please?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay. I understand the court's prior rule.
Objection is overruled.
Wendy and I reestablished phone contact about 10 days after the murder. She called me, and we had 3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner, and at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was, and she spontaneously vomited all over the table.
Are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect in
Yes.
this murder? Where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had left on my trip the night before.
So
rather
you
than
changed your plan.
I changed my plans at the last minute.
All right, and you provided law enforcement with some receipts and things to prove that you were in Tennessee at the time?
All of that, and I got a flat tire, so I ended up getting videotaped at a Kmart. And I know the TPD used that to exclude me with the timestamp on the surveillance footage.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Okay, guys, did you hear that and understand the significance of it? So, July 13th, Wendy's ripping shit off the
At
wall.
some point, did you learn that the killers came to Tallahassee in June, not just in July?
Yes, when the arrests were made and the documents were released, I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned?
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times hitmen are in town trying to kill Danny Markel, once successfully, obviously.
Are you familiar with the type of vehicle that was originally rented by the killers in June to make that June trip?
I am.
And was that significant to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is long after this all happened. I'm learning this from court proceedings in 2016. But when I heard they rented a gray Altima initially, I had a 2004 Nissan Sentra. That freaked me out because that's about as close as you were going to get to my car on the rental market.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Demonstrative Exhibit G. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this the make and model of it's not the actual rental car, but the make and model of the rental car compared to the make and model of your vehicle?
Yeah, my car's right on top. That looks just like the car I had at the time.
Permission to publish G, Your Honor?
You may.
Look at Donna's smug little fucking face. Jesus Christ.
I have one more moment to confer, please.
The way she just pulls that off the fucking projector, like, we're fucking done here. Ooh. Just a moment. We didn't even know Jeffrey Lacasse was going to be called. Hi, MM. You'll see that when you get here. Oh my God, guys. Oh my god, it's the turtle. Yeah, the defense is like, we can talk shit about Wendy all day long if you want, Jeff. Go ahead, let's start
Morning.
this.
Good morning.
And it's Dr. Lacoste, correct?
Jeff is fine. Mr. Lacasse is fine.
You testified that it was your understanding that my client, Donna Adelson, was aware of the motion that the state has called the grandmother motion.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how she took that?
It was I'm hearing this stuff from Wendy.
Okay. Well, do you know how she took it?
I mean, I wasn't there to observe her reaction. The whole family was upset about every one of these motions, was my impression, information coming from Wendy.
Okay, and so the only person that you spoke with about how the family took things was from Wendy?
Putting Charlie's...
aside from Charlie in the hot tub?
Aside from Charlie in the hot tub, it was all through Wendy. That's correct, sir.
Isn't it true that you found Wendy... let me find the exact quote.
God forbid we come up having the exact quote ready to read out. The hell. Yes. Good job.
Didn't you find Wendy to be a deeply deceitful person?
Yes, depending on the topic. I mean, that's true. But a lot of the stuff she told me about her family was later released in evidence. I'm talking about the kids getting...
Your Honor, I'd move to strike that response.
Sustained. Mr. Lacoste, you are only to respond to the question that you are asked. Members of the jury, the portions of the answer that were non-responsive you were not to consider. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Rainbow Bright, I have some information on that. They actually rented a different car and changed it out. It was a black car at first.
You yourself do not have any personal
reports.
knowledge as to how my client, Donna Adelson, took the grandmother motion, do you?
No.
Scratch that off. Good. We won that one.
Isn't it true that you only had limited small talk with my client, Donna Adelson?
That's correct.
Won that one. Another one won for us. Defense is winning this. Yeah, it's scandalous.
Now let's talk about the damage to the television that you observed in June of 2014. Can you tell us again how you described that?
Yeah, there was a spider web pattern, like in the center of the screen, and it radiates outwards. Anywhere it's been cracked, it will pixelate. So you can see what's going on, you can track it, but it's not pleasant, and you would never watch that TV. And we watched a whole movie on that TV at Wendy's insistence, which was why I remember this. It was a very strange evening.
Didn't you suggest going to watch the movie on another TV?
Yes, I did. There was a perfectly good TV in the other room. That's correct.
And she made a fuss.
I tried to respect Wendy's boundaries, her house, her kids, so she didn't have to make a fuss. It's an awkward situation dating someone who has, 2 kids, so I'm not insisting on anything. But the kids were whining about the broken TV. That is correct, sir.
Made it difficult to even really watch or enjoy the movie.
That's right.
Could you tell us about how big that impact was?
Fist-sized.
Adult or child?
I don't remember with that precision.
You testified about a statement that Wendy Adelson said to you on July 13th of 2014 that she wanted to say to you in confidence.
Yes.
And it was that her brother looked into hiring a hitman.
Her brother Charlie.
Her brother Charlie.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right, guys, I'm trying right now to look in, because I've got screenshots of all of the files that I got from the Tallahassee Police Department, so that's probably going to be my easiest way to find it. I'm trying to look right now through the screenshots to see if I can find the exact thing, but I do remember that I read in here that they had rented a car and then returned it and got a different color car. And as soon as I find it, I will go ahead and read this out for you. Okay, here we go. May 18th. This is when May 18th, 2016. So for the first trip, they got 2 different vehicles from the company in Miami, Florida. He ordered a silver Nissan, but they had switched it out from a Hyundai.
You may step down, Mr. Lacoste.
There was a blue Hyundai
Please call
first,
your next
and then they
witness.
switched it out for a silver Nissan. You come here for the news. Come here for the facts. Come here for the tea. I'll spill all of it. My memory is insane. I rarely forget something that I've heard or read or seen. And that's probably one of my greatest assets in being able to make the videos and the way that I make my videos, because I'm like, that didn't seem right. Like, I know I heard them say something else, and like usually, because like sometimes I couldn't remember like what trial, but I'm like, I remember Wendy was facing like this way, so I'd like remember it based on how she was.
To all bailiffs, United States Marshals, the FBI, please track down our next witness.
Is it June Chinda again? Please let it be June. I love her so much. Please let it be June. I will literally die if
The restroom during this period.
Okay. Since
Bailiff, please take the jurors to the restroom.
Okay, since we're looking for probably June Chinda, God, I love her. I already have. So I was actually prepared this morning. My little baby girl is being such a sweet little meatsicle. So I was able to hold on, let me put my headphone in my ear so I can hear this on my phone. I have a little bit.
At 10:25, Mrs. Adelson, if you need to use the restroom, the bailiffs will assist you at this time.
Christina, they're just looking. June can't lift her bag. They're looking for the next witness, which if I were a betting lady, I would bet it was June Chinda. Okay, first of all, I fucking love June. I love her so much. I stand for June. She is the absolute best. I actually messaged her through Instagram probably like a month or so ago and just told her what an absolute doll I thought she was and how I was so glad to see her. I mean, she's thriving. She's a realtor. She's doing great. Like, if you go over and look at her Instagram, she's thriving, beautiful. She is the icon. She is the moment. And I haven't I haven't sent her any of my videos. I don't want to seem like too crazy or like pushy or feel like, I don't want to weird her out. But it also seems like she's still a little bit sad about Charlie. Because, like, they were planning for their future. And I know, we all know Charlie's an asshole. But, like, how many of us have dated assholes that all of our friends are like, this guy's a fucking asshole. And you're like, but I love him. I love him, daddy. Okay.
And at this point, they have been dating for more than a year. My heart really goes out to June. I know a lot of people make fun of her, but I don't think that's at all fair, seeing that the only footage we have of her is from highly stressful situations in which she was asked to testify against a man who she clearly still had very strong feelings for, who very clearly manipulated, gaslit, and love-bombed her to the point where she didn't know which way was up. But she is currently absolutely killing it, working it as a realtor in South Florida. And although she was very clearly saddened by Charlie having a child and a dog with another woman, God had bigger plans for her and spared her of that burden. And I'm sorry, but her entrance and exit into the courtroom was iconic.
Okay, right up here, ma'am.
Every time she comes, her bag gets a little bit bigger.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Wendy Adelson.
Coming in with the most enormous bag like Gia Gunn.
Just got off the boat, a little trip from Asia, just landed like fresh tilapia.
Tell me I'm wrong, though.
She's an icon, she's a legend, and she is the moment. Now come on now.
I was telling him I used to work juvenile justice a little.
She is too. June is everything. Can we please get June a bellhop to help her into the court? Why are you bringing all this stuff though? I'm sorry. I love June with all of my heart. I love her with everything. I love her with everything that I have. Yes, and I know that she was so visibly uncomfortable having to sit up there in front of Charlie. And if you've ever listened to her police interview, holy shit, she has some info. Okay. I'm sorry that I almost made you choke. Yeah, she's got some info. So I think personally, we are going to see a much more relaxed June today. If what did Judge Everett say last time? Did you enjoy your tour of the courthouse? And she's just like, I've been here before. And she was just so nervous that she just couldn't even handle it. Yeah, except for being a murderer, he's like a great guy. Except for like the murdering and the cheating, he's perfect for me. Besides the fact that he's not even a real periodontist and he doesn't believe in allergies and he sells steroids, weed, and cocaine. And he also wanted to set up his friend who was dying of terminal cancer in a Colombian mansion to die of a cocaine overdose surrounded by strippers. He's a great guy. He's a great guy. I have that. I have that quote. I'm pretty sure it's, I'm not going to know exactly where it is in here, though. I'll have to find it on my own afterwards. But yeah, he's a great guy. Okay, let's listen to, because I also have Ryan Fitzpatrick. Okay, so my two favorite parts of Charlie's trial is one, of course, when Luis Rivera just locks eyes on him and Charlie literally is just like pooping his pants in the defense table. And of course, I made like a full skit on that using David Attenborough's voice. But this is easily a close second for me. I found this absolutely hilarious. And it's so funny because after Charlie gets convicted, Donna and Charlie are talking about.
Well, hold on. We found our witness.
They found her.
Duke and a jack of all trades. Bring them in.
They think Dan did such a good job. Like Dan filleted Ryan Fitzpatrick. It's like, no, he literally provided the most hilarious commentary ever. And he's like sitting up there, and I don't know if you guys remember this, but Dan's sitting up there and he's like, did you call him this and this and this? And Ryan Fitzpatrick is just like, yep. Yeah, I said that. Yeah, if you're reading it, I said it. And it is so funny because it's just literally just this slew of shit. He's like, fuck with me and I'm going to call the FBI right now, you fucking murderer. Please, if June doesn't walk in the courtroom, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's got to be June, though. It's got to be June. Yeah, I have a whole video on that, Christine. It's hard to watch, but it was a good video. Thank you, Skimble Shanks. Thank you. That is honestly, I think that and my Papi Chulo remix are very close to being my favorite things that I've ever created. It literally came out. The Charlie on the Serengeti skit came out as it was in my brain. And I literally had somebody be like, I don't like all these clips of TV things and stuff. I'm like, then go elsewhere. Like, there's plenty of people that are just posting, like, all these raw clips are up online. I'm like, you're a ballerina, so beautiful. I'm like, you're just getting an inside scoop to my brain. Hi, Tracy in Vegas. You didn't miss too much. Jeff Lacasse went on. His testimony was pretty similar to everything that he has testified from before. I think the new takeaway from Jeff was that on July 13th, Georgia puts up this picture of her house on Aqua Ridge Way, and it has all these kids' artworks on it, and he says that she was ripping those down on July 13th. So prior to the murder, she's packing up, getting ready to leave. No, she just came in saying she was a ballerina. Yes, my Poppy Chulo Short Dick Man remix. I love it. I love it. I hope when she walks in, he tells her, like, you know how teachers used to, if you'd like come in late for class, they'd be like, thanks for deciding to join us. Thank you for joining us today. Please let him say that. Steve, tell him to say that. I know, June is beautiful. And I also found Charlie's girlfriend, Junko, the one who was like rich, who had this apartment or this condo at the Continuum. What? Your foot out? And she is also lovely.
All right, you're entering courtroom.
Oh, please let it be. Donna's wearing the same striped shirt from the other day, and then didn't she wear this yellow cardigan again yesterday also? Donna's worn. This is the third time we've seen Donna in this yellow cardigan.
Everyone can be seated. You may bring in the next witness.
It's June. You can tell by his face. It's gotta be June. Oh, please. Dun 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 dun. Yes! Guys, I love it. She looks stunning, by the way. That smile. Oh my God.
Raise your right hand to be sworn.
I fucking love her.
Do you swear or
I
affirm
love
that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
She's so
Please
nervous.
speak loudly
Poor
and clearly so you
baby.
can be heard.
She's nervous because she's late to every fucking trial. Poor sweet pea.
Hi, what is your name?
Hi, my name's June. I'm Chinda.
Will you spell that, please?
The first name is June, and the last name is Umchinda.
Where do you live, ma'am?
Looking right at Donna.
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you know Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case?
I do, yes.
How do you know her?
I was Charlie Adelson, her son's ex-girlfriend at one point.
Okay, when did you date Charlie Adelson?
I dated him in 2015 to 2017. I met him after the murder.
Okay, do you recall what month in 2015 you began dating Charlie
It was
Adelson?
October.
Her teeth have been like
And
this
then
since
broke
she
up
was
in
younger.
what month of 17?
In June.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what the beginning of your relationship with Mr. Adelson was like?
Well, in the beginning, him and his family were not being investigated by anything, so it was just a normal relationship. Everything was great.
Did you describe it as a fairy tale?
I did.
Had you met his mother?
I have.
How many times did you meet his mom?
Not more than 5 or 6, I would say.
She's much more relaxed
And when
today.
you met her, was that at family events or what type of events?
Some family events and some weekends or dinners or just get-togethers.
Did you notice during the time you spent around Donna Adelson that she was very involved with her grandchildren?
I did notice, yes.
How close was she to Charlie Adelson?
They were very close.
Okay, worked together?
At times, Charlie worked at many offices, so when he was at his office, yes.
Okay, because there was a family business as well that he was a part of, right?
Yes.
And Donna Adelson worked at that business?
I believe so at times.
Okay, and did they speak on the phone daily?
Yes.
Did it seem like Donna Adelson was in control of the family?
In control, like, can you describe?
Like the
what you would-
matriarch of the family. She was the one that everyone looked to be in charge.
She played a motherly role, yes. in the family.
Did you meet Wendy Adelson?
I have.
And what about her children? Did you meet them?
I have, yes.
Were you and Charlie Adelson living together during the time that you were dating?
Not officially. I had my own place, but I had a key to his place, and we were together 24/7 since we met, so.
So basically living together.
Yes.
During what you've described or previously described as the fairy tale phase of your relationship with Mr. Adelson, was he suffering from any anxiety issues?
In the beginning?
Yes.
Just stress from work, the normal day-to-day.
Okay. Did he come across as angry during that time, the fairy tale phase?
No.
Okay. During that portion of your relationship, what did you know, if anything, about the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea who Dan Markel was. I've never seen the case in the media. I just know that when I asked Charlie about his family, he advised me that his brother-in-law was murdered and shot in the head in the garage, and they don't know who did it. So that's all I knew. It was pretty short.
Was that a topic that came up one time or more than one time?
It was one time when I asked him about his family in the beginning when we were dating, getting to know each other. And then obviously throughout our relationship, it became a bigger topic.
Okay, but during the fairy tale phase, was it a topic that would come up regularly, like what's going on with the investigation and wonder who did it, that sort of thing?
So the fairy tale phase, that was before the investigation, before they suspected him or his family. So no, it did not come up, just that one time.
Okay, and did you previously say, did you have a law enforcement interview in this case?
I did. I did not know I was being recorded, but yes.
It was recorded.
I was, yes.
You had a chance to review it?
Many times, yes.
Okay, and in that interview, did you say for court and counsel, page 50, lines 19 through 23, quote, like they weren't ever curious, like who really killed him. They weren't upset about it, it seemed like. Did you say that?
If it's there, yes, I said that.
All right, and then there was a time, which, are you familiar with the bump in which law enforcement approached Donna Adelson posing as a gang member or a criminal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that, after that bump, did everything sort of change in your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
During and after, absolutely.
Okay. And that law enforcement operation that I'm referencing occurred April 19th of 2016. Is that something that he reported to you? Were you aware that that happened with his mom?
No, definitely not.
He didn't say
Not
anything?
during the time.
Okay. When did you learn about that?
I might have even learned about it from 2020 or something when we watched it, or he told me later on after the fact.
So although you were inseparable at the time it happened, he didn't mention it to you?
No.
In what ways did Charlie Adelson's behavior begin to change around that time?
Around that time, I noticed he wasn't sleeping. He was up in the middle of the night. He was very extra stressed and anxious, worried, depressed. Overall, he became depressed over time.
Right. And at some point, I guess you learned through the media that Charlie was under investigation for potentially having a role in the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
I learned from a reporter that thought I was Katie that came to the house, yes.
And do you know around what time that was?
I believe it was like May or June when Luis Rivera got arrested around that time.
Okay. And once you learned...
Or I'm sorry, Luis
You did learn some things from the media about this case. Was there something that stood out to you about how the hitmen said they were paid?
I did read the affidavit and everything, which said Lewis or somebody mentioned they were paid in staples, like bundles of cash with staples.
And why did that stand out to you?
Because I noticed that Charlie stapled his money, or he had money that was stapled.
Okay, so you had seen that in his residence before?
Right after I read that, so after I found out that the money was stapled.
After you found out the money was stapled, you saw the stapled money?
Or no, sorry, let me think. I can't remember the exact moment, but I know when I saw the money, a red flag came up, and I was like, after the fact that I saw it, I was thinking, oh, I think Lewis said he got paid in some stapled cash, and I mentioned to Charlie that he should just put a paper clip in it. Instead, we talked about the staples, so.
Okay, but you had seen, before learning that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, had you not seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence?
Before the hitmen were paid?
Yeah.
I didn't know Charlie back then when the hitmen were paid.
I'm sorry. Yes, before you learned that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, which you learned from the media, you had seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence.
It was after, because when I saw it, I was thinking to myself, you know, that's strange, the staples, and then it clicked. So it was after I saw.
After you saw the article or the TV broadcast, you then observed it.
After I found out.
And that's when it clicked.
Yes.
Okay. And the stapled money that you saw was $100 bills stapled into $1,000 bundles. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was quite a few of them that you saw, right?
Right.
Okay. During the time between, I guess, the few weeks before that article was published, so between what we now know was the bump and when all of this came to light, did you notice Charlie beginning to communicate more with Catherine Magbanua?
I believe I saw like a message from her, or they were on the phone once or something like that. I asked him about it.
Okay, did you previously in your law enforcement interview indicate that you saw him going back and forth with Katie on the calls, like, and I said, oh, why do you guys talk so much? You remember that?
I do. So I was referring to the episode where it shows him and Katie going back and forth on the calls. And then I told Charlie and said, like, you've never talked to me like that, so I was wondering why he talked so much to her.
Isn't it true that you noticed him talking to her at odd hours prior to the media broadcast?
No, that was all in regards to the episode that I saw, that they showed him talking to her at odd hours.
You don't remember telling law enforcement that it was weird because he didn't wake up early, and you saw that there were on the phone the times that they were talking, and it was like 7 or 8, and you thought, oh, that's odd.
No, I did say that, but that was in the episode. I told Charlie that I thought it was odd because we don't talk that way, and he said we live together, so.
Okay. Have you described him as being paranoid during this time frame?
Yes.
Okay. And did he talk to you during this time frame about believing his phone was being tapped?
Yes, a lot.
Had you ever met Catherine Magbanua?
I met her briefly. She worked at her front desk dermatologist office that I went to. So before I knew Charlie, I met her there.
And was, at the time that the law enforcement operation occurred, the time frame we're talking about, was Katie his most recent ex-girlfriend?
No.
Who was the most recent ex-girlfriend?
Before me, it was someone named Whitney Kick.
Okay, so she was in between you and Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Did you ever know of Catherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
All right, and then when you mentioned you were still with him at the time that Magbanua was arrested, did his erratic behaviors get better or worse at the time of her arrest?
It was worse.
Okay. And can you describe those behaviors for the jury?
Well, it was a lot mixed with what I said earlier, the no sleeping, depression, and our whole relationship just took a big turn, and I wasn't sure why. In the beginning, he was just acting strange and would go to his friend's house, and our routine kind of got disrupted, and I wasn't sure why. So it was just like I knew something was going on, but I didn't know exactly what the problem was. So.
Did he become angry, short-fused?
At certain times, he would.
Okay, and I'm particularly talking about this time frame around Katie's arrest and just after that. Uh-oh, trick chair. Around the time right after Katie's arrest, is that the time frame where these behaviors escalated?
Right, yes.
Okay. And did, particularly when the case or the investigation came up, is that something that would make him angry?
Not really angry. He had different emotions every time it would come up, so.
And was one of those emotions anger?
At some point, sometimes, yes.
And did you say he would get really red and screaming and take random walks, just acting like a crazy person?
He would at times, yes.
Did he get a second phone and maybe a third phone during that time?
I saw one more phone that he got, and then it disappeared, so it was just a short period of time he had another phone.
At some point during this time frame, did Charlie Adelson begin communicating with you via WhatsApp?
He did actually when he went to Asia, because it's like, I guess you can talk to anyone in the country on WhatsApp, so he thought it was easier that we spoke there.
Was he only communicating with you via WhatsApp when he was in Asia, or did he do it when he came back?
We just developed the habit after he got back. We just spoke on there all the time.
Do you know if he was communicating with Magbanua via WhatsApp?
I don't know.
Did he start keeping a bag of clothes by his bed around this time?
I saw him keep a change of clothes one time or a few times, yes.
Did he sleep with a gun around this time?
He always has guns around because he has his license to carry, so he didn't physically sleep with the gun, but he has one in his nightstand and all over the place. So
there's a call.
What about
okay, hold on.
Wendy Adelson? Did you notice an issue between Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson during this time frame?
I wasn't too involved with them, but I did notice one time they got into an argument.
All right, and did he tell you it was a fight about this case?
He just said that it was something about the case, yes.
Okay, do you remember exactly when that was?
Not exactly. I don't know if I should guess or not. But.
No, please don't. Okay. So, was there a time frame where Wendy and Charlie were not speaking because of some type of a disagreement about this case?
Yes.
What about Donna Adelson? Did her behavior change at all around this time frame that we're talking about?
So I wasn't around her a lot, but when I did see her, yes, she was upset.
Okay. And did you describe her as a mess?
Yes, if it's there, yes.
What does a mess mean?
Just like mentally upset and physically drained, or
Hair unbrushed.
not their usual self.
All right. Was she crying when you saw her?
At a point in time, yes.
And did Charlie Adelson advise you that she was taking painkillers for stress during that time frame?
Yes.
And was there a time when you were on the balcony of Donna Adelson's residence and she made a statement to you about Dan Markell?
This is the best.
We were
guys.
speaking about Dan because the case was such a big thing at that time, yes.
Okay, and what was the statement she made?
Well, her life was crumbling down in her family's life, so she said everything felt like Dan was haunting her from the grave, or them, I don't know. Whatever it says there.
She feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her or something.
In reference to that, yes. Yeah.
No further questions?
Ooh, mic drop on that one. Dan is back from the grave, haunting us. Guys, I adore you. You're just like, okay, thanks guys, bye. Bye, I'm done. Yeah, Donna, that wasn't a great thing to say. I feel like Dan is back from the grave, haunting our family. We're cursed and we're haunted. I don't know why Wendy couldn't have just like watched a quick YouTube video about how to like think of something that makes you sad to actually cry. I love it. Yeah, I know. June is so nervous. I feel like she's much better than she was sitting up there in front of Charlie, who she was literally like talking to in jail.
Judge, may I ask one more question on the defense?
While the defense is getting their shit together.
Did Charlie Adelson make a statement to you about Catherine Magbanaway's breast augmentation?
After the 2020 episode, he made a statement and joked about it, yes.
What did he say?
He was saying they were thinking that he paid for the whole thing, and then he said, like he said he paid for one or something, and laughed.
Only paid for one of the breasts. Half of the work.
Right, but he was laughing, so it was just a joke.
Okay.
Oh my god. He only paid for the one. She just got one in the middle because that's all Charlie was willing to pay for. I want to message her and see what lipstick she's wearing today because I love it. Yeah, June is like a former beauty contestant. She was a cheerleader for the Miami Dolphins. She knows how to brush her hair in the back. It's not all fucking weird and wavy in the back middle underneath.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Josh Selman, we represent Donna Adelson. I've never met you before, correct?
No.
I just crawled out of the
I just
sewer.
really have a few questions. There's been some discussion in your direct examination about what you might have told law enforcement during an initial interview, correct?
Correct.
And you were told that that was not being recorded, correct?
Yes.
And that whatever you said wasn't going to be used, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a lengthy interview then that day?
Yes.
And at the time that you did that, you were broken up with Charlie, correct?
We were going through a horrible breakup at that time, yes.
Okay. You've previously said that Charlie's really good at persuading people. He lies and he makes it believable. You recall that?
I do.
I want to talk about the cash for a minute. He had a lot of cash, right?
From what I saw, I don't really know his bank account, but
I'm just talking about the cash that you saw.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified, there seems to be some confusion about whether you knew that before you saw it come out that it was stapled? Because I thought you previously had said that when you saw in the article that Luis Rivera referred to being paid in stapled cash, that a light went off in your head because you had previously seen Charlie had stapled cash, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he had it stacked in $100 bills in groups of 1,000. He'd put 10 together and he stapled them, right?
Right, I didn't see him staple them, but
you
they
saw
were
that it was-
stapled already.
You saw that it was stapled,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Yes.
And he had a safe in his room that he kept money in.
He did.
And it was a very large safe, correct?
He had guns in there too, so it was large.
And I think at one point you told law enforcement that it was about the size of a refrigerator, right?
Right.
Okay.
We're going to start calling Jackie Fulford Joe Dirt. It's official.
So you
I will
did
strike
an
any
initial
comment that
interview.
says her name.
You've been deposed. You testified in Catherine McBanawaz's trial and in Charlie's trial, right?
Right, this is my 4th trial.
Okay. So I have the transcripts from each of those. And you testified on direct that you didn't think the Adelsons, referring to all of them, you didn't think they were curious about who had killed Danny and what had happened. You recall telling law enforcement that?
Right, at that time it seemed that way.
Okay, and didn't you later say that you were really just speculating about that?
Yes.
Are breathing into the microphone so
You
loud.
testified, let's see, when you testified in Katie McBanawaz's second trial, referring to this statement about attributing to Donna that she said those words about Danny coming back from the grave and haunting her. In Katie's second trial, you actually kind of came off of that, didn't you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. When you
Lost train of
testified,
thought.
so you originally made that statement to law enforcement. You used those words.
Yes.
He came back from the grave, haunting her, something to that effect.
Right.
Okay. But when you testified in Katie's trial, didn't you say that those weren't the exact words that she said? She was just very upset, and to you it came out like that. Didn't you testify to that?
What's the page and line?
Let's see, it would be page 1196. Well, it starts at line 3, the questioning, but the answer is lines 14 through 16. I don't know, like, if they were those exact words, I think she was just so, like, stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. That's what you testified to, correct?
If it says it there, I don't remember Katie's trial because it's been a while, but if it says it there, then that's what I said.
And you were testifying under oath then, correct? Every single time that you've given these... I'm sorry. You were under oath, correct?
I'm sorry?
Please answer out loud to all questions, just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court reporter can't put down that you're nodding your head.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the answer was yes, you were under oath.
Yes, I think if it says that, then yes.
Well, you took an oath here today before you started testifying, correct?
Yes.
And the other trials, you did the same thing. You swore to tell the truth, right?
Right.
Can I have
June
just a
cannot.
little moment, Judge?
June can't even hide her disgust. She can barely even look at Joe Dirt. You see the look on June's face while she's looking at Joe Dirt. She's like this. She's like, right. I don't. Can you hide your face or something? Because I'm about to vomit on the stand. You're grossing me out.
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes.
You may step down at this point.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Get all your stuff, June.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yay. Yes. Ryan Fitzpatrick is actually waiting. June is absolutely lovely. Please show the back of her hair so we can confirm. But we know it's perfect. Yep. Perfect, shiny, smooth. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Yeah. They have nothing, Amy. They have absolutely nothing. There's nothing that they can say except for, well, didn't one time you kind of maybe said that she maybe didn't say that, but you said it 5 other freaking times? Like, nice try, guys. Oh my God, Ryan Fitzpatrick has a mustache.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, RyanFitzpatrick.
Sir, do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was Charlie's mother.
Okay, were you friends with Charlie?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the time frame that you all were friends?
Probably 2013, 2014 to 2019, 2020. I can't really.
Okay. And during the time y'all were friends, were you like best friends?
We were very close friends, yes, ma'am.
Close friends. And based on your knowledge of Charlie Adelson, was he really close with his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
And also with his sister, Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did they feel about Dan Markell, if you know?
I'm going to check. They haven't laid a foundation as to which person. They doesn't describe anything related to my client.
Speaking objections, please sit down.
I'll re-ask the question. How did
Please
Donna
sit
Adelson
down,
feel
Joe
about
Dirt.
Markell?
Didn't like Dan.
Okay. And Charlie, did he have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Catherine McBanawa one of those girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
Is that somebody that you ever met or hung out with?
I believe once or twice in passing, but didn't, like I've testified before, didn't pay any attention to Charlie's girlfriends.
Okay, so she didn't stand out to you as anything special among the crowd?
May have looked like the others, but no, didn't stand out to me at all.
May have looked like the others. Stop!
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's practice of how he keeps his cash?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And how is that?
Stapled money, 10-100 equals 1,000. I've been paid by stapled money by Charlie Adelson before. That's how I know.
Okay. And when the murder of Dan Markell occurred, was that during the time frame that you were really close with Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, it was prior to us growing closer as friends.
Okay. When you did grow closer as friends, did Mr. Adelson mention the murder to you?
It wasn't discussed. Dan wasn't a topic of discussion. There was no, nobody, it was odd because it wasn't.
Okay, so you were aware of it, that it happened?
Yes, ma'am. It was.
Okay, but nobody talked about it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the law enforcement operation that's been referenced as the bump, where Donna Adelson was approached on the street?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And did Charlie Adelson talk to you about the bump? His mom being approached?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and prior to that, had Charlie Adelson ever mentioned being harassed or extorted or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so when this happened with his mother, did his demeanor change? How was he acting about this incident?
Charlie became agitated, nervous, anxiety. I guess looking back now, guilty, just abnormal.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
He made the statement at one time that you could get away with anything if you keep your mouth shut, and implied murder.
Wow. Wow.
After the arrests that occurred in this case, and I'm referencing the 3 suspects that were arrested prior to him, did that impact his behavior, demeanor around you?
When the others were arrested?
When the other arrests occurred?
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. That behavior continued to increase.
Okay, so he was anxious, would you say?
More needy. Charlie talked a lot, and he talked a lot about it. Yes, ma'am.
And he talked a lot about what? Those arrests?
Charlie would talk about something repeatedly, almost to help himself believe something, or to talk to you till he was blue in the face, until you were almost so tired of hearing it that you were like, oh, okay, and you believed it. But
Okay.
it was nauseating. It's tiring.
He was a talker.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is it fair to say that Charlie was not stressed out at all about the murder or anything related to this case prior to that law enforcement operation?
From my understanding, yes, ma'am.
And after that operation, based on your observations of him, he became very upset and worried about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Why are they not preparing while this is going on? I can't. Rainbow Bright, I've learned that I can't eat or drink anything while in chat or listening to Jackie. I've cleaned up so many messes the past couple days. Yeah, so Charlie says you can get away with anything if you keep your mouth shut, and he implied murder. And yet we have all of this. I mean, the best thing on the tap when they had the recording at the Dolce Vita, the best thing is that he's like, you just got to shut up. How do they get you? They get you to talk, or they throw in a smoke bomb and all the cockroaches run out or something.
Morning, sir.
Oh, it's just so funny.
I've never met you, but we spoke on the phone once, and then you did a deposition. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
The deposition was recently, I think August the 14th. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you appeared by video.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. When you gave your deposition, you indicated that you barely know Donna Adelson, correct?
I didn't know her like I knew Charlie, no, ma'am.
And you've been around her many times.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was always nice to you.
Very nice.
She and Harvey were pleasant to be around.
Very pleasant.
You knew Charlie very well, as you've testified.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were friends,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
But that ended, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was an ugly ending.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you were very good friends with Charlie. Were you familiar with the cash that he kept in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he keep it stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, $100 bills, 10 of them, so 1,000 at a time?
Yes, ma'am.
He had a safe in his house, and that's where he kept his money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of had some issues. I think my co-counsel was asking you some questions in your deposition, but the bottom line is you have a feeling, and that you say that it's known that the Adelsons didn't like Dan Markel, but you couldn't give us a specific comment in your deposition that Donna Adelson ever made. It's just well known, correct?
It was implied, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Direct examination.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at any time?
No, Your Honor.
You are released, sir. Have a good day.
Yep, we're gonna make.
Please call your next witness.
Yeah, we're going to need to speak to her first. We were provided with some information before today or to report.
Speaking objection.
No, it's still
Hold on,
there.
stop talking. Please take the jurors to the jury room.
That's where we were watching. The June entrance was from that video.
You can be seated. If there's a topic that needs to be addressed, please ask to approach, but no gratuitous statements need to be made in front of the jurors.
I apologize to the court, Judge. I thought this was something that had been worked out previously with the state, and I should not have made those comments. I apologize.
You need to speak with Ms. Hull before she testifies.
We do, Judge.
State, you need to be heard concerning this.
Yes, sir.
Very well. How long will it take to speak with Ms. Hull about this matter?
It should not take long, but maybe 15 minutes, Judge?
For scheduling purposes, I think for direct, maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm not sure about cross, so whatever the court would like to do with that.
Right, let's put the jurors then on early lunch. During this time, the defense can speak with Mrs. Hall
Who's
about
next?
any topics that you need to prior to her examination. Please bring the jurors out so we can put them on the lunch break.
Yeah, I think they already ruled that the book is going to be able to come in.
That's fine.
All right, so tell them that they're going to send the jury to lunch.
There's for one.
Okay. And say, and I'm going to have lunch too.
I have one too.
Yeah. Jackie Fulford literally looks like she just crawled out of a ditch and like just somehow snuck into the courtroom. So it looks like they're going to be sending, I know, that was sad. I have them pulled up though. So we'll watch them elsewhere. I just want to stay here. Who's next? I didn't catch that. I had a little gerby in my lap. So I did not I didn't catch who was next. Hold on, guys. Say thank you, voice of Crystal.
Everyone can be seated.
Say thank you for the super
Members of the
chat.
jury, we're going to take an early lunch break today. Once again, I'm going to remind you of the instructions that you have received before, not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. If anyone attempts in any way to speak to you about this case or talk to you, please make sure you report that matter to the bailiff so I can deal with it appropriately. Also, during the lunch break, do not look at any information about this case or any of the news reporting. Again, you may eat together if you choose to do so, but the only prohibition is discussing this case. We will get started again at 12:35. Please make sure you have reported by 12:30. Enjoy your break. We'll resume at that point.
Okay, so I was just looking at the order of the witnesses from Charlie's trial, and I think it's going to be Katie next, guys.
Everyone can be seated.
Say, I think it's going to be
Parties,
Katie.
please report back at 12:30 as well. This should give the defense an opportunity to speak with Mrs. Hull and have your midday break as well. Does anything else need to be addressed?
Just one thing, Judge. The state is going to present a PowerPoint presentation during Mrs. Hull's testimony, and I do have an objection, a hearsay objection to slide 38. It's a text messaging conversation between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson, and Harvey's statements would be hearsay, and that was ruled on yesterday as well.
May I respond, Judge?
Go ahead.
Let me pull up the slide just a moment.
And it was also a statement before the conspiracy judge. It was December 14th of 2012.
So, Judge, I believe the court has seen this before, but I can also provide the court with a copy. Slide 38 is a text message exchange between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson from 2012, where they are discussing having a large amount of cash. and I plan to ask Ms. Hull, did the family keep a large amount, or did the family keep cash? Did they have access to a lot of cash? Did they have, did they give cash discounts at their dental practice? And this is an example of them taking whatever. It's okay. Taking whatever cash that they did receive and keeping it as opposed to depositing it in the bank. And so I do think that it's probative and more probative than it is prejudicial.
I believe the objection is hearsay, not that it's relevant.
Okay. Yeah, let me see. Harvey is the one making the statement.
Mary Hull, she's on the witness list. I have no idea who that is. Let me try to look it up.
I mean, okay, so the statement is, I have too much cash, and talking about there's no tax advantages for a large gift, except that he has too much cash. But we're not proving it to prove he has too much cash at that time. We're using it to prove this family keeps a large amount of cash outside of, banking institutions. They have a lot of cash, and that would be relevant to them having a large amount of cash at the time that these payments were made.
So you're not offering the statement for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather a separate point.
Not for the truth of the matter asserted in these messages, but rather the fact that they had cash in general and kept cash out of banks.
And that is for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge. She's trying to use this, a hearsay statement, from a person who's not a party to this litigation. There's an argument in Charlie's trial, but here, this is not about Donna, and they say they're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, but then she turned around and said, we're using it to prove they had a lot of cash. So if they are using it for the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay, Mary Hull
What would be the other issue?
is the financial investigator.
It's not for the truth of the matter asserted. As Fulford is making a good point.
I think that if it were for the truth of the matter asserted, it would be that he has too much cash on this date and there's no tax advantage of this gift. But we're using it to show that they keep a large amount of cash outside of banking institutions, that they have a large amount of cash in general. That's just the distinction I'm saying. But the statement is, I have too much cash.
Splitting the hairs pretty thin. On that matter, I'll reserve a ruling for now. Do you have a copy of slide 38 that I can review?
Yes, sir. I'll be right back with it.
Okay, so as soon as they're done with this, I'm going to go ahead and play a video for you guys, and then I will, I gotta go make my little Jerbies some lunch, and then I'll be back with everybody. Yeah, in case you missed it earlier, I do have monetization off for this live, so we shouldn't be having any ad breaks. I pay for, I have YouTube Premium, so there's not going to be any ad breaks on the Tallahassee Democrat either, so we should be good for that. All right, everybody's leaving, guys. I'm going to go ahead and Everett. The amount of times Everett has told the defense to sit down is absolute. Just beautiful. I can't even love it anymore. All right, I think Sarah's looking for something. Do we care about watching them still argue this, or do you want me to go ahead and start that? Oh, she got it. They're like, we're doing a great job here. You and me, we're doing great. Donna, we're winning this. We're winning this. Arby's like, fuck Ryan Fitzpatrick. Fuck Junam Chinda. I hate Rob Adelson. Yeah, I agree. Phil Markel looks great. Ruth Markel. It's really so terrible that they have to sit here and listen again. Seriously, like, you can put all your stuff away, guys. I wonder if the Zelle account is going to come in for this.
I will find that this does predate the conspiracy, at least as it's been alleged during this trial. Additionally, as to the discussion of cash and it flowing from one party to the next between the two Adelsons, as to that, it cannot be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It is hearsay. The non-hearsay basis that it's being offered for, again, Ms. Dugan, is what exactly that's unrelated to the money specifically.
Can you say the last part is unrelated to what?
What is the unrelated aspect of this exhibit that's unrelated to the money that you're offering it for?
Right, I mean, it is related to the money. We're trying to establish that they keep a large amount of cash, they don't put it in banks, and they transfer it from one family member to another.
Adrian Brody is who I think he looks like.
Transfer it via just giving it to them, as opposed to putting in a bank.
I sure hope so, boys of Crystal.
You may question Investigator Hull concerning what she learned as a result of going through the financial records, but as to the slide, I will sustain the objection unless there is another basis for which it's being offered, not the truth of the matter asserted. Well, that is our break at this point. Please return at 12:30.
All right, guys, we've got an hour. I'm going to go ahead and put on a video and... Yeah. Say, Juicy, say, do you like the trial so far? Say, we love June. Say, she is lovely. Yes, she is. Okay, so I want to do something that is about an hour long. Okay, this is before I was narrating stuff. I think,
I said you.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and do... You saw me? I think I'm going to go ahead and do this one. Because this is... Can I play Shrek 4? Yeah, and then I'll be copyright claimed like I always am anyway. Okay, so I'm going to put this video on and I'll be back in a little bit, guys. Say see you soon.
See you soon.
Say enjoy the video.
Hey, Charlie. Hey, how are you? Good. How are you? Good. Okay. What did you think of the apartment? Well, the only apartment that that's all. You just won't be able to use it. You won't be able to look out. Well, you can look out. It's like a light blue tint that they put on the window, so you can look out. But you have access to the balcony? No. Oh, you can't use the balcony? No. That's why they reduced it by $5,000. They reduced it by $8,000. Maybe I'll take it. That's not all from $5,000. That's what it's worth. Yeah. So I will use the facilities, and that's it. Yeah. So they said, yeah, they came down and said, how flexible? Well, the owner's a little flexible. I mean, he's already come down $5,000. I said, yeah, you have an unusable balcony, and you can't. And you're talking about almost the full year, and that's the guesstimate. It could be the whole year. So yeah, I wouldn't. He knows he's got a problem with that. He's thinking he'll have to be living. They won't rent for that. It'll be a $6,000 rental. And nobody worked for $6,000. For $6,000, I would take it. I would tell them, listen, you can use half of what's nice about it. You want 12, I'll give you 6. Yeah. But for 6, it would be worth it to have the security, to have the facilities. You know, if and this is the big if you like something, the answer is figure out if you can afford it. And if you can, if you like it, get it. It's a very simple equation because it's all about enjoying every day, and if you can afford it, because you can't take it with you. You know, if it was $20,000, I'd say no, but at 12, I mean, see what negotiations you could do, and the question is, do you really want it? If you really want it, then I go get it. Yeah, I mean, was it really? The kitchen was amazing. I really liked the kitchen. The round bed that moved in a circular fashion. It had a built-in jacuzzi in the bedroom. Gorgeous. In the bedroom. It had a built-in jacuzzi. It had a waterfall, like one of these Asian waterfalls that went down the wall with lights and water. 1 second, talk to Grandpa. Let me just have 1 minute to talk to Uncle Charlie. Did you watch it? No Netflix. No. So it had a waterfall that goes down the wall into the jacuzzi. It's got lighting. You go into the bathroom, which has a private toilet, and it's got the Japanese toilet that kind of does everything for you. Oh, it's got yeah. It's a Japanese toilet. It's got lighting and features and walls, stuff that I never. I mean, is it my taste? Is it ultra modern that I like? No, but the TV set in the living room that drops down from the ceiling, and you could watch it from the living room couch, or you press another button and it about faces, and you could watch it from the bedroom. The toys in that apartment. I spoke to him for 2 seconds. He said the guy put like $1 million in the apartment. Oh yeah. Can I just tell you something? And this is just my philosophy. You know, it's always been my philosophy, but especially this week, it's been my philosophy even more. You only live once.
If only Charlie had followed his own philosophy a little more.
So pissed that you wanted to fly first class like that. And then that was also going to be like a good solid 2 weeks off work. Yeah. I know. Jesus Christ, if I had a fucking time machine. And I was very put off by the idea of getting 700,000 sky miles. And I was very put off by the thought of missing 2.5 weeks of work. And I would have gone to Japan as a beautiful girl and loved me and wanted to have a family and have a wife and go on first class. Instead, I fucking worked like a little dog. I make more money for fucking what? Fucking what? I got, what, 2.5 million airline miles left? I don't know what you have, but I know it's a lot. Yeah. Yeah. You got about 2.5 million airline miles. 2.5 million airline miles. Don't want to take 2 weeks off of work. I'm sitting in jail rotting for almost 19 months. I'm literally rotting away. 19 months. I look like that. First time this mirror glass makes me like, I can actually see what I look like because I've been looking off of like a chrome plate. Like, I definitely don't look the same. It's just, I mean, it's like, it just bothered me, like, it, honestly, like, you couldn't have a bigger change in life. Like, being 36 years old, the girl wanted you to move to continue with her family, fly first class to Japan. You couldn't have a bigger change, could you? You couldn't, I mean, like, If you realize what I've experienced in life, like where I was, what I built up, where I got to in life on my own.
My name is Dr. Charlie Adelson, and I am a periodontist. When a patient comes to my office, they're being treated like family.
I had a patient of mine that I did 7 implants on. 2 of them failed. Okay, she was like 80-something years old. It was on an immediate load fixed hybrid. So then all of a sudden they want to go use someone else.
I love how he says all of a sudden, as if a third of those implants didn't just fail.
The daughter calls me up. She's from Boca. She says, listen, I want the money back from my mom's entire case. I'd already done an immediate load fixed hybrid from the lab that cost me, $2,000 with parts and everything. It's extortion.
Charlie literally can't even turn around without being extorted.
Any patient in my office said, I'm calling the board of dentistry tomorrow unless you write me $1,000. You're gonna write the check. I'm gonna probably write a check for $1,000. I didn't like my cleaning. I'm calling the board of dentistry. I'm making a complaint, or you give me $1,000. I give the cleaning for free and give you $1,000 because it's not worth my time of what I'm about to deal with. I mean, isn't that horrible? And thank God everyone doesn't know the little magic words to say. But that's really the magic word for free dentistry today. Lawsuit and board of dentistry. Okay.
We use nitrous oxide and oral sedation for the highest level of patient comfort and relaxation.
First of all, there is no allergy to epinephrine. Epinephrine is occurring in your body naturally. If I pull up a knife and screw with a knife, what's going to happen? Your body's going to release a bunch of it. It's adrenaline. That's all epinephrine is. There is no allergy to epinephrine. That's why they used it in every single globule. What happens sometimes is if someone has tachycardia and you give like six of them, and they get that little flutter to their chest and a little more adrenaline. Usually it's really just from them seeing the needle. But that's all. It's funny. I've had so many patients tell me they can't take epi. They're allergic to epi. They can't take epi. Okay. Okay, no epi, and I give them a shot of epi. I go, no, that's because I know what's in the carpule and I know what's in their body. Yeah. I'll give them like half a carpule of epi. Otherwise, what happens is the anesthetic wears off and they're in pain and their adrenaline flows. Yeah. So I go, how was that? They go, oh, so much better. This old doc I used to have used to use epi every time. But that was fantastic. I'm like, yeah, I used epi, hon. Sorry. I don't say that to them, but like, even when people tell me that, unless it's an old person with a heart condition or something like that, I use it. What my life was like, hanging out with friends who liked me and were successful and good times and opportunities and building, working, doing nothing but working. All my friends were struggling, trying to figure out their businesses, and I'm sitting at the Continuum JUCO having tequilas and talking about our future, and that was reality. That was the pinnacle. You can't get higher than that. Beautiful girl, she had money, I was successful, I was good looking.
Actually, I may have tracked down Junko, and if this is the right girl, she is beautiful. But Charlie, in the words of Kevin McAllister,
nothing but like opportunities galore.
So we all wish we had a time machine. Say that.
I'm sure you do, Donna.
Oh, whoopsie. Let me go ahead and put these away. Sorry about that. Here's your bag, Donna. Oh, dropped your phone. This belongs to you? Whoa, cool phone. iPhone 11 Pro Max? Enjoy your flight to Vietnam, non-murderer.
But you gotta understand, Mom, that's what my life was.
I know what your life was.
Like, it's not like, oh, I was hoping to do this. I mean, I was there. Like, I was there. I made it.
Yeah.
Like, I fucking made it, and I made it on my own. Like, I didn't make it by screwing people over. I made it on my own. Nobody was helping me. Nobody was doing shit for me.
Meh, let's talk about that, Charlie. I later spoke to a Steve who called the tip line with information relevant to this investigation. Steve provided background information on Charlie Adelson, Wendy's brother. According to Steve, Charlie is very manipulative, conniving, and capable of murder or murder for hire. Charlie has made a life of getting even with people, but in very stealthy manners that leaves little trace back to him. Steve later provided information that Charlie paid for 2 Fort Lauderdale police officers to fake evict someone from their own business. Charlie also owns guns, to include a short black revolver. Steve has seen Charlie possess this gun on prior occasions. I later spoke to Steve again, who explained that it was him who had been evicted by the paid-off police officers. He explained that Charlie had bought into Steve's business, a deli restaurant, and they were business partners. At one point, the idea for a second restaurant came about and they opened it up. At some point after this, Charlie came to Steve and asked him to sign some paperwork. Steve agreed, but stated after he read it first. Charlie became defensive about this and argued with Steve about trust. Steve never signed the paperwork, and later that day was...
You know what I forgot about that I wanted to play? We'll play it tomorrow during lunch. And please remind me, because I will probably forget again. The video that I'm working on, because it's almost an hour long right now. So that's what we'll watch tomorrow.
Visited at his home by 2 Fort Lauderdale police officers who basically gave him a fake eviction from his own business and a trespass warning. Steve was able to figure out the ruse and get the name of the police officers, but he was not willing to take it up with the Fort Lauderdale Police Department or any other authority. Steve was not willing to provide those names to me either. Later, I spoke to Clark, who explained that he is the father of Steve. Clark provided additional information on the Adelson family. He stated that he and Harvey Adelson were the best of friends. Both were periodontists in the South Florida area. Clark also helped start up the dental school at Nova Southeastern. As a favor for Harvey, Clark was able to get Charlie in the school even at the disagreement of other faculty members. As Charlie progressed in school, he was failing and not doing his required work in the classes. When Clark brought this up to Charlie, Charlie got defensive and then accused Clark of sexually harassing him while at school. Clark was able to disprove the allegations, but this severed the friendship between him and Harvey.
Oh, really quickly. So I was looking up I wanted to see if I could find out exactly how much the business was sold for when it was sold from Harvey to Charlie. And it was probably like $1. It was just bullshit. They pretty much just changed the name on the LLC of who was the owner. But the amount of LLCs that Charlie owns is staggering. There are 4 entire pages, and one of them is this deli. It's called Nosher's Deli, and it was in here. And guess what? There was only one person on the list of owners for this deli, and it was Charlie. So more than likely, Charlie filed this under his name only, and then served this guy with an eviction notice. It is absolutely insane. These people have no boundaries.
Harvey. Clark explained that Harvey was somehow able to use his influence on the Nova board to include a local judge in Broward County to get Charlie passed through with a degree. Clark explained that Charlie did not meet 25% of his requirements to earn his degree, and amongst the allegations was somehow just given a degree and has been practicing periodontics with his father ever since. Clark explained that Charlie is manipulative and a pathological liar. Clark explained that all this occurred around 2006 and that in 2008, he and Harvey had a chance encounter while on vacation. He stated that once Harvey saw him, he immediately approached him, got within inches of his face, and were nearly touching. Clark stated that Harvey wanted to fight him right there on the vacation, but Clark was able to walk away from the encounter. But beforehand, Harvey made a statement to the effect of, "No one ever messes with my children." Clark stated that he had known Harvey for over 30 years and grew up with him, going on vacations, parties, business ventures, and he was very friendly and thoughtful. But he saw nothing but hate and was prepared to do violence despite their history, on the word of his son. Clark also stated that he was aware that Charlie kept cash in shoeboxes in his house and that he makes shady deals with dentists in his area and pockets the money so he doesn't have to report it to the IRS.
Like, I was there. I made it.
Yeah.
Like, I fucking made it, and I made it on my own. Like, I didn't make it by screwing people over. I made it on my own. Nobody was helping me. Nobody was doing shit for me.
Yeah.
You know, if I asked my sister for something, it was to fucking translate something into Spanish. That was the big ask. Like, I wasn't... Hold on a second. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good, man. Hey, if you could get that... Yeah.
Charlie? Charlie? Hello?
Yeah.
Ground control to Major Stam, your service dead. There's something wrong, can you hear me, Major Stam? Can you hear me, Major Stam? Can you hear me, Major Stam? Can you hear? Am I sitting in my jail cell?
I knew this was going to be, you know, I knew this was going to be bullshit before I even got up here. Like, I knew it in my bones, and I fucking expressed it many times. I mean, let me ask you this, did I ever say anything other than what it was going to be when I got up here?
You knew this was going to be bullshit before you even got up here? You mean you knew that you were going to be guilty and that everyone would see how guilty you were? Yeah, that's rough.
I know. No, I know you did, Charlie. I know you did.
I saw my life change. I saw the people in my life change. I saw all the opportunities in my life disappear. I saw what I was to people, and they just trying to use me. And I saw the level of goals that I used to get and then did get. And it's just like, the quality of everything just went down the fucking toilet. The quality of the people, the quality of the opportunity, the quality of, like, of everything that I, like, was around me. You know, I just literally saw it all disappear before my eyes.
Geez, Charlie, that's too bad. Your whole life just changing like that in front of your eyes. I wonder who else could have gone through something like that. Yeah, I wish I could think of whose life could have been more negatively affected than yours, but my mind just fails me at the moment.
I spent a fortune, fucking absolute fortune, embracing the bullshit. And brought in the absolute fucking best, given the best shot in the whole world.
Puzzle pieces.
Yes, you did.
Best shot in the whole world we're going to have. You know, I was as sharp as I'm ever going to be in that room. I was prepared as I'm ever going to be. Didn't have a fucking chance at that. Not a chance at all. With that level of everything, to not get one, you know, that's what it tells me. Like, not fucking one. Not anyone really putting mine in there back then. Like, I knew that's what I was up against.
That's what you were up against? A murder charge with a boatload of evidence against you? Rough.
I'm sorry to keep going on. I feel better when I talk to you.
Good.
Okay.
Fine.
Thank you for listening to me.
Yeah. I need to thank you for listening. I love you, and there's no words for this. Honestly, there's just no words.
No problem, Charlie. Dad and I will always be here for you. Right up until next week when we will board a one-way trip to Vietnam and never speak to you again. But until then, always.
So long, which just killed me is that I fucking knew what Tallahassee was going to be about in this whole experience before I got up here. So it's like, I knew what it could be, I knew it was going to be, I bought into the bullshit it wasn't going to be, but it clearly is what I thought it was, in that you can't get one fucking juror. Not one. Because the strikes that I had to use up on people that were the 911 operators and that was on the lieutenant on the police department. Like, the lady whose boyfriend's a sheriff's officer in town. Like, it wasn't real strikes. It was like people you had to get rid of. Couldn't keep one good one from me. The jury of my fucking peers.
No jury of your peers? Come on, Charlie. You really expected them to find...
Someone came in scolding me during jury selection in the chat, being like, it's not a jury of your peers. You're only to get a fair and impartial jury. It's like, yeah, no, I understand. These are the jokes, and you clearly haven't been listening to the phone calls. But I digress.
And 12 crooked periodontists who cheated their way through dental school, sell steroids, and travel overseas to abuse minors. That's a bit of a reach.
Not one person on there that was... Yeah, the alternate was like here. That's why AJ made him the alternate. Yeah, he said he would have quit him. We'd have a hung jury, we'd be going to trial and 6 days now.
Right.
Yeah. This was fucking exactly what I thought it was going to be. Listen, I'm not going to give up hope. I'm going to stay in there.
Please don't, because we'll fight. As long as I know you're hanging in there, we will fight for you, Charlie. You know that.
Yeah, no, I will. I know you guys are going to take care of stuff when you're on the outside.
Of course, Charlie. We'll try to send you a message in a bottle from Vietnam.
And it's not like you're 35 where it's like, all right, I've got my money. I got to make my money last 50 years. I can't be a moron.
No, but you'll want to have some set aside to bribe your fellow inmates to lie for you.
Right. What you and Dad need to say to yourself is, number one, is this really so cool, something I've never I never thought I'd live in a million years, okay? And then you got to say this. Don't look at the number. Just say, can I afford it? Right. Not does it make sense? Because you know what the truth is? That's an absurd amount to pay a month for an apartment. Oh, no, it's ridiculous.
Well, don't worry, Donna, because pretty soon the taxpayers will be taking care of all of your living expenses.
But if you knew you were going to live another 30 years, I would say that's absurd. What you have to remember is this, and I hate to say it to you.
No, I know. I have a limited span. I know.
Everyone has a limited span. Okay. But there's also...
You get to this age, you're really more limited.
Listen, and people understand it very well, and that's why they sell a car when it's got 100,000 miles on it. Right? Because it's like, well, 150,000 miles. A car's not going to run for 1,000,000 miles. Everyone knows that. So what I would say is this, is figure out what you have coming in. Like, you get $3,000 a month for Social Security, and you get $6-7 a month for the apartment, from the apartment complex. So you're right there, you're at $9,000 a month, right? Then you figure out what you're getting from your investments, you figure out what you have, and you figure out Dad's still working a little bit, and you figure out what you could be going through a month, right?
Yeah. The question is, let me tell you what the problem is in that apartment. For me, I have 2 little boys. Do you know what the damage deposit would be in that apartment? Like, this thing is fixed up with the cheapest crap imaginable.
I know, can I just tell you something? Mom.
Yeah, it was more than expensive. But it was...
Like for lounge chairs or for...
No. Yeah, like the 2 chairs. Like the 2 lounge chairs.
Okay, no, Junko just had 2 regular chairs that could fit there. You could never fit a lounge chair on her place.
You could see the cruise ships, you could see the beach. I mean, and the living room, even though it didn't have the balcony out there, the living room was like beautiful view. I mean, just
How, what view is it? The south? What view?
Honey, is that, I'm not sure. Is that the south view, honey?
Well, it has to be. You can see the cruise ships, Mom.
Yeah, I don't know. South, yeah, south.
Yeah, the cruise ships are to the south. You're not looking to the north.
Right. It was south and the beach. It was beautiful. It's beautiful.
Well, did you have a view of the city, or
you should go look at it.
Is it a view of the city, or?
No, just to the left, I think, a little bit. You could see the city.
You mean to the right if you're looking south?
You know what?
Oh, you're so backwards. It's like
I am.
The cruise ships are to the south. You're like, is it to the north it's looking? No, if you're looking north, how do you look to the south at the same time?
Am I detecting a hint of jealousy from our little baby Charlie?
Wait, hold on. I know. Hold on. What's that?
I'm sitting in front of an office 20 minutes late.
Come
Mom,
on, Charlie.
can I just tell you something? If the cruise ships are to the south, how would you look to the north and see them?
Because if you look to the left, you could see city. You could see like the South Beach, not the city of Miami, but you could see some of South Beach.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out if it's a southeast or southwestern view. City to the west, south.
So those would be southeast.
Okay. Listen, it's at the end of the day, it's not being rented, so.
Oh, I know.
I would, if you, the big thing is, if you want it.
Do I want it? Right.
And the thing is this, it's like, if you were like, you know what, and I haven't seen it, so I don't know, I'm just saying, like, if it's something that you and Dad look at, and you're like, this would be so cool to live here, I think you should just punch the button and get it. And if the answer is yes, then I'll go get it. And say it. And you gotta have the attitude of, listen, when I'm 80, we're gonna sit down, and we'll cut back on our spending. And honestly, like, what you need to say is, when you're 80, we'll sit down and we'll cut back on our living expenses at that point. And maybe you will scale it back, but worry about it when you're 80.
My husband's almost 80 years old. He can't.
Oh, Harvey's almost 80 years old? How serendipitous. That's perfect timing. I guess it's a good news, bad news type of thing. The good news is your living expenses have been cut. The bad news is your legal expenses have gone way up. You win some, you lose some.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to do you don't have to say, well, 85 or 90, but you can say, you know what, we'll do whatever makes us happy, and when we're 80, we'll sit down and we'll cut back if we have to. And that should be the rule. And when you're 80, you'll sit down and cut back. And you may. Did you see what I'm saying?
I do.
Otherwise, honestly, if you see something you like but you don't get it because it doesn't make sense, what doesn't make sense is not getting what you want.
Right.
That's moronic. But you got to see if you like it and it makes you happy. I'd say go get it. And if next week you can always change your mind.
It's been 1 week.
That's true. That's true. You know what I'm saying? You're not writing a check for $5 million. You're talking about the difference of $20,000 or $30,000 on a year. Who gives the answer? You work too hard to be sitting here and not getting a place that you want. Now, if you don't want it, you don't want it. The whole thing is pointless.
Right.
But if you're like,
I have to really think about it, and I have to see it again.
Right, but you sit back, think about it, and just be like, hey, would I be really happy waking up here in the morning with this as my view? Like, really, really happy. Would I like the security and the valet and everything else that comes with this place better than where I'm at? And if the answer is yes, don't even Don't even look at the money. Then that's stupid if you do that. I'm not saying to spend $25,000 a month on an apartment, but you're talking about the difference of 8 and 12 or 9 and 12. I think you're just being silly at that point.
Okay, sounds good. Go to work. I got you.
You may examine when you're ready, Ms. Wolford.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, at the commencement of the hearing on the motion to suppress, you said your name for the record, Donna Adelson. Can you tell the court how many times prior to your arrest for the charges that are pending in this case have you been arrested for criminal offenses?
Never.
And how long were you incarcerated at the Leon County Detention Facility? Do you recall?
15 and a half months, 470 days.
And within that period of time, the 470 days, have you been held in the same location in the Leon County Detention Facility or different locations?
Different locations.
Okay, and your first location was where?
First location was in solitary confinement on a direct observation unit.
Do you know how long you were there?
50 days.
Okay. And where did you go following solitary?
To the NPOD, like N is in November. It's an open pod, general population.
What does that mean, open pod, general population?
So I was with 60 some odd other inmates, all in one open area.
And you had beds in your room, I assume?
There were each sections off about 10 women. So, and there'd be a cement wall, and then there'd be another 10 women and a cement wall. So it was fairly quiet, actually, even with that many women, because we were separated in small groups, so it wasn't that loud.
Shouldn't everything be quiet to you because of your terribly clogged ear canals?
Okay, and do you recall when you were taken out of the inn like Nancy pod?
Yes, in August, they said they had maintenance to do and that we would be moved to the annex, which is a building outside of the jail.
Okay, and so I'm not going to be specific as to dates, but you were arrested in November of 2023 in solitary confinement for 50 days to whatever date that took you to.
January 9th.
Okay, and then from January 9th all the way through some date in August of 2024.
Correct.
You were in the inn like Nancy pod. And then you said you were transferred to the annex. Can you describe the conditions inside the annex, please?
So the annex is kind of a temporary type building. It's not a brick building. It's kind of like a temporary building, and it's and there are 66 women, all in bunk beds, all open. You're kind of one on top of the next. There's no separation at all.
So one big open room?
One big open room with 66 beds, yes.
Okay. And how long did you stay? So from August of 2024 until when? How long did you stay in the annex?
I was moved again on February 3rd, 2025.
Okay. Okay, and you were here when the gentleman was testifying about the call buttons to alert someone if you're having a medical emergency. Was there one of those in the NPOD?
No.
Was there one in the annex?
No.
Okay.
And I know that Donna is an iPad kid who got moved to Wakulla County Jail so she could have her tablet. But I was able to dig up all of her past addresses so we can see exactly how far she's fallen. This 5-bedroom, 4-bath, 4,000 square foot home would have been where the kids would have lived most of their childhood. It's giving Miami Brady Bunch. Upon entering the home, you are greeted by this monstrosity. The remainder of the home boasts high ceilings with an open floor plan. This home recently sold for over $1 million in April of 2025. She and Harvey then moved into a 2-bedroom, 2-bath condo on Miami Beach. Although notably smaller in size at just over 1,500 square feet, it is no less opulent with the current assessed value at $1.8 million. They then moved into the luxurious Icon Brickell building in Miami in 2015. Apartment 1602 is a modern 2-bedroom, 3-bath condo. With breathtaking views and sprawling balconies, this 2,300 square foot condo showed off their wealth and status. The condo is currently valued at just under $2 million.
And I love the part where Georgia asked Wendy on the stand at Charlie's trial if her family was wealthy, if her parents were wealthy. And she says no. And meanwhile, they're living in a penthouse condo right on the edge of Miami. Like, it's too much.
And from all accounts, Harvey is still residing here. Amenities include a 300-foot-long pool, a spa featuring whirlpool tubs and cold plunge pools, as well as several upscale restaurants, a state-of-the-art fitness facility, and lavish movie theater. In one of the main restaurants, appetizer prices run up to $45. With 50 grams of caviar costing $450. There is also an exclusive white truffle menu with dishes costing up to $250. And this was the menu selection just a week and a half after Donna was arrested. Dinner for two could easily top $1,000.
Were you getting commissary for yourself?
So I have an account, and you can buy up to $40 a week of food, and so I use that account to buy food. But
Okay, let's make sure the court understands. When you say buy food, is there normal commissary through the jail where you were getting your commissary?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you were spending $40 a week on for yourself?
Mark, yes.
Okay, and what kind of items you're buying for yourself off of that?
I try to get some protein. I buy tuna fish with mayonnaise and
substitute meals, if you will?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this chicken what I have, or is this fish? I know it's tuna, but it says chicken by the sea. Is that stupid? What? Why is it called chicken by the sea or in the sea?
Chicken of the Sea is the brand. You know, because a lot of people eat tuna, it's like they like people eat chicken.
No one could have hated anybody more than Nick Lachey hated Jessica Simpson in this moment. It is so sad. Casey, I missed most of this conversation, but yes, yeah, I'll make a video on you. And I'll make it funny. And please, I hope everybody enjoys my graphic of my chicken tuna creation. I hope you guys enjoy that.
It's like the chicken of the sea.
Okay, I understand that. I read it wrong.
Is there a separate way that you can order commissary on the outside for inmates?
yeah, I can't do that. It would have to be ordered from somebody. You have to ask somebody on the outside to place the order.
Okay. And these packages cost about $40 each, is that correct?
My favorite thing is when the new inmates start using prison talk. Like hearing Donna say on the outside just makes my day.
and then $10 for packaging or shipping, so it's $50 a package.
Okay, I want to talk briefly about your time in protective custody. How big is the room that you're in?
6 by 9.
For the record, that is smaller than her closet at the Icon. Help me.
Okay, and are you in this room by yourself?
Yes.
And is the door, with the exception of when they allow you to come out, is the door kept closed all of the time?
It's supposed to be kept closed.
Okay, all right, and you're given, I'm kind of leading here, Judge, to try and get us through this, but you're allowed to come out of that room 1 hour per day on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you get to come out for 20 minutes, is that right?
20 minutes.
Okay, and on the weekends, you don't get to come out?
Not at all.
Okay, make sure you don't talk over me, okay?
I'm sorry.
That's okay, we're talking over each other.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So Saturday and Sunday, you don't.
So here's probably a sneak peek of what Donna's going to try to do when she takes a stand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just up here shaking like a leaf. I don't even know where I am, barely. I'm just a grandma. I just love my grandkids. I think of everybody first. I'm kind. I'm loving. I love it. I love everybody. I'm kind to everybody. I made banana bread, for God's sake. He hated nuts. I used chocolate chips. Come on, guys.
Come out at all. During your hour 3 days a week and your 20 minutes 2 days a week, is that when you are given the opportunity to take a shower?
Yes.
If you have time to walk, that's when you walk?
So on an hour day, I'll walk for 40 minutes or about, and then I'll take my shower at the end of that, so I get my shower in.
Okay, and laundry also, that's what you use that
All
time
of that,
for?
yes.
Other than that, you're locked inside that room?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, it was your understanding when you were put into protective custody that there's not ever supposed to be anybody out around you, is that right?
That's what I was told.
Okay, but protective custody is actually attached to a pod, is it not?
Yes.
And what pod is that?
M-pod, like Mary.
Okay. Now, you have testified earlier that different guards have kind of different rules that they follow inside the jail. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. During the time that you've been in protective custody, when you were told you should not be around anyone else in the pod or otherwise.
This is one of my favorites. This and putting her in the Hannibal Lecter. The Hannibal Lecter mask and on that little like dolly that they wheel him in on. That's next.
Have there been times when guards would have you around other inmates?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Is that the only time that you've been around other people since you've been put in protective custody, or have there been other situations?
There have been other times. Like yesterday, the officer buzzed my door, so I guess there was something she wanted me to do, so I opened my door. And I came out, and there were maybe, I don't know, half a dozen girls watching TV. I walked past them, and I asked the officer, "What did you want?" And she said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Adelson, I didn't mean to buzz you. Just go back to your room." I said, "Okay." So I turned around and went back.
Okay.
Donna's testimony was...
I'm really only pointing out these graphics because I swear to God, some of these things, it's like a 15-second clip and it takes like 2 hours or more for me to do. I genuinely, on an hour-long video, I am averaging about 100 hours just in editing, and that is not including the research, finding the clips, doing, the narration, doing the graphics. So every minute, every minute has like 3 or 4 hours of work done to it. So I just hope you appreciate it.
taken back from her bond hearing in March of 2025. This was her pathetic attempt to be let out of jail and to be put under house arrest until her trial. Her lawyers repeatedly argued that she wasn't a flight risk, despite the fact that she was literally arrested on the gangway with a one-way ticket to Vietnam. Whee! Donna's complaints could be summed up to the fact that she's accustomed to a certain lifestyle, and that jail wasn't fun for her. To which Sarah Dugan had the most beautiful response.
Ms. Adelson has complained about the jail being too loud. The food is not good, but she is in jail. It's not the Four Seasons.
She's in jail. It's not the Four Seasons. Maybe something you could have thought about before you decided to murder your ex-son-in-law? I'll be looking forward to seeing what prison she ends up getting sent to. Because I don't see a world where Donna does not get convicted for this crime. I feel like she's still holding on to the delusion that she's going home. I don't think this family has ever met a problem that they couldn't deal with by just throwing money at it. Further evidenced by the allegations that she and Harvey are actively trying to bribe witnesses, which, if true, only implicates them further. Being able to witness such a huge fall from wealth and prestige is one of the reasons why this case is so fascinating. And I don't think it'll be much longer until we see the rest of the dominoes begin to fall. This level of entitlement deserves to be punished.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Ooh, I can't wait to see her eat those fucking words. The smug ass fucking smile this stupid cunt has on her face when she says this makes me want to fucking punch her in the throat so hard it would like collapse her esophagus in one punch. Just a quick, swift punch to the throat. No more esophagus. No more talking, smiling, laughing for you, little Miss Wendy Pooh. I can't stand her. But look at this. Okay. So she thinks this is going to come across well. And I can only imagine the look that Tara Kawas is giving her after she says this. Because look at how uncomfortable she feels after she says this. This is my favorite.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
The level of insecurity you feel after that bold statement is correct. After watching every member of your family go down, there is no way you can't know that you are next. I have full faith in the state, and I'm looking forward to see who else Georgia will leave in her wake. I don't feel like this is over for a second, and I am here to continue to watch the falls from grace.
I don't think it's over for a second. I think we have so much more to see in this tangled little web that Wendy has woven and gotten everybody caught in it, and she's going to get caught herself. Yes, I did catch that. I could literally make an entire video just on the sighs and side comments that Georgia says when Wendy is on the stand. When she goes, "Oh boy," that's one of my favorites, one of my absolute favorites. Okie dokie. All right, let's go ahead. Since we saw a little bit of the Arthur hearing, why is this all highlighted? We'll go ahead and play my Donna song to enjoy. We've got a little bit of time. I feel like they're never back in court on time, but we'll go ahead and play that.
Donna got arrested, then says she got molested. Donna was extorted, but she didn't report it. Her back hurts, where's her sleep? Number bed, she's not suicidal, But if she gets out, she might be dead. Living in jail is no four seasons. She needs to get out, has lots of reasons. Ear canal so small she cannot hear. Living in solitary, but living in fear. Gets twisted behind her back. They said she's a murderer and that's why they attack. From a penthouse in Miami to shackles in the court. Lack of sleep is sure to cut her life short. Where's her band-aid? She's gushing blood. Waiting 8 hours will surely cause a flood. Where's Charlie? Where's Rashi? Where's Harvey? Where's Wendy? Needs to get to Vietnam. Doesn't care if it's Spain. Living in jail is no four seasons, but she needs to get out, has lots of reasons. Breathing is labored, is it so loud? Lawyers can't hear her, inmates point her out in a crowd. Like a miracle when on the stand, her ailments disappear like they're just on demand. Tries so hard to cry but can't squeeze out one tear. Living in solitary but living in fear. She's gotta get out of jail, it's no four seasons. Please let her out, she's got lots of reasons. Her forearms tingle, her back is tight. Can't sleep on this mattress, it's just not right. Nothing in the world that money can't buy. Wish I could order some tears so they'd see me cry. Sarah and Georgia put Charlie away. No, they're coming for me, but in jail I can't stay. I fled to Nam cause there's no extradition, but I can't stay in jail because there's no nutrition. Why, oh why doesn't anyone care? I gained so much weight and I can't do my hair. Living in jail is no four seasons. Gotta get out, I have lots of reasons. Just let me go home, Harvey's already here. Got a bottle of pills, let's just go to sleep, dear. Living in jail is no longer fun. I've got to get out, believe me, I'm done.
Actually, Steve, who's in the courtroom, he said he could hear this playing over Donna's headphones the other day. So she's listening to it. She's enjoying it. She's loving it. All right. I'm going to go ahead and put something else on real quick, guys. Oh, this is what we were in the middle of watching yesterday, so let's go back to this.
And it's up to them to decide it. Anytime anyone makes a statement or we get evidence of someone wanting to actually harm themselves, they're placed on direct observation. On direct observation, they receive a smock as well as a suicide blanket. And they're placed in an isolated room. It's just direct observation is what it really is. So we have a staff member outside the door that actually watches them around the clock and make sure they don't cause any harm to themselves.
Have you listened to this 25-minute call that Miss Adelson had before she was arrested?
Not in its entirety. I actually heard the portion where she was speaking of wanting to do a pact with her husband. I'm assuming that's who the individual was.
Now, am I still with son? Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. Perfectly honest, I do. And what will we do it? We'll do it together. Leave a note. They'll know when to come and get us. And we'll do it together. Maybe she can look up the extradition issue before we waste our time. She's going to tell on you that my parents are thinking of leaving the country. My lawyer told us to do that.
I can't talk about what I said or didn't say because it's privileged. What I can say...
It's just a blanket that is unable to be torn or tied into a noose. Do you see a spider? Okay, I'll smush it. So it's just a blanket that they can't form into a noose.
Is that at the time Donna Adelson went to the airport, she was a free woman. What I can say is there was no indictment to anyone's knowledge. We know.
Yes, I said yesterday that her mouth looked so weird.
She's literally there. Get out of the stall, and like 5 minutes later, she's like 3 minutes later, she's like, "Okay." I'm like, she's like, "Come on, let's do it again." I'm like, "What?" Like, I'm talking drunk and high, and she's like 3 minutes later, she wants to do it again. I'm like, "No, it doesn't work like that. Poppy Chulo goes to sleep now." like 3 minutes later, there, she was trying to fucking tell me. She's 19. 3 minutes though. Like, I'm like, fuck you. Make her come. Dude, she is a fucking animal. Like, literally. And you know what the thing is? She just picked herself up and left. And I hear the door close. I go running out of the bedroom. I'm like, where are you going? She's like, you fell asleep. I'm like, no hug goodbye. No, like. She's not your girlfriend. She just comes, it's just a 19-year-old that comes over and gets pleased. Nice. It's horrible.
So here's another 19-year-old that Charlie has found to exploit. First of all, even though this is another absolutely abhorrent conversation, I personally find it absolutely hilarious, the lack of self-awareness that Charlie has. So I don't know who needs to hear this, but if 3 minutes after you finish, your girl wants to go again, and you think it's because she's an animal, and because you are sorely mistaken. Because if you did, she would be like this. So if she's ready again immediately, and then walking out the door the instant you fall asleep.
Sorry, Charlie.
Poppy Chulo did not get it done.
I'm serious. I don't want them laughing at my TV.
Drunk and high, and she's like 3 minutes later, she wants to be fucked again. I'm like, no, it doesn't work like that. Poppy Chulo goes to sleep now.
Shriveled little short dick man. You need some fucking fuck out of here.
She just picked herself up and left. And I knew the door closed. I go running out of the bedroom. I'm like, where are you going? She's like, you fell asleep. I'm like, no, hug, goodbye.
Get the fuck out of here.
Dude, literally there.
I can't, guys. I loved that too much. Okay, I really wish they were getting a little more back and forth between Luis and Donna when he stared her down, just like he stared down, just like he stared
Really?
down.
Instruction 2.3.
Of attempt. I think that would make Wendy feel like she had to keep a better eye on these two. Charlie during an entire sidebar, and Charlie just sits there like prey on the Serengeti.
Are you on the prof's blog server list?
No.
Can we just come sidebar for 1 moment?
I would. Okay.
Daddy Rashbaum and the rest of the pack wander away, leaving little Charlie all alone at the defense table. Pale and vulnerable, Charlie is not well suited for this level of abandonment. He nervously looks around, his eyes darting across the barren courtroom, attempting to assess any imminent danger. His best chance is to remain still and quiet and pray that he is not spotted by a fiercer predator. You can sense his unease as the anguish of being separated from his pack begin to take hold. If he can just hold out until Daddy Rashbaum re-emerges, he will remain safe and secure. Across the room, from the witness box, a savage hunter locks onto his target. With very little movement, the Latin King patiently contemplates his ambush. Charlie is left helpless in this moment, and the Latin King knows it. His eyes remain focused, unblinking, and relentlessly trained on his victim. Tension grows with each passing second, making Charlie's odds of escape more and more unlikely. The Latin King's gaze is broken with the re-emergence of Charlie's pack. The adults of the group reconvene around tiny Charlie, completely unaware of the danger he just faced. As the elders of the group return to their mundane social activities, one can tell that baby Charlie remains shaken by his near-perilous experience. As he tries to calm himself, one can assume that he will be forever changed by what is sure to be a close brush with death that he certainly won't want to experience again.
And I'll leave you all with a riddle. What does Aladdin become after he marries Princess Jasmine? Give up?
Aladdin Kings. In fact, you were the head of the North Miami branch of Aladdin Kings, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I laugh at that every single time. And that actually made my husband laugh out loud, which is rare. I remember what I wanted to talk to everybody about. Okay, so thank you, Victoria, life coach. Do we remember when Sarah was doing the opening statements? And like, I have to admit, I space out a little bit when I'm hearing like repeat information, like I'm just kind of, like making a grocery list or whatever. But she's talking about, you're going to hear from jailhouse informants. And Donna actually hand wrote a script, a question and answer script to, go ahead, and she wanted this girl to memorize it so she could come and perjure herself in court and say that Katie said a completely different thing to her than she said in court. Okay, so I I cleaned up, I took a screenshot of the slide, and it's not great, visual, because it's literally, they have it on a screen, and then the camera is taking that, and then I'm taking a screenshot of that. But I'm pretty sure I cleaned it up, and I'm pretty sure I know what it says. Okie dokie, let me find it in here. All right. The script. So this is just the part that was shown on the thing, and this is what I think it says. Okay, so question, why did you speak to her? Answer, I knew I had information about Kay, meaning Katie, from how many times I had been in jail with her. So like just right off the bat, right from this one answer, she's trying to set it up like Katie's this career criminal. And I love in like Donna's bond hearing when Jackie's like, so how many times have you been arrested? She's asking her how many times. The correct answer would be 0 or none. And Donna says, never. I've never been arrested. We get away with all of our crimes. We're never arrested for anything. That's why I have Rashbaum on retainer 24/7. He's a white-collar crimes lawyer. Hello. Okay. So then the second question, because it only shows 2 questions and the 2 answers. It says, what did you tell her? Answer, and then I cannot tell for the life of me what this word says. I blank had told her that I had some information about something else that I can't read. And did she want to hear it? She said yes. I told her that Katie said to Charlie that the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. And then there's something else that I can't really read. Something to give her $350,000, and he was going to pay so his sister could relocate with her children to Miami. And then he went crazy on her. And then it says he said, and that's as much as they had listed on the thing. So I really hope we see that. I think it was Drina Bernhardt. That was, and I'm playing with a piece of silly putty, not gum, guys. It was Drina Bernhardt that Donna called her jail daughter. Which, guys, I cannot even. Like, Donna, you're not even nice to your family in real life, like your actual family, and here you are trying to create a jail family for yourself. Like, I can't even handle it. But yeah, Drina Bernhardt's the jail daughter, and she, not only to her, but apparently to multiple inmates, she was offering them. Okay, they're back in session. Veneers, housing, prescription drugs to lie for her.
Do we have our jurors, or are we still collecting?
What an idiot. Like, could you be more dumb? I mean, you already have such a damning consciousness of guilt.
Shortly after
thank you.
at the lunch break, I received a new PowerPoint from Sergeant Corbett.
I love the paperclip
forwarded
guy
to
you
my
have.
experts for them to review to see what the changes are. Ms. Dugan just advised me what some of them are. I need to email the expert to see if it changes anything. I don't yet know what my expert's going to say. They're trying to review it right now.
Ms. Dugan, concerning this change in the PowerPoint, this is the demonstrative or what the state is seeking to admit?
This is both. And I advised defense that my understanding is the only change being that Sergeant Corbett, there was one slide that changed, and I think it changed in defense favor, but I need to double check that. And then the rest is just some slides we took out that I didn't feel like we needed. But he has a copy of the presentation we sent in May and this one. And it's also my understanding the defense has several objections to some of the communication in the PowerPoint that they've had since May. And so we may need to speak to the court before Sergeant Corbett testifies.
All right, concerning this exhibit, and at this point, I'm going to refer the parties back to the scheduling order, specifically the portion of the order that dealt with if things are not timely raised, they can be deemed as waived. Are these matters going to any constitutional issue of evidence that were obtained in violation of the defendant's rights?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
As the violation, or as these matters would not be constitutional in nature, why should they be heard now if they were not previously raised the deadline that was given in the prior scheduling orders?
I can't believe they're still doing this bullshit today. I would love to hear what inappropriate name you call your cat. Personally. Give me a good reason why you
The
haven't.
only explanation I have for not having raised this previously is the amount of information that we were provided beginning in April.
And several continuances were granted to accommodate you on that basis.
There was one trial continuance, yes, Your Honor.
And multiple, I believe, deadlines were extended as well,
That's
at
correct.
least 3 or 4 times.
Yes, Your Honor.
On that basis, why was this not raised?
Just didn't have time, Your Honor.
Right. What are you raising for the record?
Well, I don't know how this applies to the new one. It's one of the reasons why I forwarded it immediately to my expert to see how it has changed. I don't know how the pagination has changed. So if we could have some time to review that, it might resolve some of what I'm objecting to. Some of the objections had to do with hearsay. I understand the court's ruling concerning allowing the state to prove up the co-conspirator exception as we move through the trial, so that would probably apply to the vast majority of what the objections were. But if I could have a few moments to review this, please.
Ms. Dugan, as you stated, you may have a few moments. As you stated before, we're not talking about new information. This is just being packaged in a different way.
Correct, and all the communication that defense let me know that he is objecting to, which is essentially all the text message communication, all of that remains the same and has remained the same not only in what we sent him in May before the deadline, but I believe it was all the same as well in the presentation that was provided to Ms. Adelson's previous attorneys before that trial.
Very well. Deputy Phillips, if you can inform the jurors that we'll get started in about 10 minutes. I'll give you this opportunity, Mr. Zellman, to look at the document. But again, on these issues of exhibits specifically, there was the pretrial scheduling order. Also, last Friday, I provided each party the opportunity to go through these items if they were still disputed. Neither side took me up on it. At this point, we're not going to be wasting time on exhibits that could have been objected to and ruled upon. Take your 10 minutes now.
They had lunch. They had all weekend. They've had a year. This is insane. I cannot. George was like, do you believe what a fucking joke this defense is? Sarah's like, no, they're fucking awful. She's like, can you believe how hideous Donna looks right now? I can't. Yeah, the dog ate my homework. We didn't have time. We didn't know about it. We didn't know that Jeff Lacasse was going to be brought in as a witness. They're lazy. Well, I said this literally like a week before the trial started. I said, will the defense even be prepared with the amount of motions that they have filed? Because that's all they've been doing, is just trying to keep everything out, which it's like, I mean, I guess like that's a critical step, but at some point you have to just come up with a defense. And let me tell you something, guys. I was not a Rashi fan. I thought Rashi was an absolute joke. I thought he looked and sounded insane. And these people are literally making him look like a scholar. Rashi seems so prepared compared to these jackasses. It's just unreal. And Judge Everett is getting pissed. I loved Sarah's little comment. They have some objections to the PowerPoint that they've had since May. Just letting everybody know that they've had this for fucking 3.5 months. Well, they gave us a lot of emails in April. The majority of those emails were likely not even relevant. And do neither one of these two lawyers have a fucking paralegal working for them? Or anybody that they could have fucking hired to be brought in to go over this shit? Thank you, Rainbow Bright. It is just, it's beyond. Look at how lovely Georgia and Sarah are. I love this like pussy bow that she's wearing with she has so many shirts like this. It's absolutely stunning. Love it. Loves it. Sarah's texting Georgia, can you fucking believe this shit, with 10 thumbs down emojis. Now, this is a waste of everybody's time. Judge Everett is getting pissed as well as he should. Hold on, Pumpkin. Give me 1 second. There was something else that I wanted to talk about. So I was watching STS last night or this morning, and they were talking about pretty much how terrible the lawyers are. And I like that Tracy Vegas in Vegas is elfish. After he begins reviewing, can I fast forward to current? I don't know what. Probably not. Oh no, what's happening to the stream? Not like anything is going on. It's just buffering for a second. So they were talking about pretty much what a fucking absolute disaster these people are, and basically how Donna even procured these lawyers. So apparently they were like, well, she needed somebody local, and there's not a lot of lawyers that would have been able to handle this case. And Miami lawyers are not going to come all the way up to Tallahassee to come do this. And so basically, Jackie was available. The end. She just had time on her hands, apparently. Not enough time, I guess. I don't know if this is my computer or if it's buffering everywhere. Hold on, Pumpkin Pie. Can anybody look at this because this is paused on both my phone and my computer. Will anybody mind just looking at it on your side to make sure that it's not some sort of internet problem with me? Because even though I have it on two different, hold on, I'm going to go to Court TV. Can you guys, I'm making you my people now. Can you guys do that for me, please? See, delegation defense, learn how to do it. Learn how to do it. All right, Court TV's looks like it's fine. So I'm going to switch over to that really quickly. Even though I prefer the Tallahassee Democrats one. Yep, I'm going to switch over. I just hate all this, like, banner shit. Is the Tallahassee Democrat going good now? Because if it is, it's back up first. Now, see, the Tallahassee Democrat looks, is, okay, so, and the Tallahassee Democrat chat is saying that the video is buffering. All right. Judge Everett is amazing. Yeah, it's not even on my side, so I don't feel bad because I'm reading the chat on the Tallahassee Democrat right now, and it's something wrong with them. I know, seriously. Every time I will walk away from the computer, I have I make sure to keep the court playing, and I have my earbud in so I can at least pay attention. And of course, as soon as I walked away earlier, the whole stream goes off. I'm like, what in the hell? And I'm like running back up to fix it. And I get halfway up the stairs and it comes back and I'm like, okay, good. And I run back down the stairs and then I realize that there's no sound. So I run back up the stairs and I'm halfway up the stairs again and the sound came back. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, so it's not me. It's not me. I'm perfect. I'm perfect as usual, guys. So, just, yeah, this looks like it's fine on Court TV's side, which is weird because I feel like they're using the same feed, but whatever. I just hate this. I hate all this crap, but there's just too much. It's too visually stimulating for me. Meanwhile, I have a chicken tuna running across the screen while Jessica Simpson talks about whether tuna fish is chicken or fish. Oh, just do as I say, not as I do. I would appreciate more so the chicken and the tuna. Okay. Let me see. I'm looking. Yeah, it keeps looking like it's fine. Like if you try to speed up on Tallahassee Democrat to get it to like live, and then it just replays the same crap. I'm glad it's not broken on my end. Yeah, so that's what I heard, that basically like they were just available. And Jackie Fulford, okay, so a lot of people are giving me shit for making fun of how she looks. Like, people can't help how they look. No, I agree. And first of all, I am not that type of person to make fun of people's looks. But when you are a human piece of garbage, you are fucking open game. You are open game. I'm going to get you. I'm going to come at you. I really don't care. And I'm going to have no sort of boundaries. There's going to be nothing that I won't pick on you for. Okay, thus my picking on poor little Daddy Rashbaum's speech impediment without being able to say his t sounds and always pronouncing them with a D, thus my Latin Kings joke. But, so Jackie Fulford, in case you don't know, she used to be a judge, okay? She was a judge, I think, for the Florida Supreme Court. Don't quote me on that. I'll have to look it up. But Jackie Fulford, she apparently was a judge for, I don't know, however long. And then, you can't go to sleep right now, Susie. She had all these scandals happen. There was apparently some sheriff that she was like super close with, and even it was as far as, I guess there was like a cardboard cutout of this sheriff that was in her judge's chambers that people could see from the courtroom when she opened the door. But there was that, and then there was like, I don't remember. Maybe it was somebody that was running against him for sheriff. I don't know exactly. I'm trying to find this on an article.
Mr. Zellman, have you finished reviewing the additions to, or the changes to the exhibit that the state intends to offer through Sergeant Corbett?
Still trying to locate some of them, Your Honor. I have not yet heard back from my expert as to their review.
Who is cross-examining Ms. Holden?
I am, Your Honor.
Very well, and you continue your search.
DFS, I was a financial investigator.
All right, and were you a financial investigator with DFS back in the summer of 2016?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
Please bring it yours.
As a financial investigator there, did you investigate economic crimes?
We did. It was a criminal investigative unit for the state of Florida.
And how long did you work in investigations there?
Investigations there 7 years.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your education and your experience in order to be a financial investigator?
Sure. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in finance from Florida State University. I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I have 22 years of financial analysis, auditing, and financial investigative work for both the state of Florida and the United States Attorney's Office.
I think she's lovely for the record.
And has much of that 20 years been doing white-collar crime investigations?
10 years I did white-collar crime investigations to include money laundering, contract fraud, identity theft, and embezzlement.
Okay, and were these like multi-agency financial investigations for both state courts and federal?
There were several that were multi-agency investigations. I did both state and federal at the same time. But I also worked at the United States Attorney's Office for 3 years, and we did all criminal economic crime there.
And what's your specific area of expertise? Is it forensic accounting?
Yes, I do forensic accounting, which is a very detailed analysis of financial records to be used in court.
You mentioned that you're a certified fraud examiner. What does that mean?
You have to take special training to actually be certified to do financial crime.
And are you in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners?
I am.
While a financial investigator, did you also receive in-service training?
I did. As a criminal investigator, additional training in search and seizure requirements, the handling of evidence, the chain of custody protocol, as well as witness interviewing techniques.
And have you ever testified in court about your analysis of financial records?
I have.
About how many times?
21 times in court.
Okay, those are all my questions as to this witness's qualifications, Judge.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness? Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of, I believe this is for
forensic accounting.
Forensic accounting.
No objection.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify today in the area or provide an opinion in the field of forensic accounting while she testifies today. You may continue.
So you mentioned that you first became involved in this case when you were working for DFS back in 2016. What was your role? What was your responsibility?
So I looked at all of the bank records, specifically was my first look at the records to analyze and detail everything that happened in those accounts.
Could you speak out in this hall and we're having problems hearing you?
Sorry. I did all the financial analysis for the bank records, as well as I did some iCloud records and emails and other documents that would come through DHSMV records.
Okay, so did you look at a lot of different records in this case to see to see what the banking habits were, whether there was any spike in cash, and whether there was any link between the parties?
Yes.
I want to ask you about, first kind of go through several of the things you reviewed in this case, and then ask you questions about your review. Did you review States Exhibit 68, which is going to be the Adelson Institute's subpoena response?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to Catherine Magbanaway's employment?
It was.
And were those records from September of 2014 to 2016?
That sounds correct.
May of 2016, in fact.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also review States Exhibit 75, which is Dr. Rudner's records for a breast augmentation for Catherine Magbanaway?
I did.
Did you also review 76, State 76, which is Broward dermatology records for possible Magbanaway employment from there?
Yes.
Okay, and are those records from July of 2015 to March of 2016?
Yes.
Moving on to Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. Did you review State 69, which is going to be the records for the Lexus acquired by Catherine Magbanaway, and 77, 78, 79, and 80, which are vehicle and motorcycle records for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did.
Did you review bank accounts for the Adelson family?
I did.
Does that include accounts for Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson, and Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And I won't go through all those accounts, but did you review checking and savings accounts for them, personal and professional accounts for them, as well as investment accounts?
That's correct.
And how many total investment accounts did you review?
I believe there was 24 total investment accounts.
Okay, so a lot of different accounts you reviewed for each person in the family.
Yes.
Okay. And were several of those accounts that more than one family member was on at a time?
Yes.
Did you also review credit cards for the Adelson family, specifically States 111 and a portion of those records, 111A, which are Capital One and Amex records for Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Did you also review States 110, which is Adelson Institute bank records from Regions Bank?
I did.
Did you also review States Exhibit 106, which is going to be a checking and savings account for Luis Rivera from Chase Bank from 2014 to 2015?
Yes.
Did you also review States 107, a Bank of America records from Garcia's account from 2015 to 2016?
Yes.
Did you also review State 74, which is employment records from Coastal Masonry for Sigfredo Garcia from 2009 to 2014?
Yes.
Did you also review States 108 A and B and 109 A and B, which are Bank of America accounts and JP Morgan Chase accounts, respectively, for Catherine Magbanaway from 2013 to 2017?
Yes.
Did you also review States 82, which are copies of 44 checks from Adelson Institute deposited into Magbanaway's bank account?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity before court today, so you didn't have to do it now, to review all those records that we just talked about, to assure yourself that they were the same as the one you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and did all of those records that you reviewed come with a certification attached to them, certifying them to be official records from each respective company or business?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would enter into evidence States 68, 75, 76, 69, 77 through 80, 106, 107, 108 A and B, 109 A and B, 110, 74, and 82.
Any objection to the items being offered?
Yeah, go through real quick, Judge.
Go ahead.
Charlie was so proud of that name.
Student, the clerk needs you to go through the item numbers one more time, please.
Sure. So we're going to have 69, Seven.
What does that sound? Once again, please turn the phones off or turn the sound off. I don't expect to hear any phones in this courtroom. You may continue, Ms. Dugan.
68, 69, 74 through 81, 82. I'm sorry, let's hold off on 81. So 74 through 80, 82, 106 through 111A.
Fancy Fiction played the funniest thing for Jackie Fulford.
Does the defense have an
And I was,
objection
like, crying.
to these items being admitted?
I got out of number order. Can you just give me 1 more second, please?
I don't know why these people can't have their shit together. So, pretty much, okay, so Jackie Fulford was on medical leave for fake cancer for 6 months. Okay.
No objection, Judge.
This comes from
Data
Stephen
numbers
Webster.
are admitted, as previously stated, with the exception of States 81. You may continue.
We'll talk shit later.
Thank you. Did you also review, you mentioned iClouds as far as written communications, whether that be emails or text messages between the parties, to determine the financial relationship between them or whether there are any money or gift transfers between them?
I did.
Okay, and did you also review those items to determine how the Adelson family received or kept their cash?
Yes.
All of the records that we talked about today so far, is the amount of data in all of those records pretty voluminous?
Yes.
Are you going to be relying on a summary of all of the records that you've reviewed today for your testimony?
I am.
Okay, and did you review before court today this notebook, states 81, which is a summary of your findings from all the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
Probably, Amy. Yeah, I'm sure.
And is it a true and accurate copy of a true and accurate copy of the results from your findings?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I would move State's Exhibit 81 into evidence as a summary.
Any objection?
If I can just look over quick, Judge.
Go ahead.
Oh my God, why do you need to look over this? Holy fuck, where are you? Where have you been? You've had all this evidence for literal forever. So, literally forever. Okay. All right, yeah, so basically, she was forced
States
to
81 is
step down
admitted at this time.
because of how awful.
Thank you. And just for the record, that's going to be a composite exhibit. Now, in this composite States 81, for each of the graphs that we see that were created, after each graph, is there also information from the accounts kind of showing your work of how you made those findings?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a PowerPoint that's been created showing the graphs in the case that report your results?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd ask for permission to use a demonstrative in this case, which is going to be a demonstrative of parts of the records and the witness's graphs in this case.
You may proceed.
Okay. Now, the graphs that we see, we're not going to see portions of the records in the notebook on the PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. But those portions are in the notebook. If the jury wants to review them in the jury room, they're there for each graph.
Yes.
Which is what I'm saying is the portion that's kind of showing your work for each graph.
Correct.
Okay.
But the state also alleges that Fulford sneaked in a phone.
All right, so
Snuck in a phone.
you mentioned that one
Donna
of
to call her. I'll talk later.
the set of records that you looked at was Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle records for some of these subjects. Did you review the Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicle records for Luis Rivera?
I did.
And what, if any, vehicles did Rivera acquire after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th of 2014?
He purchased a 2003 Suzuki motorcycle on July 28th, 2014, and a 1996 Toyota Camry on July 31st, 2014.
And here are these pictures from the social media records in this case of Luis Rivera and Garcia on motorcycles.
Yes, it is.
And the one that Rivera's on is on a yellow motorcycle.
Yes.
Looking at Luis Rivera's bank accounts in this case, the Chase bank account from May 2014 to November of 2015, were his checks from his workplace direct deposited into that account?
They were.
About how much was direct deposited every week?
Every week was about $500 or $600.
And where were his paychecks coming from?
Coastal Masonry.
So he had a steady job at Coastal Masonry throughout the time that you reviewed his bank records for in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What did you learn about how his banking patterns or banking habits changed following the murder of Dan Markel?
Yeah, he had a very interesting banking pattern. All his bank checks were deposited into his account, but then he would go by and withdraw virtually all of it. And he had certain preset auto drafts that would come in, and then they would bounce because there wouldn't be any money in the account. So he had a lot of overdraft charges.
And how did that change after the murder of Dan Markel?
Right after the murder, he all of a sudden left the money in the account, and then nothing overdrafted for about 4 months.
When was his last large cash withdrawal before the murder of Dan Markel?
It was 7/15/2014.
And you said it was about 4 months then that his old habits of...
Yeah, the next overdraft didn't happen until November 1st of 2014.
And what do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of his bank account showing the overdrafts. The red bars are the overdraft amounts that happens, the number, on the specific days. And then you can see that big wide span in the middle where there's no red bars. And then it picks back up in the first part of November. I will add that even though it's not on this chart, that the car and the motorcycle was purchased in that section where there were no overdrafts.
So in the same section where there's no overdraft, he's also acquiring those vehicles, and he doesn't have any overdrafts from the time of the murder until about 4 months later.
That's correct.
And could that be indicative of him having another source of cash during that time?
Yes.
All right, moving on to Sigfredo Garcia. Tell us what you saw when you looked at the DHS-MV records for Garcia.
Yes, he purchased a 1997 Honda Racer on July 26, 2014, a 1984 Monte Carlo on August 22nd, 2014, and a Nissan Maxima on October 17th, 2014.
Okay, so we didn't find a picture of the Maxima, but that's kind of how a Maxima of that style would look here?
Yes, it was a sedan.
Okay, and then the Monte Carlo is on the two-toe Dade account here?
Yes, that's correct, in blue.
Okay, and then we see his yellow motorcycle all the way to the right of the screen?
Yes.
And so those were all purchased within 3 months of the murder?
That's correct.
And can you tell us about Garcia's bank accounts?
There was not a bank account located during the time or shortly after the murder. He did have one, let's see. From June 15th to July 16th.
Okay, so from June of 2015 to July 2016, he established a bank account and maintained it.
Yes.
All right, and during that time, was he having paychecks being direct deposited into that account?
Yes.
From what company?
He was employed at Rapid Capital Funding at that time.
Okay. But before June 2015, there were no bank records that we could find to review for Garcia.
There was no account located for him.
All right. And did he work regularly in 2014, around the time of the murder?
Actually, his employment record, at least with Coastal Masonry, was very sporadic. He worked 2 months from February of 9 to December of 2009. In April 2010 to July 2010, he worked 3 months. October from 2012 to August of 2013, he worked 10 months. In April of 14, he worked 1 month.
Okay, and we have no record of him being employed at the time of the murder.
No.
So both Luis Garcia and Luis Rivera and Garcia both worked for Coastal Masonry. Rivera's job was consistent and steady, and Garcia's was more sporadic.
Correct.
All right. For Catherine Magbanois, did she already own a car according to the DHS&V records at the time of the murder?
She did.
And what type of car was that?
That was...
I'm getting dirt on Jackie right now. More dirt. I'm finding actual receipts. I managed to find the entire filing system. And by the way, I don't just do this for...
Here, I might be able to show you something to help.
This is
move
what
it
I
along.
do in actual real
Sorry,
life.
if you're having trouble finding it.
Yeah.
Did you, when you were reviewing the messages in this case, did you find some evidence that Charlie Adelson helped her financially with the car that she had in 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and was that car, in these messages, did they refer to this car as her needing to get it fixed, the parts alone are expensive, and she's asking, I need a loan, buddy, frowny face?
That's correct.
Okay, and does she say, just imagine if I took it to another mechanic?
Yes.
All right. Did Charlie Adelson in the messages have a mechanic that was a friend of his that he would refer people, especially Catherine Magbanois, to?
He did.
And was that person named Sully?
Yes, it was.
And does Charlie Adelson then respond, LOL, you'll be fine, I got you. I just texted Sully my CC.
That's correct.
And she says, stop paying for S word, she misspells it, on your card?
Yes.
And this was in November of 2014?
It is.
Okay. So he's offering to give her the loan she wants and is texting Sully what appears to be his credit card number.
That's correct.
All right. In May of 2015, are they still discussing her car repairs?
Yes, they are. And it says it's a Mazda.
Okay. So in this one, she needs her time. He says you need your belt changed. Just bring it to Mazda. And does he offer to take care of it for her?
Yes.
And she's saying yes, she needs to take it ASAP?
Yes.
And what do we see here in November of 2015?
This is a text message exchange about him paying for the repairs for that car.
Okay. And in this exchange, Charlie Adelson is continuing to offer to put these repairs on his credit card?
Yes.
And this is Charlie Adelson words in blue and Catherine Magbanois words in green?
That's correct.
And at the end of that conversation, does Catherine Magbanois let Charlie Adelson know how much the repairs ended up being?
Yes.
And what was the amount?
$1,650.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm on the next page. I think you are correct at the bottom of that.
That's what he authorized to put on his card, but the actual payment was for $1,620.77.
Okay, thank you. So looking at the bottom of this exchange, Catherine Magbanois estimates, she says, just put $1,630, and Charlie Adelson offers, how about I put $1,650?
Yes.
So he offers, I'll even pay $30 more.
Yes.
And then she says it came out to $1,620. She says, thanks again, I'll pay you back. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you looked at Charlie Adelson's Amex, what did you find?
I found the payment to Mazda for the $1,620.77.
At the end of 2015, after all these repairs and Charlie Adelson offering to help her financially with these repairs, at the end of 2015, does it appear that Catherine Magbanois got a different car?
She did.
And what's the first indication of that?
There was the title. We looked up for the GHSMV records and saw where it was purchased.
Okay. Were there also messages where they discuss basically her having the Lexus now, Charlie Adelson needs to cancel his insurance on the Lexus?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, can you go through what we see here?
This is where he's discussing on December 14, 2015, that he's canceling the Lexus insurance, and she said she would get to it. She has a kid, she would do it later, and then he says, I just paid for it.
Okay. And in these messages, when he says he's going to cancel the Lexus insurance today, on December 14th of 2015, does he say, just spoke to my mom, she's paying the insurance now, just please go this Saturday, smiley face?
Yes.
And that's when she's saying, I'll do it, I've got my kids.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes,
then
ma'am.
does Charlie Adelson then say, just paid it, they'll prorate it back to us, just go Saturday, don't rush today? And she's saying, I'll take care of it, don't worry.
Yes.
Does he say, already paid it 5 minutes ago, just chill, you are still the best?
That's correct.
You mentioned the DHSMV records in this case. What do we see here?
This is showing that the title transfer between Harvey and Catherine.
And what date did this take place?
This says
let me see if I can zoom in a little.
January 23rd, 2016. On the right-hand side.
Right here?
Yes, January 23rd, 2016.
Okay. And what type of vehicle was that?
That was a Lexus.
A 2001 Lexus?
Black four-door, that's correct.
And the previous owner is listed as Harvey Jerome Adelson?
Yes.
How much did this DHSMV title indicate that it was sold to Magbanois for?
$1,700.
And that's there on the right side of the screen?
Yes.
Were you able to find any record of payment from Catherine Magbanois to any of the Adelsons for this vehicle?
No.
Did you search all her accounts?
Yes.
Was there any check, or maybe she just withdrew that amount of cash? Was there any cash withdrawal for that amount?
Nothing that correlated.
Were you able to find any deposit into, let's say she already had that cash at home, any deposit into the Adelson's account for that amount?
No.
Was there, in a little while we'll see that she was receiving money from Adelson Institute, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any drop in the money she was receiving from Adelson Institute in that time to account for maybe this was just taken out of her salary?
No.
Can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
No.
Do you have to put a sales price or list it as a gift on the title transfer?
That's correct.
if you say it's a sale on the title transfer, are you taxed?
Yes.
Is there a financial benefit for listing a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
Yes, it makes the registration fees less.
And who decides what number goes on the title?
Normally, it's usually the seller that's supposed to put that on there, but all the transactions I've ever heard of, they just leave it blank and let the buyer put in the amount.
So just the person who's submitting it to the tax office so they can later get their car insured?
That's correct.
So if I sell a car to you for $3,000, but we agree to put $300 on the title transfer, we would pay less taxes on it?
Yes.
Looking at other written communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, did it appear that Charlie Adelson provided other financial assistance or gifts to Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
I was trying to go to the next slide, but I think I got to zoom out first. What do we see here in Charlie Adelson's Amex records?
So this is a purchase of airline tickets for Catherine McBanois on March 6, 2015 for a flight to Santo Domingo, and that was $970.74.
And the passenger name is there at the bottom, Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
Okay, other than these $970 worth of airline tickets to Santo Domingo, were there other evidence of financial assistance or gifts?
Yes, there was.
Looking here on October 19th of 2015.
This is a set of text messages from Catherine, between Catherine and Charlie, that she's asking for, she wants to take her kids, I'm sorry. You don't have to look up with plane tickets. I want to leave for Thanksgiving. I want to take my mom. It's her 60th on November 9th. And then he's discussing cruise options. She wants to take a trip with her mom.
Okay, so she wants to leave for Thanksgiving. She wants to take her mom too. It's her 60th birthday. And at the bottom he asks, where do you want to take your mom?
Correct. This is a continuation of the text messages where she says she wants to do something nice for her mom, and she may have days off on Thanksgiving.
Does she offer the fact that maybe I'll rent an RV and drive cross country?
She does.
And then what does Charlie Adelson offer to do about halfway down this page?
To get her a cruise for her and her mom.
And she agrees. I was thinking about a cruise too?
Yes.
And then he discusses, perfect, they have really nice ones, y'all can leave on a Friday, go to 2 ports, come back on a Monday morning, and you won't miss work?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is in October of 2015?
Yes.
And then does he continue to offer in that text messages, I think it would be super cool for you to go with just you and your mom from Friday to Monday on a Norwegian cruise. It leaves Friday at 4, comes back Monday at 7. Does that work for you? Let's look at dates. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So in that exchange, McBanois mentioned something she might want to do. Charlie Adelson is the one offering to do this.
Yes.
In this message from May of 2015 is Catherine McBanois saying she has a lot of things to pay for. She needs a little help because of her kids' tuition and stuff, and she had to stop her weekend job. She says, I hate asking.
That's right.
And he says, I will lend you whatever you need.
That's correct.
And then shortly after this text message exchange on May 20th, what do we see in the bank records?
We see an ATM cash deposit for $1,400 into Catherine McBanois' account.
And was that a large amount of cash for her to deposit? For her?
Yes.
These are some of the bigger items, but was there also, he would give her teeth whitening, he would give her, pay for meal plans for her, offer her rides in fancy cars, or her ability to lend or borrow fancy cars from him throughout these years?
Yes, he had a lot of supportive activity of her.
Looking at these records from Dr. Rudner's office, did Catherine McBanois have a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014?
She did.
And looking at this record here, how much was that breast augmentation surgery?
The total credit was $4,608.
Looking at the records, how was that paid? Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back. How was that paid? Was it paid by cash or credit card or both?
$4,400 was in cash, and then the $195 was on her credit card or debit card.
So what was the portion of that breast augmentation surgery that was paid in cash?
96%.
Are there corresponding withdrawals of cash from any of Catherine McBanois' accounts to
No.
reach $4,400?
No.
Or even $4,000?
No.
Around that time or before that time?
No.
Did you actually add up all her cash withdrawals from January 2014 to October of 2014, and they only totaled a little over $2,000?
That's correct.
And what date was her surgery?
Surgery was,
That's a ton of money.
looks like it was July, it was October
Of 2014?
2014. October 18th, 2014.
Okay.
I do enjoy looking at this woman, though. I think she's lovely, and I love her.
All right, now I want to focus on McBanois' bank records.
I need to learn how to do some
Based on the bank
Farrah Fawcett
records and employment records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where Catherine McBanois may have worked or what business she received income from her bank records?
I did.
And what do we see here? Can you walk us through this?
So from the summary of the bank records, I was able to show through her deposits, her checks or employment that she had. So this is a schedule of the bank records from 2013 to 2016, showing her employment deposits.
And at the bottom here, do we see the name of each business that she received income from and the dates that she received income from those businesses?
Yes.
All right. Quintana Lopez, we see her at the bottom. Was she a realtor?
She was.
And we see another name, Jerome R. Obed. Was he a dermatologist who was a friend and former roommate of Charlie Adelson?
He is, or was.
Okay. And when, according to this, when did she work for Adelson Institute?
The first deposit that hit her account was October 7th, 2014, and the last one was May of 17 of 2016.
Okay. And that's when she received checks from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
What do we have here?
So this shows the horizontal bars show her employment time frame, and then the murder and the bumper also showed on as a time frame.
When was her last check from Sophie Dental Care, the dental company she was working at before the murder?
The first part of July 2014.
Okay, and then she didn't have any more checks, or didn't receive any more checks from them after that point?
That's correct.
Is there any record of her being employed anywhere at the time of the murder?
No.
And you said she began receiving checks from Adelson Institute about a little less than 3 months after the murder?
That's correct.
And she received checks from them until the last check was dated in May of 2016?
That's correct.
Did she receive any checks from any other company anytime between the time of the murder and when she received checks from Adelson Institute?
No.
And is Adelson Institute the Adelson family's dental practice?
It is.
Was it a financially successful dental practice?
Yes.
In 2012, did Charlie Adelson become the listed manager of Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And then in 2015, did the articles of organization change from both Charlie and Harvey being listed managers?
Yes.
And what date was that in 2015?
October 2nd, 2015.
Okay. Now, even though Charlie was the manager beginning in 2012 to October of 2015, was Harvey Adelson still employed as a dentist at Adelson Institute?
He was.
And received checks from there?
Yes.
In 2016, in July of 2016, did it change to only Harvey being the listed manager and Charlie being a registered agent?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, throughout all those years, 2012 to 2016, did Donna Adelson have signing authority for the Adelson Institute?
She did.
And what does that mean?
She had the ability to move money without having someone else approve it.
Was there evidence from Charlie Adelson's iCloud in reference to how or why Magbanua began receiving income from Adelson Institute?
Yes, she was saying that she needed to show employment to get not only health insurance for her kid, but an apartment that she wanted to rent.
Okay, so looking at this text, is this a text from June 24th of 2014?
It is.
So this is about maybe 3 to 4 weeks before the murder of Dan Markell?
That's correct.
And in this text, does she say, "Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' INS." INS. Could that be short for insurance?
Insurance.
Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you or else I won't be able to get an apartment. Does she say that at 12:33 p.m.?
She did.
And what does he say back at 12:36?
No problem.
No prob, short for no problem?
No prob.
Okay. And is this a time when his mother is signing authority there?
That's correct.
And he's manager?
Yes.
And his dad is a dentist there?
Yes.
Now, during this time, was that Charlie Adelson's only form of income? Did he also have income from his other work as a periodontist?
Yes.
Okay. Would he receive income from other dental practices where he would travel around and do specialized work for them?
Yes.
And was that a successful periodontist practice?
Very successful.
I want to ask you about this text message. She says she needs employment to send to DCF for her kids' insurance or if she moves later on. In order to rent an apartment, do people sometimes have to show proof of employment?
Yes.
In order to get public assistance, health insurance, do people need to show they're employed but they don't make above a certain amount of money?
That's correct.
Did you review checks from Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua?
I did.
And in what accounts did you find those checks?
They were deposited into Catherine Magbanua's, sometimes in her checking, but a couple of times they went into her savings.
Okay, and they were coming out of Adelson Institute's business account with Regions?
Yes.
How many total checks were there from Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua?
There was 44 checks.
What do we see here?
This is a list of the checks that she received from the Adelson Institute.
Okay, so this is a summary of the checks.
It is.
Okay, but in evidence as we kind of went through earlier, all of this will be back there in case the jury wants to see specific things, but 682 is a copy back and front of every check. Here it is, that Catherine McVanois received from Adelson Institute?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so in the summary here, what's included?
So it's the first row, just a number. The second column is a dates, the date that it was posted to her bank account. The second column is a date of the check was written, and the check number, the payment amount, and what was in the memo column.
Were all of these checks deposited by Catherine McVanois into her account?
They were.
And who were each and every one of these checks signed by?
Donna Adelson was signing the checks.
Okay, are these examples of 3 of the checks in the exhibit?
It is.
Okay, but she signs all 44?
She does.
And you did say that she did have signing authority for the business during those years?
Yes.
In addition to signing these checks from McVanois, did Donna Adelson also sign all the other checks to the Adelson Institute employees, their front desk people, their hygienists, the dentists,
Yes.
all of the people who work there?
Yes.
Was she the person who did payroll every month?
That's correct.
And looking back at this summary, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was listed as manager again in October 2nd of 2015. Looking at this chart here, would that be just between number 26 and 27 there? At that point, he would become manager again?
Yes.
Okay, but all throughout the rest of the time, he worked there?
Yes.
Okay, so about 3/4 of the second chart we see, Harvey Adelson was manager during that time?
That's right.
For all those checks that were written?
That's correct.
And for both of those charts, Donna Adelson had signing authority?
Yes.
Who else had signing authority at Adelson Institute when these 44 checks were written?
There would have been Charlie and Harvey and her.
I have some information on this.
When you reviewed the
Vietnam.
phone records in this case, did Donna Adelson manage more than just the money at Adelson Institute? Did she also manage a lot of personal details of Charlie Adelson's life?
Yes.
Would she often book his travel as far as his plane trips, his hotels, whenever he wanted to take a trip?
Yes.
Would she remind him regularly to pay this bill on time, pay that bill on time, transfer this amount of money to this account? She helped him with all of his money.
Yes.
Did she kind of run his life, so to speak, as far as helping him keep up with the details of all of his day-to-day needs?
Yes.
When was the first check issued to Catherine McVanois here, looking at the summary?
The first check that shows up in her account is October 8th, 2014.
Okay, and what was the date on the check? Meaning the date that you're assuming that that's the date that it's written.
Right. So the date that was on the check was September 17th, 2014.
Okay, and was that almost 2 months to the day from the murder of Dan Markell?
It was.
Was that, I guess, about 3 months after she asked to be employed by Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And how often did McVanois receive checks from the Adelson Institute after that?
2 times a month for almost 2 years.
Looking at these checks, can you show us? Do you have your clicker? I'll just ask you. On the bottom right of each check, where it says Donna Sue Adelson on these checks, is that the signature line?
It is.
Thank you. Checks are kind of becoming an ancient art form, so just in case we have any jurors who haven't written one. The amount is here?
Yes, that's the amount that's written the check for.
All right. And then the amount's written out here, and then you mentioned a signature line. I'm sorry, a memo line. Is this the memo line?
Yes, that's the memo line.
Okay, and what does this memo line say on these checks?
On, I believe, all of them. Let me just look for a second. Almost all of them have a date range. There's a few that don't.
And would that date range be the pay period?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Looking at these Adelson Institute checks to Catherine Magbanoa, I have a couple of questions. When we're looking at the memo line for each, do the time ranges for the pay periods vary?
Yes.
They're not all for the same amount of days, in other words.
They're roughly around a 2-week period.
Are all of the checks for the same amount?
All except for the first one, which appears to be a 1-week pay period instead of 2.
Okay.
It was $203.79, which is half of the $407.58.
And so for these red check marks, the red checks denote all of the checks that were for the same amount?
Yes.
Were some of the checks advanced pay?
They were.
And what does that mean?
That means that she actually would have received the check or deposited the check before the end of the pay period.
So the check is posted before the pay period on the memo line is complete?
Yes.
And were any of these checks sequential?
They were. And
what does that mean?
It means they were all the next in line check numbers, 25, 26, 27.
So going back to our picture of the checks, excuse me.
So,
yeah. Are these 3 checks sequential here?
They are.
Okay, so 24, 25, 26.
Yes.
Let me go back to where we were. Since they were sequential, were they dated all at the same time, showing that they were written at all the same time?
No, they just have the sequential check numbers.
How many sequential checks did she receive in a row?
There was a total of 18 sequential checks. There's one set of 3, another set of 6, and another long set there. 1, 2.
Okay, so are these 3 checks sequential here that I'm pointing to?
Yes.
Okay, and then are these 6 checks sequential?
That's correct.
And then these first 6 check marks, were these sequential?
They were.
And then the final 3 here, checks that she received, are they sequential?
They are.
So this isn't 9 sequential checks, it's a set of 6 sequential checks and then another set of 3 sequential.
That's correct.
Okay. We talked about the ones that were sequential. Are there also a lot of the checks that are not sequential?
Yes.
And if they are not sequential, does that mean that those checks appear to have been written in the normal course of payroll?
That would appear so.
So when you're looking at the records, she may be check 1,000 and then another employee, a hygienist, might be check 1,001. Harvey Adelson might be check 1,002. And a front desk employee might be check 1,003.
That's correct.
And are the ones that are not sequential, do they not have a check mark in the summary in the sequential column?
That's correct.
For this last column, Catherine Magbanoa, known schedule. You said earlier that except for the first check, they were all the same amount, all 44. We know that she received a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014. Was she receiving checks at that time in October 2014? Was Magbanoa receiving checks?
She was.
Was there any disruption in her paychecks from Adelson Institute during that time to reflect needing time off from a major surgery?
No, there was not.
After her surgery, was there any decrease in the amount she received from Adelson Institute that might reflect her being off or having a reduction in pay?
No.
Does the the date range in the memo section appear to be every 8 to 10 days, kind of like the other ones do?
Yes.
During that time. Now, what about the time of her trip? We saw she went to Santo Domingo on March 22nd of 2015.
There's no reduction in her pay.
So nothing to reflect time off for going to another country during that time?
No.
No decrease in the amount she received for him having paid for it?
That's correct, no decrease.
What other records did you receive with respect to Catherine McBanois' employment at Adelson Institute?
There was a subpoena that was issued for any and all employment records, and what we received back was a simple QuickBooks summary that you see there.
So this is the QuickBooks summary here?
Yes, that's correct.
Did the subpoena ask for any and all records of her employment from Adelson Institute?
It did.
Did the records, did they come with an employment application or timesheets or W-2s or tax filing records, performance evaluations, anything like that?
No.
A job description?
No.
Just this QuickBooks sheet?
That's correct.
What time period does this sheet cover?
This covers from the September 18th, 2014 to March 31st of 2016.
In your time doing forensic accounting, have you seen subpoenas for any and all employment records?
I have.
When a person has been employed with a business for 2 years, do you usually see some of those things I just listed out?
Yes.
Okay. So was it a surprise to you to just receive this QuickBooks printout?
Yes.
What was the date of the last check according to Adelson Institute's QuickBooks records that they handed over to law enforcement when they received the subpoena?
It's at the top, March 31st, 2016.
Okay, so according to their records, the last payment they made to her was on 3/31 of 2016.
That's correct.
When you looked at Catherine McBanois' account, were there any additional checks after March 31st of 2016 that were paid to her by Adelson Institute?
Yes, there was 3 additional checks that did not show up on the QuickBook records.
Looking at this graph, is this the 3/31/16 check that was dated and posted the same day?
Yes.
And so these would be the 3 checks that were deposited after March 31st?
Yes.
Do these 3 dates reflect the dates on those checks? Written? The
Yes.
dates written. And these would be the dates that McBanois posted them to her account?
That's correct.
And the date range appears that her working period there were these 3 lines.
That's right.
Was the last check deposited into her bank account dated on May 12th, 2016 and posted on May 17th of 2016?
Yes.
If Garcia was arrested on May 25th of 2016 and the last check to McBanois was May 12th, did it appear that she did not receive any checks according to her records after he was arrested on May 25th?
That's correct.
What was the total net amount received by McBanois from Adelson Institute from September 2014 to May 2016?
The net amount that went into her account was $17,729.73.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit more about this timing. Are you familiar with what law enforcement called the bump on April 19th of 2016?
I am.
All right. Looking at these last 3 checks that were deposited into her account, was there evidence of a check later than those in sequence that was actually posted to the bank account before the bump on April 19th of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the check here to Harvey Adelson on April 4th?
That's correct.
And that would have been before the bump?
It would.
But after in sequence of McBanois checks?
Yes.
So is it possible, given the sequence, that Donna Adelson stopped writing McBanois checks after she was approached by the agent during the bump?
It appears that way.
Looking at Magbanwa's income from 2013, how much cash did she deposit into her bank account for that year, the year before the murder of Dan Markel?
$13,035.
Looking at 2014, the year that Dan Markel was murdered, how much cash did she deposit into her account that year?
$46,820.
And were cash deposits the largest or the highest source of income for her that year?
It was.
And is that depicted here by the red part of the pie graph?
It is.
How much income, or how much percentage of her income did she receive from Adelson Institute that year?
4%.
Okay, and that's depicted by the yellow portion of the pie chart?
It is.
And that was the year that she started receiving paychecks. The first one posted to her account was in the beginning of October.
Correct.
Okay. And then she received them every 2 weeks after that for the rest of the year. Is that right?
That's right.
Combined with Adelson Institute was 68% of her income from either Adelson Institute or cash deposits that year?
Yes.
Moving on to 2015, the year after Dan Markel's murder, what was the total amount of cash deposits for that year?
$26,523.77.
Was that about 51% of her income?
It is.
Was about 20% of her total income from Adelson Institute that year at a little over $10,000.
Yes.
And a little over $5,000 at 10% of her income was her income from Dr. Obed's dermatology practice.
It was.
Okay, and he was Charlie Adelson's roommate?
That's right. They were good friends.
Okay, so about 81% of her total income was from Adelson Institute cash or an Adelson friend, Dr. Obed, that year?
Yes.
Looking at 2016, how does the amount of cash she deposited that year, this is now 2 years after the murder of Dan Markel and the year that the bump took place in April, the first part of that year.
Mm-hmm.
How does her cash deposits compare that year to the two previous years?
It's $11,921.33.
So significantly less?
Yes.
And same for Adelson Institute. She stopped receiving checks in April or May of that year, according to her bank account?
That's right.
What do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of the cash that went into her accounts by year.
And did you track every single one of her cash deposits from 2013 to 2016?
I did.
Which year, looking at 2013 to 2016, had the most cash deposits?
The year of the murder, 2014.
Was 2014 about 3 times as much as the prior year?
Yes.
And about twice as much as the next year?
Yes.
What do the graphs at the bottom represent?
It's just another visual depiction, a circular graph of the cash.
How much the cash was a percentage of her total income?
Yes.
How much of a percentage of her total income
Yes.
the cash was? Thank you. And it was the highest source of her income in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What do we see here?
This is adding on the other, the Adelson Institute checks that are in the yellow highlights, and then Dr. Obed, his roommate, was in the purple.
Showing the total amounts from all those sources, and then the percentage of her income all of those sources were.
Yes.
You said that 2014 was the year that Magbanwa had the most amount of cash deposited into her account. What does this graph depict?
So this is a line graph showing the level of cash for each month, and then they're connected. The dots are connected by a line for you to have that visual look, the visual representation.
And was the month in 2014 that she had the most cash deposited into her account August?
It was.
The month after Dan Markel was murdered?
Yes.
And the second the second and third highest month, October and July.
That's right.
That would be the same month that she started receiving income from Adelson Institute and the same month as her breast augmentation in October for number 2?
Yes.
And number 3 being the month of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes.
When you compared 2014 to the amount of cash she received in all 3 years, were those 3 months still the highest amounts of cash she received in all 3 years?
Yes.
August, October, and July of 2014?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is all of the cash she received depicted by the bar graph for all 3 years?
It is.
What do we see here?
So this is a composite graph showing both her employment, that are the horizontal bars show her employment, and that line graph showing the cash deposits that went into her account. Kind of just represents that she was receiving cash when she was not being employed.
Okay, so these bars are the employment chart that we already saw, right?
Yes.
The red is all of the cash she received throughout those 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, and then is this black line the date of the murder of Dan Markel?
It is.
And this other black line the date of the bump?
That's right.
What was the amount of cash deposits in the year before Dan Markel's murder for Catherine Magbanua?
The year before was $15,600.
And what were the total cash deposits in the 12 months after the murder?
12 months after was $44,963.
So about 3 times as much as the year before?
Yes.
What is this cash spike?
The cash spike was August, 13,200.
And that was the most cash she received?
All in 1 month, yes.
Is there any record of her being employed when she had that cash spike in August of 2014?
No.
And how much did she deposit in the 6 weeks after Markel's murder?
She deposited $17,300.
And that was during a time when there's no record of employment. There's a break in these bar graphs?
That's correct.
And the next bar graph is her income from Adelson Institute?
It is.
And then the month after that is the breast augmentation in October?
Yes.
Okay. You told us earlier that you analyzed Adelson Institute along with the bank account records of Donna, Harvey, Charlie, and Wendy Adelson. Well, first I want to show you a contract that's been shown to defense.
Yes, she does. Imagine what it must feel like to just
purchase
have to sit.
by Wendy Adelson of a home, I won't say the whole address, but on Whittendale Drive in Tallahassee. Okay? And what date did she sign this to purchase this home?
October 24th, 2013.
Okay, so she signed the contract about a week before Halloween of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and how much was the purchase price of this home?
It's listed as $371,000.
Did Wendy Adelson have the means in her account to pay for a down payment for this home on Whittendale?
Yes.
Would it have been a real financial stretch for her to do that, or was she able to do that comfortably?
Oh, she could do that comfortably, for sure.
Did each of these members of the Adelson family, and when I say members, I mean Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Charlie Adelson, and Wendy Adelson, have the means in their respective accounts in 2013 to pay the $1 million bribe that was discussed in the messages?
Yes.
Did each of the members of the Adelson family have the means in their respective accounts in 2014 to pay the $130-something thousand, let's say $140,000 given to Garcia, Magbanua, and Rivera?
Yes.
Did Charlie Adelson have the means in his account to pay for all of the different benefits and gifts that he gave to or offered Catherine McVanois over the years from 2014 to 2016?
Yes.
And when I say means in their account, is that money that's available for withdrawal? I'm not talking about homes or properties or cars or other assets.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And would that amount, would those means obviously not include cash that is not deposited in any bank, right?
That's right.
We wouldn't know that amount.
Right.
Based on your review of Adelson Institute's records and messages in this case, did the Adelsons prefer to be paid in cash for their services at Adelson Institute, or did they prefer a credit card or check?
It appeared that they preferred cash.
Okay, were there lots of messages where they discuss giving discounts for cash, certain clients being willing to pay cash, and that being preferred?
Yes.
Are these just some of the examples?
Just some of them, yes.
Were there messages in the Adelson family's records where they discuss having cash and how they store their cash?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to this text message we see here on the screen. Can you read these messages to us? And these are from 2011, but what I'm looking for here is the mentions of cash and how the cash is kept, if you could read those for us.
Okay. So the first block is from Donna. It says, "Good morning, Charlie. I need to take $25,000 from your office checkbook and put it in Dad's office checkbook in order to break even this month. Can we do that? Do you have enough money in your office account for us to write that check? If you do, then Dad will move $25,000 in cash in the safe into your pile. Please let me know as soon as possible so Dad can take care of it today. You can call, I am home, or text me, whatever is best for you. I love you, honey, Mom."
And he says no problem?
He says no problem.
Okay. So here, do they discuss having large amounts of cash and keeping it in piles in a safe?
Yes.
Were there other messages besides this one in the records where they discuss things, cash being in the safe or piles in the safe?
Yes.
Is this just one example?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, is it common for Donna Adelson to move money around between the Adelson family accounts?
Yes.
And does this safe appear to be at a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
The rule you may answer based on your review of the records if you are capable, Ms. Hall.
Could you restate the question?
From the messages here, does the safe appear to be in a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
Yes.
Just a second.
Okay, so Rainbow Bright, yes, I was looking this up last night, and I don't know if you were here when I was saying how many freaking LLCs Charlie owns, but it's like a staggering amount. But they did change the owner name from Charlie, or from Harvey to Charlie in 2012, and then they changed it back to Harvey in 2015, and I'm sure it was sold for like $1. I also saw that when I was looking at, in the video that I showed over lunch, we saw pictures of their home in Coral Springs where the kids grew up. And on the tax records, it shows that they like sold the house to themselves for like $100 for like tax purposes. Oh yeah, and I forgot to finish listening to Jeff. Probably the most startling piece of evidence out of this witness was the fact that Wendy signed this
Good afternoon, ma'am.
contract
Good afternoon.
on the 13th of October for that house in Tallahassee.
Quite a bit of testimony. I only have a few questions, okay?
Okay.
She wasn't paying attention.
What credit card account statements did you review in your analysis for Donna and or Harvey Adelson?
I believe there was only two, an American Express and a Capital One, two different credit cards.
An Amex and Capital One?
Yes, ma'am.
The car that you were referring to that had previously been in Harvey Adelson's name, that shows that Catherine McBanois paid $1,700 for, you didn't find bank account transactions for that, but that could have been a cash transaction, correct?
That's correct.
And it was a 15-year-old car, right?
Yes.
And it had over 150,000 miles on it, right?
I'd have to look, but I think you're right.
Would you like to look?
If you want me to be exact.
I just want to make sure I can't testify, so I need to make sure that you do.
Sure, hold on.
And I don't know what's going on. I wasn't even paying attention to your whole thing. What's your name again? Are you Wendy? I'm so confused. Are you Katie? I don't know what's going on. I don't know where I am. I don't know what's going on. No, not only that, but there's literally, Charlie has about at least 20 different businesses that they are spreading money through. Yeah, I need to look Jeff up. I'll do that. I don't even know the question that she asked.
Says odometer was 17,058 miles.
Ma'am, I think that's the original, last time it had been checked. The mileage at the time of the transfer would be down lower on the bottom.
Oh my, I can't hardly see it
Well,
from
the
this one.
mileage on the car proves that my client is innocent.
It's either 140,000 or 160,000.
Okay, thank you. Now, we saw the slide where Charlie Adelson was talking about cash discounts for his travel periodontist work that he was doing for different dentists, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware from your analysis that the cash discount that was offered at Adelson Institute was simply the same amount as what they would be charged if someone used a credit card for the fee of 5%? So the difference in the discount was if you paid by cash or check, so there wasn't a credit card fee, they gave them a 5% reduction.
Why are they charging 5%
There was no
for a
explanation in the
credit
text
fee?
messages to say why there was a discount for cash.
Okay. And you can't say
charge 3.
what their deposits were in cash at Adelson Institute, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you mentioned that sometime in 2016, Harvey for Adelson Institute, the business that we're discussing, became a manager in 2016, correct?
I believe you are correct, but I'll look
Clear
at
your
the date.
throat into the mic, Jackie. We love that. I had the black lung.
Harvey becomes manager in July of 2016.
Okay, and you would agree with me that there's a difference between being a manager and being an owner, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't until 2020 that Harvey actually became the owner of the business again, according to the records that you reviewed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Just one moment, please.
No, if they're charging people 5% on their credit cards to cover the fees, then they are taking 2%. They were taking, the credit cards charge 2.75%. And so most people charge the 3% just to make it easier. But if they're charging 5%, they're stealing on credit cards as well. Unreal. I've got the black lung.
Defense counsel asked if the cash discounts mentioned in the text messages were from Charlie's traveling periodontist work, but did the cash discounts, are those messages also sent from Adelson Institute employees here that you saw listed in Adelson Institute payroll?
It is.
The only other thing I had was on direct, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was taken off as manager in 2012. He continued working there as a dentist. But then on October 2nd of 2015, he became manager again. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then in 2015, were Harvey and Charlie both managers?
That's correct.
Okay. In October of 2015?
Yes.
But then in 2016, July of 2016, only Harvey's a manager then at that point. Charlie has now dropped off to a registered agent.
That's right.
And these are on their articles of incorporation.
Yes.
Okay. They could still be both working there as dentists and have their own understanding of their role in the practice, but we're talking about what's listed on the articles of incorporation.
Right.
Okay. So it went from Harvey and Charlie both being managers in October of 2015, Magbanoa still getting checks through the spring of 2016.
That's right.
And then after the arrest in 2016, Harvey Adelson becomes manager in July. Charlie is now a registered agent.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled?
I don't plan to, Judge, but if you could just remain under the rule just in case, you can go about her business though.
Very well. Please do not discuss with anyone else the substance of your testimony. You may step down.
Thank you.
Do any of the jurors need to take a restroom break? The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
I would literally hate to sit on that wooden wheel. Okay, everybody's back. The defense team does not know where they are.
Everyone can be seated. We'll resume with the next witness at 2:25. If Mrs. Adelson needs to use the restroom, now would be the time.
Okay. So let's talk shit about. Let me pull this up real quick. So I was able to find like the Supreme Court filings for Jackie, as well as some news articles about what was going on with her. Okie doke. So, and I found out some new information that I didn't even know yet. All right. So, she basically had all these charges against her. Okay. And she was essentially threatened, saying, you will either step down as judge and we can make this nice. Sorry, my kids are playing downstairs. Or we can go ahead and continue with this trial. Because there were, like, these are actual legal charges, okay? So, she took a 6-month medical leave, okay? One of her, hold on, pumpkin pie. Okay, I will do that. I know, she's a little naughty lady. Okay, so she was, at the time that she took medical leave for her fake cancer, which if you didn't see this straight out of the horse's mouth, and I'm not talking about Jackie, Stephen Webster, who was Dan's divorce attorney, was the one that told everybody about this. Basically, they had another, Jackie Fulford was apparently a close friend of his. She officiated at his wedding. Like, it was a whole thing. So they had another friend who had, I guess, like stage 4 cancer. So while this is going on, while the friend actually has real cancer, Jackie Fulford decides that she also would like to have cancer and tells everybody she has cancer. He says she's taken all this time off, pretending like she's going to, doctor's appointments, everything. Turns out she didn't have cancer. And that was one of the things that was actually like a reason why she was being asked to step down, but I digress. Okay. So the first charge alleges that she crossed the line of impropriety regarding political activity while maintaining a close personal friendship with Sheriff David Harvey, both while she was a judge and during her previous job as the Second Circuit Chief's Assistant State Attorney. Okay. Apparently, during the run-up to Harvey's which it's not lost on me that the guy's last name is Harvey. Okay. During the run-up to his 2012 election bid for sheriff against Charlie Creel, which was Fulford's deputy bailiff. Oh, no. Okay, sorry, I read that wrong. Up to his lead-up of his election bid, her deputy bailiff said that he didn't support Harvey. And she told him, anyone who votes for Charlie Creel will not work for me. Which, you can't say that. Within days, Harvey directed the man to be fired as bailiff. So this guy says, I don't support Harvey. I'd like to vote for the other guy. She says, nobody's going to work for me that doesn't support my little sheriff friend. And then the sheriff fires the bailiff within days. There's also charges saying that she had a life-size cutout of the guy in her chambers, visible to obviously anyone who entered, because it's a life-size cardboard cutout, which the lengths of energy that one would have to go through to even get this is insane. And at times visible to people sitting in the courtroom. So imagine if we're just sitting here and, Judge Everett opens up his little door to his little courtroom chamber, and he's got a life-size cardboard of me and Georgia, standing side by side with our arms around each other. Can you imagine? There is another charge that she presided over a case in February of 2012, which a convicted felon was charged with the possession of a firearm, which is a second-degree felony. The defendant's attorney, which is a former colleague of Fulford, filed a motion to suppress the firearms that were obtained without a warrant. Following a hearing, a judge took the matter under advisement, and while the ruling was pending, asked the attorney to prepare legal documents for a client pro bono. The attorney feared that if he did not accept the pro bono representation, it might result in an adverse ruling on his pending motion. So she's basically like, my way or the highway, and she's going to retaliate against you if you don't do what she says, which is absolutely insane. Then there was a son, the son of her significant other, was charged with domestic battery. Right after his arrest, Fulford contacted the prosecutor, who had been her subordinate while they both worked at the state attorney's office, and she inappropriately intervened to help Young's attorney, this is the boy, secure a deferred prosecution agreement, which would mean the charges would be dropped. She visited the kid at the Wakulla County Jail during non-visiting hours and often met with him in private in the office of the jail's commanding officer. And she was also sending texts to the officers while the kid was in jail, asking about him and trying to arrange for him to be evaluated by a psychologist. The charges said Fulford met with the psychologist at the jail before he evaluated the kid, was present when he was released from jail, and escorted him to meet with his pretrial officer. So she's got her hands in just all of this stuff. Also, hold on, I'm trying to find it. Okay. Oh, here's the sheriff, by the way. Here's a picture of him. This is the guy she had a life-size cardboard cutout. Why? Just why? Okay. So also, and where did I read this? Oh, also, she had ordered. Okay, she had ordered a woman to pay $15,000 in restitution at a rate of $1 per month, which stretched the full repayment into the year 3249. So she's just like an absolute, like, unhinged, like, no morals, no ethics, no boundaries. Who does that remind us of? Is she not the perfect person to represent Donna? Okay, and then this is what I didn't know about. In June of 2013, Circuit Judge Fulford spontaneously replaced Circuit Judge, not everybody may know this name, but if you do, James C. Hankinson as the presiding judge in Leon County, which was a double murder, solicitation, blah, 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 blah. State of Florida versus Deshaun Thomas. Okay. Does everybody know what case Hankinson presided over? He was he the last judge? I can't remember if he was Katie and Sigfredo's judge or Katie's retrial judge. But she took over here. Apparently there was this it's like this whole thing. I really didn't read, 100% into it. But there's all that. Okay, so then I have the actual hold on. I have all of the filings. Okay, so here is the notice of formal charges. The investigative panel of the Florida Judicial Qualifications Commission has stated that you have maintained a close personal friendship with Wakulla County Sheriff David Harvey, and they state the whole, like, the crap that she's saying, anybody's back in session. All right.
Everyone can be seated.
I know that they're still
using the bathroom.
But are you ready when they're ready?
Yeah, I'm ready when they are.
Basically a piece of shit.
Ms. Kappelman, who will be the next witness?
Yes, tenacity for the truth. I know, and I couldn't find that. I need to go find that on Fancy's page. Tenacity for the truth says Jackie drives a Humvee with a personal tag that says trial me. Okay, so the state. Okay, so we all know, or maybe we don't. So there was the initial bump with the whole FBI wiretap, all that. Well, the state got not an FBI wiretap, but they got a wiretap approved by the state of Florida to tap, and we still don't know whose phone it is. We're assuming it's Harvey's. There was a wiretap put on Harvey's phone, we think, and the state is alleging that Donna was calling Harvey on one of the lawyer's phones that they brought into the jail. Do you hear me? Do you hear what I said? To not be on recording through the jail line, which you're supposed to be, one of her lawyers, I'll give you one guess to which one it probably was, brings in their own personal cell phone, which you're not allowed to do. They're not even allowed to bring their phones into the jail. Okay, so that right now is a violation. But then she gives her phone to fucking Donna to call Harvey so they can have a private conversation. During this filing, hold on, baby cake. During this filing, it is also alleged that, I think it's the same filing, I'm not 100% sure. But in this like flurry of nonsense, it is also alleged that they were trying to like send somebody to harm Rob to keep him from testifying. They wanted to hurt Rob to keep him from testifying. They're trying to bribe inmates. They are trying to flee the country. They're trying to hurt Rob. Like, what? She is her own worst enemy. Like, I can't even imagine being so dumb. I'm going to switch over because George's face is just adorable. I can't even imagine being so... And none of this is even... You guys, we haven't even listened to any of this. We have not heard of any of Donna's consciousness of guilt actions that she has been doing to make herself completely a fucking mess. Like, I'm sorry, all of this other evidence really doesn't even matter. I mean, yes, was Rob's testimony against her damning? Yes, all of this testimony, all this evidence, I feel like is very damning. But the judge is going to read aloud a stipulation to the not a stipulation. It's whatever. He's gonna read just like a fucking, I don't know what it's called. Yeah, words fail me. He's gonna basically tell the fucking jury that this is called consciousness of guilt. The fact that she was trying to plead the case. This is what happened. Oh, hold on. It's scandalous. It's so scandalous.
Everyone can be seated. State, you may call your next witness.
What did they call? Can't hear. Meanwhile, I'm like screaming over here. Oh, this woman is such a fucking liar.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
Okay.
Will you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
My name is Clarissa, Clariza, Spoltor, Spoltore.
Thank you. Did you recently get married?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations. Was your name before you got married Libretto?
Libretto.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So, where do you currently work? Where do you work?
I worked at the Adelson Institute.
Okay. And you currently work for a dental practice that took over for the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. How long did you work at the Adelson Institute?
Over 40 years.
And where is the Adelson Institute located?
In Tamarack.
Was the exact address of the Adelson Institute 7737 University Drive in Tamarack?
Correct.
Is Tamarack near Coral Springs?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk about the positions at the Adelson Institute going back to 2013, 2016. What was your position?
I was Dr. Adelson's dental assistant.
Was that Dr. Harvey Adelson?
Dr. Harvey Adelson, yes.
Okay. Did you ever work the front desk?
No.
Okay. So worked as his personal assistant. Worked as his assistant.
Yes.
And what about Donna Adelson? Did she work there during that time?
Yes.
And what did she do there?
She was the office manager. She worked up front.
Okay. Did she keep the books, do the payroll, that sort of thing?
Yes.
What about Charlie Adelson? What was his role there?
Charlie was our periodontist. He's a dentist.
Dentist, okay. And the 40 years that you worked there, you worked for Harvey Adelson all of those 40 years?
Yes.
Was there also an employee during, and I'm talking about the years 2014 to 2016, in addition to yourself, Dr. Harvey Adelson, Dr. Charlie Adelson, was there also an employee named Erica Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, and what was her role?
She worked up front and she was Charlie's assistant.
Okay. And we talked about Donna Adelson and her role. What about, did you have a hygienist named Amy?
Yes, we always had a hygienist.
Okay. Were there any other employees that you can think of during that time at the Adelson Institute other than the ones I just named?
No.
Any other dentists besides Harvey and Charlie?
No.
You mentioned that Charlie is a periodontist. Did he also, in addition to working at the Adelson Institute, did he travel around and do that type of work for other dental offices as well?
Yes.
How often was he in the Adelson Institute office? Ballpark.
Once a month.
Okay, so one time a month he's going to serve his clients for the Adelson Institute, and other than that, he's traveling around to all different offices.
Yes.
Who was the boss at the Adelson Institute in your understanding? Who did you think was the boss?
Dr. Harvey Adelson.
What were the Adelson Institute's business hours back in 2014, 2016? Did y'all have Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 8 to 5?
Monday, yes, and we had one late night.
Was
it
when?
11 to 7.
Okay. Was that Wednesday?
It was Wednesday.
And then off on Fridays?
We were off on Friday.
And no work on Saturday or Sunday?
No.
Who had access to the employee records at Adelson Institute?
Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Dr. Adelson meaning Harvey or Charlie or both?
Harvey Adelson.
Was that something that you had access to or would know anything about?
No.
How do you know Catherine Magbanois?
I know her from the office. She was a patient there.
So she actually came and got dental work done there?
Yes.
Okay. Was she like a regular or just came in once or twice?
Once or twice.
Did you ever see her at Adelson Institute doing anything other than being a patient that once or
no.
One time or two times? Okay. Did you ever see her working at the Adelson Institute in any capacity?
No.
How did you get paid by Adelson Institute?
By checks.
And how often?
Every 2 weeks.
Did you ever get paid for weeks of work prior to completing your work?
Yes.
When would that happen? When might you get advance pay or get more than one paycheck at a time?
If they were going away on vacation, then we would get the checks before.
They being?
I mean, Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Okay. So if Harvey and Donna are going on a vacation that may last 2 weeks or more,
right,
they're going to go ahead and pay y'all in advance so you don't go without.
Right.
And how often would that happen?
Once a year, twice.
Would you ever get 4, 5, 6 paychecks in a row?
No.
Were you ever aware of any Adelson Institute employee in the history of the 40 years you were there that worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
No.
Did the Adelson Institute back in 2013 to 2016, did y'all have a cleaning service?
Yes.
And would the cleaning service, was it a husband and wife team?
Yes.
Was Catherine McVanois the wife part of that team?
No.
Do you remember back in 2016, okay, when 2 law enforcement officers came to Adelson Institute and were asking some questions?
Yes.
Okay, and were they asking questions about Catherine McVanois?
Yes.
Did you, since you didn't know anything, did you refer them to Erica Johnson, another employee?
Yes.
Okay. And did Erica Johnson speak with them?
Yes.
Prior to court today, did you have an opportunity to listen to States 100, which is the recorded call that you were played, which was a conversation between a man and a woman? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I saw you nodding. I've got to ask you. When you listened to that conversation, did you recognize the voices in States 100?
Yes.
Who was the woman in the call?
Erica Johnson.
Okay. And you said she was an employee at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And one of her roles was being Charlie's assistant?
Yes.
And did you say she also kind of works in the front office?
Yes, she did.
All right. Who was the male voice on States 100?
Charlie.
Charlie Adelson?
Charlie Adelson.
And did you work with both of them for many years?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I'm not going to admit States 100. I just wanted to lay that foundation, and we will seek to admit it through another witness later in the trial. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
I'm Jackie Fulford. We've never met, but who are you? Who are you? I'm sorry. I was playing Candy Crush Saga on my phone. It's a really fun game. It's like you have to match 3 in a row, and it's got lights and colors, and it vibrates. And I was like, woohoo, I won level 34. So, alright, I'm trying to confer with the Turtle Boy to see even who you are or what we want to ask you. I don't know. She said Katie didn't work for them. How are we going to fix that? Alright, I guess we're just going to say, isn't it true that Katie was there in the office, and sometimes you do pay people to get their teeth cleaned, right?
I want to direct your attention back to time frame of 2013, 2014. Did the office have an old style answering machine?
Yes.
Okay, so it'd play a recording if somebody didn't pick up?
Yes.
Okay, and you had to go to the machine and play the messages at the machine?
Correct.
Okay. In your 40 years of knowing my client, Mrs. Adelson, did she ever speak badly about Dan Markell?
No.
Oh my God, are you serious? Like, she's gonna be talking shit about Dan in the fucking dentist office.
Isn't it true that you would call the Adelson family, Donna and Harvey, a hardworking family?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Would you consider them murderers? Did they ever say, hey, Clarissa, I murdered Dan Markell?
Any redirect to the
No,
witness.
we're done here, Judge. We're done here. Donna, we won that one big time.
Back during that time period, if a
Big
patient were to call Adelson Institute and it was closed, maybe because it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, would that call be routed to voicemail?
Yes.
Okay. And then would you have would the voicemail be able to be checked from there if it's checked by someone in the office? That would be Monday morning.
Yes.
Do you know who else had access to that voicemail?
No.
You and Donna Adelson had a friendly relationship throughout your time at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Were you, did you socialize or spend time together outside of work, or was your friendly relationship at work?
At work.
Okay. So while at work, you never heard her say anything negative about Dan Markell?
No.
But you didn't spend time with her outside of the office?
We've gone out on occasions, but...
Not regularly?
I'm sorry?
Not on a regular basis?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at all?
No, sir. She can be released. Thank you.
You are released from your subpoena. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Catherine McManus.
Members of the jury will take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Oh my gosh, guys. This is a
Everyone can be seated. I see.
That's a pretty
Yes.
low cut top to be wearing
Go
in
ahead.
Fort Jackie.
Preemptively, before this comes up during the testimony, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to remind you again not to have any emotional reactions while the testimony is going on. No head shaking, no nodding, nothing to indicate that you either disagree or agree with what's happening. Do you understand?
Yeah, what the hell was the point of the answering machine? Question. Well, they had an answering machine, so they certainly couldn't be murderers. That makes sense to everybody who heard that, right?
This after McVanwa is going to be Sergeant Corbett, and he will need just a second to get situated. So, is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
For how long the McBanawa will take as a witness? Do you believe we will still get to Sergeant Corbett today?
We have until 5:30. I think we can start a little bit today.
Well, we can start a lot of things, but we will not finish them today in all likelihood.
Small guy in a big old coat. Is Jackie, did Jackie Fulford just unwrap a piece of hard candy and is like crunching the wrapper right next to the microphone? Did you hear that? It's like, sorry. All right. Freaking fruit punch. So, Katie is next. Yeah. That should be fun. Yeah. Mommy want Winnie. That's one of my favorite movies. My sister and I used to crack up when the guy, I think it's that movie, yeah, the guy gets out of the bus and there's like a kid and he's got his face pressed up against the window and he's like, blah, 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 and he just punches it, punches the kid's face through the front window. That used to make me and my sister crack up when we were little. Okay. So, my kids are fighting. I saw a video on Facebook the other day, and it was like this kid like screaming at the top of their lungs. And somebody's like, oh my god, what are they doing to that poor kid? And it switches over to like a mom, and she's like trying to like put the banana peel back on the banana while the kid is screaming. I'm like, pretty accurate. Okay. So, I want to read about, there we go. Hold on one sec, guys.
Joey.
Okay, I've got kids yelling, I've got a cat stepping on the keyboard. The most professional live stream in the history of all the land. I'm surprised the little tail is not in the, got fruit flies flying around, we've got cats, we've got kids, we've got screaming. Okay, so I would like to read off the messages between Scott Radius and Harvey, okay? We went over a few of these. I don't know, last week. And I would now like to go read all of these. So just to prep everything, Harvey, okay, Scott Radius has a wife who's Vietnamese. And Harvey apparently wanted to buy a villa in Vietnam. Well, if you are not a citizen of Vietnam, you cannot legally own anything. So they started building this villa. Charlie started building this villa, but it had to be put under Scott Radius's wife's name. Okay, so here is the setup to this. So Harvey, this is November 7th. This is the day after Charlie gets convicted, and this is the same day that Donna has the phone call about needing to flee to Vietnam. This is after the phone call. Okay. So, and all these messages are on WhatsApp. Little Harvey can't make his way out of an airport, but he knows how to work WhatsApp. Okay. So he says, Harvey says to Scott, what about recommendations in Vietnam? What city would be best for us? Scott says, we would recommend flying in either than taking a domestic into a more peaceful location. The resort that our villa is in has others that are available for rent. Ours is just not ready yet. That could be an option. Dr. Adelson says, Donna and I will arrive in Saigon on Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. on 11/15, November 15th, and we'll stay in city until the 20th. We haven't made plans for the next city. Most important for us is to be able to stay in contact with Charlie. I need your advice about extend infinity plans or do something else. We are leaving Miami Monday night. Now, in case you don't know, Scott Radius calls the FBI, okay, and tells them about this conversation, saying, hey, just so you know, these freaking lunatics are planning on fleeing to Vietnam. Okay. Scott Radius says, I was going to ask what is Xfinity? Is that your phone plan? Harvey says, Scott. Now this is important. Scott, you must not mention to Charlie anything about our plans. Please call ASAP, just a 2-minute call. Then Harvey says, Scott, I know you are aware that Charlie was found guilty by a jury that made up their minds long before the trial started. Charlie's only chance of a new trial is... I'll peel this orange. Charlie's only chance of a new trial is through the appellate courts. Donna, as you know, was arrested. Okay, this is obviously after Donna's been arrested. I would like to speak with you when you have some time. Again, Charlie always considered you a real friend and tried to make your stay in his house a memorable experience. What does that even mean? Charlie was nice to you when you came over. Don't forget that. Don't forget how nice Charlie was to you when you came over. Thank you, Sub Rosa. That's very sweet of you. Okay. Here, baby. Here. And what does Charlie consider? What does Charlie and Harvey consider a memorable experience? Really, I'd love to know. Actually, I wouldn't forget that. Okay, so now here we are in December. Scott says, "Oh no, sorry, this is Harvey." He says, "I hope you're doing okay, and I look forward to talking." Harvey. Scott says, "Hey, Dr. Adelson. Yeah, I agree. Charlie has always been a great friend, and I will continue to be there for him when he calls. I understand that you have a lot going on with your family right now, and I just need to excuse myself and not be involved." Okay. Harvey says, "Oh, here comes Katie. Here comes Katie. I'll shut up." Her hair, how does she come out of jail and her hair looks better than Wendy? Just answer me that.
Right now. Please check if the jurors are ready.
Katie is like prison Moana. That's all right, there. Across all the press, find you. We'll watch that short after. My realization that if I just sing the songs myself, I can get around copyright.
Jury in her courtroom.
I'm sorry if anybody thought that was great. I think Katie is absolutely beautiful. If like Moana and Pocahontas had a baby, it would be Katie. It would. Maybe that's why I have all the flies in here, just to rub their hands together in menacing little flyways.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. Please speak
They're
loudly and clearly for the jury.
Go against her on that. Yeah. Her lips are beautiful. Oh.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Catherine Magbanua, KATHERINE MAGBANUA.
Ms. Magbanua, are you in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving a sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
For what?
Life.
Life for what? Crime?
For the murder of Ann Markel.
And did you have a trial before you received that sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that trial, did you testify in your own defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that testimony, did you testify that essentially we had it right about everyone else, but you were in the dark, you weren't involved in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that true?
No, ma'am.
All right, and you didn't have to testify in your own defense. You could have chosen to remain silent, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you testified also in the trial in which Garcia was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And same thing there. You testified, you did not tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why then come now with a different story?
I think that the truth needed to come out, and the people responsible needed to get arrested.
Point at Donna.
Okay. Are you hoping to get something out of this?
I would eventually like to see my children again one day.
And are you hoping that something can be done for you even after being sentenced?
Yes, ma'am. I'm hoping so.
Okay. Have you been promised anything
No,
in
ma'am,
exchange for your testimony?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. By me or by anyone?
No, ma'am. Nobody.
Okay. Has anybody told you what you need to say here today?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody told you, well, you need to implicate a certain person?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Weren't you originally offered immunity in this case to come forward with the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Why did you not take that opportunity?
Well, in the first trial, I was tried with Secreto Garcia, and he was facing the death penalty, and I just couldn't do it.
Okay, because the truth would implicate your child's father.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about the second time?
I've been living a lie this whole time, and it was just so hard to come out with the truth that I kept fighting.
Did anybody threaten you or harm you to prevent you from coming forward with the truth?
No, ma'am.
Oh my God, I hope she says
Were
something
you
about
ever
Wendy.
promised anything by anyone to, if you'll just remain silent, we'll pay for your kids' education or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in the death of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Did we have it right? Were you the middleman between the shooter and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who solicited you to become involved in this?
Charlie.
Who was he to you at that time?
We were dating at that time.
When did you start dating Charlie Adelson?
We started dating around 2013 when I was working for Sophie Dental.
Okay. Do you know what month?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you stop dating him?
Probably towards the beginning of 2015.
Okay. Was there a period of time where it kind of wasn't clear whether you were still with Charlie or dating Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Garcia is your child's father, right?
Yes.
And what's your history with him? How long were you together?
I've been with Secreto Garcia since I was about 18 years old.
All right, so a lot of history there.
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say that you're on again, off again quite a few times throughout your history together.
Yes, ma'am.
And during one of those off times, is that when you started seeing Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then toward the end of Charlie Adelson, there was a little bit of overlap with the two men.
Yes, ma'am.
And that sort of is in the middle of the time frame that we're talking about here today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did Charlie Adelson first bring this idea up to you that I'm looking for someone to harm my brother-in-law?
This was around October. What stuck out in my head was on Halloween on October 31st.
Okay. And what year was that?
That was 2013.
Okay. And so on Halloween, what is your memory of what y'all were doing that night that you're able to remember that happened that night?
Well, we were out in Lincoln Road. It was like a kind of like a block party in Lincoln Road. And then when we were getting ready to get into our cars, he jumped into my car, and he basically suggested that do I know anybody that can harm someone?
Okay. And were those the words he used, harm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know somebody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, Sigfredo was the first person that kind of popped in my head.
Okay, I want to approach and show you an exhibit. This states 36. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate photograph of you and Charlie Adelson when you all were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence, states 36, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
States 36 is admitted. You may.
Where was this photograph taken?
That was down at the Keys.
When was it taken?
I believe that was his birthday.
Charlie's birthday?
Charlie's birthday.
In 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
When was his birthday?
October 27th, I believe.
And y'all drove down to the Keys?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would have been just a few days before he broached this subject of harming someone to you on Lincoln Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you aware of him sending this photograph to his sister that night?
No,
Or
ma'am, I
that
was
day?
not.
Why would he think that you knew somebody that could harm someone?
Why would Charlie think?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I've spoken about Sigfredo, just kind of the situations that we were having, and
So he knew a little bit
problems.
about your ex's criminal history?
I might have mentioned something along the way, yes.
What did Sigfredo Garcia know about Charlie Adelson?
At that time, I don't think he really knew of him yet.
At some time, did he become aware that you had started dating someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And there's one phone call in the phone records that we're going to hear more about with the next witness. It's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, 2014. Do you know anything about that phone call?
Yes, ma'am. There was a bit of an altercation between Charlie and Sigfredo. I believe prior to that, like a couple hours before that, where like he saw us leaving and then he kind of blocked off where I was like residing. Like we were already in the car, me and Charlie were, and he stopped and started screaming some stuff, but we didn't know what he was talking about.
Okay, so when you first started dating Charlie back sometime shortly before around Halloween of 2013 or October of 2013,
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
right? Garcia didn't know about it.
I
But
believe
it's-
he didn't know anything
Okay,
about
but
it.
at
yeah.
some point he learned and was jealous and there was a confrontation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how does that confrontation explain a phone call to Harvey Adelson?
I think he was trying to contact Charlie, and maybe he somewhat probably Googled, tried to find, and that's the number that he had gotten, which was...
Okay, maybe he was looking for Dr. Adelson or something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But to your knowledge, there's no connection between Garcia and any member of the Adelson family other than you?
No, ma'am.
Who is Luis Rivera?
Sigfredo Garcia's friend.
Okay. And how long have you known him?
For a number of years, over a decade probably.
Okay. Why did you agree when Charlie asked you to enlist somebody to harm someone? Why did you agree to do that?
Oh, at that time, Charlie knew that I was going through financial situations, so I guess he thought, hey, you can make some money.
You needed the money?
Yes, ma'am.
And Garcia and Rivera, they were also motivated by money, right?
Of course.
Did Charlie Adelson tell you why he wanted to harm Dan Markel?
At that time, no, ma'am.
What did you learn about Dan Markel over the course of your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
Well, through the course, he was just mentioning that his parents were going through it, that his sister was going through it, that, he basically painted a bad picture of Mr. Markel, and since he knew that I was going through stuff with Sigfredo, it was kind of, I was like sympathizing with his sister because I know how it feels to go through.
Okay,
turmoil.
so you knew that his sister was having a terrible time with her ex.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had some things going on with Garcia that felt relatable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what does it mean that his parents are going through it?
He just said that they couldn't sleep, that at some point I think somebody was throwing up. I don't know if it was his mom or his dad, and that it was just becoming a big problem to them.
Okay, and the big problem was Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever meet Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you meet her?
From my recollection, it was from the dental office.
And why did you go to the dental office?
I needed some cavities and teeth whitening done.
Is that the only time you ever met Donna Adelson?
From my recollection, yes, ma'am.
All right. And did she know you were dating her son when she met you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were things cordial between you at that meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you discuss anything beyond greetings and pleasantries?
No, ma'am.
After the initial approach of you at Lincoln Road on Halloween, was there any more discussion with Charlie Adelson about this potential job?
Throughout, the couple weeks whenever I had a chance to hang out with him, he would mention here and there.
How often were you seeing each other during this time frame?
Probably, I had children, so I always, if I could get out and I can find a babysitter, I'd go over to his house, or we'd have dinner and hang out.
Okay, would that be like once a week, 3 times a week, once a month?
About 2 times a week.
2 times a week. And would you stay over, or would you just go for dinner?
Sometimes I would stay over, yes, ma'am.
And you're saying when you would go over there and hang out with him, sometimes there would be further conversation about this potential job where you're going to be paid to hire someone or enlist someone to harm Dan Markell.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you learn any more details about what needed to be done?
No, ma'am. Okay. He never gave me any details.
And so he would just continue to say the same things?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Sorry. He would just tell me that they were going through hard times.
Okay, so the conversations typically were, my family is really suffering under this situation.
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained. Did not answer the question. Please refrain.
In these conversations, are you asked, like, have you secured anyone? Are you asked further questions about who's going to be doing it?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell him, like, yes, I can do it?
Yes, I just agreed to it.
Okay.
That I had somebody.
All right. And during these conversations with Charlie Adelson, was there ever a time when he's in the middle of these conversations with you about what's going to happen, speaking to his mother?
Sometimes he would get on the phone, he'd kind of look at me weird, and then just step out of the room and discuss whatever he needed to discuss.
Give any information about what was discussed outside of presence.
Overruled. She is talking about what took place, not the substance of the conversation itself. You may continue.
All right, so he would step out, have a conversation with his mother, and then come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you would resume the conversation about.
Yeah, he would just kind of go off again, saying that this needed to be taken care of, and what his family was going through.
All right. How many times did this particular situation happen where you were discussing what would eventually become the murder, and his mother was interjected in that way that you just described?
How many times did I think he stepped out and speak to him? A number of times.
More than twice?
Yes, ma'am.
More than 5 times?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was like a regular part of the way this worked whenever this conversation came up?
Yes,
he would
ma'am.
consult his mother and come back and speak to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever relay to you, my mom says whatever?
He didn't. He never specifically said what he spoke to his mom about. No.
Okay. But did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
Did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you learn this isn't going to be just harming, like, I don't know, maybe punch him in the face or something? It's going to be a murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you know specifically when you learned that?
There was an envelope that Charlie had given me one day that I went over to his house, and he told me not to open it, and that he had worn gloves to close it, and that was basically it. And that I was the understanding of to pass it on to whoever I knew could take care of it.
Okay, and when it's pass it on to whoever you knew, the name Sigfredo Garcia is used or is not used?
No, it was never used.
Okay, and is that, when we're talking about this conspiracy in general terms, are you in general trying to insulate the co-conspirator on this side of you from the one over here?
Yes, ma'am. I was basically in the middle.
So you don't talk about Charlie to Sigfredo and you don't talk about Sigfredo to Charlie?
No, ma'am.
But they both
knew that it was to them, yes.
Okay. He said he wore gloves when he put whatever he put in the envelope.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so he told you, don't open it, don't touch what's in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what kind of envelope was it?
It was a manila envelope.
Was there any writing on the envelope or anything on the outside?
No, ma'am. It was blank.
All right. So the envelope goes into your diaper bag, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you take it and Sigfredo gets it from you?
Yes. Well, eventually when I came home, because I usually have that diaper bag, that's like my little weekend bag. And when I came home, I contacted Sigfredo and I was like, hey, I have a package for you. Just come by whenever you can.
Did you open it and see what was inside?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson say anything to you about where he printed the documents that were contained inside?
He did mention that he would never, he's like, oh, I didn't print this in my, the office that he had in his home. Probably printed in one of the offices that he worked at.
Because he would frequent a bunch of different offices,
yes,
right?
Ma'am.
Okay. All right, so you gave this package to Garcia, and did he open it in your presence?
No, ma'am. He literally took it and left out the door.
All right, and had you talked to him beforehand about, hey, I'm going to give you some instructions about a job?
No, there was no conversation about it. Basically, just I have that package, and then he took it.
But how did he know what the package was? Had you talked to him at all about, hey, I got a job for you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Like I told him that, that I have potential person that needed to, get harmed or beat up from my understanding at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like, okay.
Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the June trip. In June, did you provide Garcia with any money for expenses associated with that June trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the money from to give to Garcia?
From Charlie.
Okay, how much money was it?
From my recollection, it was a couple $100, less than $5, maybe.
So this was just for like gas and whatever was needed to get to Tallahassee and back?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't know where he was going. I didn't know about Tallahassee.
But you knew it was for this job that we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, you knew it was a murder because the envelope had been passed, right?
Yes, the envelope was passed towards kind of like in the beginning of the year, so we're already in June at that time.
All right. And when you went to Charlie to get the money for the expenses, what did you say?
I needed some money for, for the job that he had told me about, and that they needed to either scope it out or, just funds to get out of town.
Okay. So your understanding was the first mission to Tallahassee, or you didn't know it was to Tallahassee, but the first trip that needed funds was going to be like a scoping trip, not to actually accomplish the murder.
Yeah, to my understanding, yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you give that money to Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And after the June trip happened, how did Charlie Adelson react to, I guess, just things not progressing along very quickly with this job?
Well, since I guess nothing happened and something was to happen, he was like, well, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. So Sigfredo didn't tell me anything. He's just MIA again because he just kind of goes in and out of my life.
So sometimes he'd be hard to reach?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you worried that like maybe he'd taken this few $100s and now he's gone off the grid and I can't really give any information to Charlie about what's happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you getting any pressure put on you to get the job done?
Yes, ma'am, from Charlie.
And did that increase over time, like between, and I specifically want to know about between the June trip and the ultimate murder trip?
Yes, ma'am. He was a little bit more adamant and persistent. Well, Katie, why hasn't anything been happening? What's going on?
And were you then in turn putting some pressure on Garcia to get it done, make it happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you relay the message to the killers that the victim was going to be going out of town the day after he ultimately was killed?
No, ma'am. I
Did
had
you
no
know,
knowledge.
You didn't know anything about Dan Markel's travel schedule?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether his travel schedule was contained in the documents inside that manila envelope?
I would think a lot of information was there because for some reason, Sigfredo knew information and Charlie knew information, and that's why the whole confusion was on me. And it's
okay. But you don't know what was in there. You didn't look at it, and you didn't relay that message about the travel.
No, ma'am. I had no knowledge of it.
All right. I want to show you a text that was sent between the June trip and the murder trip. It's 86C. There's a text message where you are asking Charlie Adelson to put you on the payroll. Basically, you need to be able to show that you're working. Do you remember sending that text message?
To Charlie?
Yes.
I believe so, if you can show me.
I will.
Okay.
Was there a reason that you wanted to be at least part of your payment for this to be through the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Well, I was going through like insurance purposes for my son, so I needed to be put on payroll so that I can show that I was making a certain amount of money.
Okay. But it couldn't be too much money, right?
Yeah, it couldn't be too much money.
All right. And so, were you actually doing any work for your payment at Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I was not.
I'll show you this. I'm just gonna publish it. This judge is going to be in 81, and I can't read the slide number. This is in evidence, so you can see it when I publish it. Alright, so take a moment to review that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so here you're asking him, I need help on the employment, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you referring to getting on the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something you all had talked about before you sent this text, or is this the first he's hearing about it?
I don't know if I spoke to him prior to being on the payroll.
Okay, how does he know what you're talking about when you say, I'm going to need help on the employment?
I guess he just figured, since he has an office, that he'd be able to help me.
Okay, and he says no problem, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he actually put you on the payroll at this time? This is June.
At that time, I'm not 100% if I was already on payroll. Not yet, I don't think so.
The evidence indicates that you didn't receive your first paycheck until approximately 2 months after the murder was completed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so did you feel like you could ask for this before the job was done because you knew you were getting the job done?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, was the payments that you received from the Adelson Institute part of your compensation for your arranging of this murder?
I would think so, yes, ma'am.
What do you mean you would think so? It's yes or no question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, he wasn't going to put you on the payroll for no reason, was he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and most or all the checks were after the breakup? You had broken up before you received the first check, right?
That I already, like I wasn't talking to Charlie as much anymore? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, September, after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had you ever met Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
When did you meet her?
I had dinner with her one time in Yardbird and another time at the beach.
Yardbird, is that a restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the occasion where Wendy was with her boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you ever met Wendy?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you meet her again?
Yes, I met her in the beach around, I think, Father's
Is that
Day.
the photo that we've seen, State's Exhibit 35, publishing. Is that the second time you met Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever discuss the murder with Wendy Adelson?
No, ma'am, I did
Did you
not.
ever discuss Dan Markel's schedule with her?
No, ma'am.
So the only person you talked about it with at all was Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, for the July trip, once the murder was done, did you receive a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were the two men looking to get their money for the murder?
I don't know what my conversation was with Sigfredo, but I did speak to him on the phone.
But you understood that you needed to get the money, right? And pay
Yes.
them.
Yes, ma'am.
That was part of your job.
Yes, ma'am.
Part of your role in this whole thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to Charlie Adelson's house to get the money on the night of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am. He had contacted me and told me that there was an accident and if he can have dinner with me that night.
Okay. And the accident was a reference to the shooting of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which was not an accident, right?
No, ma'am.
And when you get there, how is Charlie acting?
He was pretty frantic, just pacing back and forth, and he had a gun in his hand.
Okay. Was that unusual behavior for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything about his parents when you arrived at his house that night?
He told me that his parents just left.
Did you end up staying the night there?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you planning on spending the night there?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay. Originally, was your plan to get the money and take it to the two men that killed Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right. What happened the next morning?
Well, since that night, since he was like pacing back and forth, and he had given me a Xanax, that's why I fell asleep.
Okay.
And that's why
Did he take Xanax as well?
Yes, ma'am, he took one as well.
Okay. And the next morning, did something happen with the money?
Yes, ma'am. So I woke up. I was like, I gotta get out of here, and he told me that the money is in the trunk of my car.
All right. And was the money in the trunk of your car?
I actually did not check it. I just got my keys and left.
So you believed him that it was there?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got to where you were going, where did you go to deliver the money?
I was trying to contact Sigfredo and had a hard time trying to contact him. And then I eventually ended up in the alleyway of where Luis lived at that time.
At Luis Rivera's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Garcia show up there when you pulled up there?
Yeah, he just kind of jumped in my car. I didn't know where he came from.
All right. And was he able to get the money?
Yes, I told him that his money was in the trunk of the car.
And he was able to remove it, and you observed him removing it, and the money was there?
Yes, ma'am. He went to the back, grabbed it, and then that's he left.
How did you get your cut of the money?
I don't know if it was later on that night that he came back to my apartment, or the following day, and then he put it in the closet.
How was your cut of the money packaged?
It wasn't like a cut. It was just basically, it was in a bag, in a plastic bag, grocery bag, and I believe there was like a paper bag and then a Ziploc bag inside it.
All right, so the inner thing was a Ziploc bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you opened the Ziploc bag, did you notice that the money was stapled together?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
It was, okay. Did you notice something else unusual about the money?
At that moment, I didn't when I opened it, but a couple days after the fact, it was wet and starting to mold.
The money itself was damp to the touch?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and did you ever mention that fact to Charlie Adelson?
I'm pretty sure I contacted him and told him, why is the money wet?
What do you mean pretty sure? You did or you didn't?
That I did.
Okay, and when you contacted him and said the money's wet, or you just mentioned to him the money's wet, did he have a response?
Yes, ma'am. He told me,
Go ahead.
that his mom washed the money.
That you physically washed the money?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you got a chunk of cash that day or a couple days later. You're not sure which.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you also got these paychecks that we've talked about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did over the ensuing time, from the time of the murder up until the time of the what we've referred to as the bump, are you familiar with that law enforcement operation? Okay. In that time frame, did you get some other gifts and things from Charlie?
Between that time?
Yes. Plane tickets, things like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you deny getting any type of gift or favor from Charlie Adelson other than the cash that you got?
I don't know if like specifically any type of favors. If I was going through, I was having problems with the car that I had purchased from him. So he would get that fixed and he would pay for it.
Okay, and before that he helped with Mazda repairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You started getting paychecks in September after the murder, which continued through May of 2016. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how would you receive the paychecks?
Charlie would give it to me.
All right. And you admit that you weren't doing anything to earn that money?
No, ma'am. I was
other
not.
than contributing to this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the paychecks, would they come one at a time or multiples at a time?
It would be multiple.
Okay. Do you know why the paychecks stopped when they stopped?
At that time, just like Fredo got arrested.
So they got spooked?
Yes.
Who signed the paychecks?
I'm sorry, one moment. Get back. May I continue?
Who signed your paychecks from the Adelson Institute?
Donna Adelson.
How many paychecks did you receive?
I can't recall.
Does 44 sound right?
Can't recall.
If we assume 44, how many of them were signed by Donna Adelson?
All of them.
How many were signed by Charlie Adelson?
None.
Did Mr. Adelson, when he handed you the checks, give you any instructions on how they were to be deposited?
Just don't deposit it all at one time, like space it out.
All right, and did you always follow his directions on the deposits?
Not always, no ma'am.
Okay, sometimes you would cash one before the pay period ended, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and we've talked about the bump. Did you meet with Charlie Adelson after the bump?
Yes, ma'am.
Who called that meeting, him or you?
I believe he contacted me.
All right. And did you sit in the car with Mr. Adelson for a few minutes before going into the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you were in the car with him?
Well, I got inside the car. He came outside of my job and basically asked, probably where we're gonna eat. And he turned up the volume in his car and kind of just leaned towards me and was just telling me that, that his mom got approached.
Okay. And did you continue to hear more from him about his mom being approached once you entered the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at the time you did not know that law enforcement was intercepting those conversations, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you have any concerns that he might be trying to set you up during that meeting?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you feel that did he do anything to make you think he had suspicions that you might be trying to set him up?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
Just the way he was going through scenarios in his head. He might have, because he mentioned Tato's name, and he had a piece of paper that he looked at and then kind of talked to me about, but I didn't know what he was looking at.
Who's Tato?
Tato is Luis Rivera.
Okay, so did he say Luis Rivera or he said Tato?
He said Tato.
Okay. And so did that concern you that he knew that name?
Yes, it did. I just thought he was confusing it with Tuto, because Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia's nickname.
Okay. And what the setup was from the law enforcement was that this person was posing as an associate of Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when Charlie tells you this information, are you thinking it could be an associate of Luis Rivera? Maybe Rivera did tell someone, and
Yes.
maybe this is somehow connected to Rivera.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you tell Charlie that?
Did I tell Charlie that?
Did you tell Charlie, well, actually, the guy that went with Garcia to kill Dan Markel is Luis Rivera, and he goes by Tato? Did you say anything like that?
No, ma'am. I just told him that Tato was incarcerated, but I never knew at that time that Tato was with Sigfredo, or that he...
Right, but you're not, I guess, are you giving Charlie Adelson all the information that you have about this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to handle it on your side of the conspiracy yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's enlisting you to go do something. What is it you're supposed to do?
To contact the phone number?
Mm-hmm. Phone number on the piece of paper that was handed to his mother.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And figure out who it is and resolve it.
What's going on? He didn't know if it was somebody trying to extort him or try to blackmail him, or he didn't know if it was the FBI.
Okay, and he's saying one of two scenarios. One of two scenarios. Are those the two scenarios?
Yes, ma'am.
It's either the FBI or it is actually someone who's gotten some information about what we did.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed the transcript that was prepared of that restaurant recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that transcript fair and accurate? Does it accurately transcribe the conversation that was had in there?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew Luis Rivera well, right?
I knew him from Sigfredo, yes, ma'am.
But Sigfredo didn't tell you he took Rivera with him.
No, he did
to
not.
do the job.
No, ma'am.
And even though it was pretty obvious, you didn't tell Charlie that Garcia was doing the job.
No, yes, ma'am. He didn't know. He didn't know that it was Sigfredo.
Okay. Charlie never explicitly told you this murder is going to benefit my mother, or this murder is to benefit my sister.
No, ma'am, he did not.
Sustain, please rephrase your questions.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you
this murder is to benefit my mother?
No, ma'am.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my sister?
No, ma'am.
But you knew that, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mom was at the house right before you arrived, the night of the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mother washed the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Money that was payment for the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak in code on that wire?
On the wiretaps, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Property and tenant, that was code for looking into who was behind the bump, right?
Yes, ma'am. Well, Charlie tends to go on his little rants, and then I kind of just followed, what he was saying.
Yes, but you spoke in code.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood you were speaking in code because you might be tapped, right?
Yes,
Somebody
ma'am.
might be listening.
Yes, ma'am.
But there would be no reason to speak in code if you hadn't done anything wrong. Will you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Innocent people don't talk in code, do they?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
One moment, please. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I believe when you started your testimony on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about previously lying under
Yes, ma'am.
oath. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And from the first trial with Sigfredo Garcia to a trial with just you, you gave proffers to law enforcement, correct?
Not between those times, but...
After that, before Charlie's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after you testified in your trial where you admitted that you lied, you were minimizing what was going on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you started meeting with law enforcement in the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And gave them a little more information each time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Each time you became, now what you're saying, a little more truthful?
I'm finally coming out with the truth, yes, ma'am.
You had testified on direct that you got to Charlie's house and he had indicated that his parents had just left.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that he was nervous and upset, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you all both took Xanax.
Well, he gave it to me, yes, ma'am.
But you said you took one, right?
Of course, yes, ma'am.
And he took one, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you two went to bed together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh geez, guys, what did I miss? My husband came home for a minute, and I missed some drama in the... Yep, right there. Donna washed the money. Do you
So
think
what
that-
you're telling the jury is you met Charlie Adelson and started a dating relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't exclusive at that time, were you?
No, ma'am.
Charlie dated a lot of women, didn't he?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point he tells you that he wants something to happen to someone, right? He wants someone to be harmed.
Yes, ma'am.
And he asks you if you know anybody that could take care of that for him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then you contact Sigfredo Garcia, who's the father of your children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and he are having a rocky relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you engage Sigfredo Garcia to be the one who causes whatever harm it's going to be to Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you do that, you know who Luis Rivera is, right?
Do I know who? Yes, I know.
At that time, you knew who he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But is it your testimony you did not know that he was going to be involved with this as well?
Yes, I did not know that he was going to be with him. Let alone, I didn't know that Sigfredo was even going to be the one.
Oh, I'm sorry. You hired someone other than Sigfredo to do it?
No, I didn't know that I just gave him, I told him that somebody, needed to be harmed. I didn't know that he was going to be the one.
Okay.
to
And
do
how
so.
much money did you tell him he could make?
I didn't tell him an amount.
So you testified before that you knew Sigfredo needed some money and you could certainly use some money, so that's why you agreed to do this.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were going to agree to have somebody killed and you didn't even know how much you were going to get paid?
No, I did not know.
Okay, so now we know Sigfredo and Luis Rivera came to Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's Charlie's asked you, you've asked Sigfredo, unbeknownst to you apparently, he has asked Luis Rivera to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we know that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia traveled to Tallahassee on more than one occasion, but ultimately they follow and track down Danny Markel, and when he pulls into his garage, Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him in the head and kills him, right?
From what it shows in my trial, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then they come back to South Florida, Sigfredo and Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you go to Charlie's house, you pass out with the Xanax, you get up the next morning, and he says there's money in the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, you're claiming you didn't know how much money it was.
Yeah, I did not know how
And
much.
as of then, you still hadn't discussed any dollar value for having someone killed.
No, ma'am. That was probably on the paper that I had handed to Sigfredo, the one that he got out of my diaper bag.
Yeah, I don't want you to speculate because you don't know, do you?
No, I never opened the envelope.
But your testimony is you arranged a homicide and didn't even know what the pay was going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the next morning, Charlie says the money's in your trunk and you get up and leave, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you go to Sigfredo, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he knows you're going to be bringing him money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he hops in your car and you tell him you got the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And so your testimony is then he goes into your trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
And he takes the bag out of the diaper bag.
No, it was not a diaper bag. It was the plastic bag that Charlie put in my trunk.
No, the money was inside your diaper bag is what you testified to before.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Oh, where'd you put it?
The money?
Yeah.
Was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. All right, I must have misunderstood your testimony. I thought you said it was in the diaper bag.
The envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what you delivered to Sigfredo.
That's the envelope that Sigfredo picked up from my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
That Charlie had given to you.
Yes, ma'am.
That you say you didn't know what the contents were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so moving forward, now Danny has been killed, and Sigfredo gets in your trunk and gets the bag, right?
It gets the money. Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's in a bag or not?
Yes, in the plastic bag.
Okay, all right, so he gets the bag, and at this point you say you haven't even seen the money.
Yes, ma'am, I did not.
Okay, and then a day or two later, he comes back to you and gives you, I guess, what is going to be your share, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, you still don't know Luis Rivera's involved?
At that point, no, ma'am.
You still didn't know?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you said that Mr. Garcia puts the money into your closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And a few days later, you actually go into the closet?
I don't know if it was the same day that, that he put the money there, but a couple of days later when I had opened the bag, that's when I felt the moisture of the money.
So you didn't touch the money the first day?
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
So I'm talking about the first day that Charlie gives it to you. You didn't touch it that day?
No, I did not.
Okay, and you didn't touch it the next day. That's when you gave it to Sigfredo.
Yes, because he just grabbed it from the trunk of my car.
Okay, and a couple of days later, he brings you your share and puts it in your closet.
A day or two. It might have been the same day or the day after. He put it in the closet.
And then at some point you open the bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And inside the bag you find, it's not very thick, but you find stacks of money that's stapled together, correct?
What's not very thick?
10 $1 bill or 10 $100 bills stapled together. That's not very thick, is it?
It was just in stacks of whatever amount it was. I didn't count it.
It was stapled together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how much did you get for arranging Danny Markell to be killed from Charlie's request to passing that on to Sigfredo Garcia? How much money did you get?
I never counted how much money was even in the bag.
As you sit here today, you're telling this jury you never know what your cut was. You can't tell them.
No, ma'am. I never counted it.
You spent some of it, didn't you?
I believe so. Through time, yes.
And you deposited some of it into your bank account?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't know how much yours was?
No, ma'am.
But you do admit that Charlie gave you a check after that from Adelson Institute, right? He gave you payroll checks from Adelson Institute, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie gave those to you?
No, it was, Charlie handed me the checks, yes, ma'am.
Exactly.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And you testified that you met Miss Donna Adelson on one occasion, right?
From what I recall, yes, from the dental office when I went to get work done.
She greeted you when you came for your appointment, basically?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had your appointment and you paid for the services, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's been testimony that Charlie, after that date, that Charlie, after that date, gave you other benefits, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You and he weren't together anymore, correct?
After
the homicide?
No, we were not together, but we were still friendly with each other. We were still...
You're friends, but you went back to Sigfredo, right?
There was a time where I was between Sigfredo and still intimate with Charlie as well.
Besides the one time you had that dental appointment and you saw Mrs. Adelson, you met her, Donna Adelson.
Yes, ma'am. After
that, you never talked to her again, did you?
Not that I can recall. I don't think I've
You didn't speak on the phone to each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't text each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't email each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't have any other communication of any kind?
No, ma'am.
You didn't meet with her in person?
There's only a time that I saw her, but I didn't meet with her.
Right, exactly. And when you're having these discussions with Charlie Adelson, I'm talking about you and your knowledge. When you're having these discussions with Charlie and then having discussions with Sigfredo, she's not involved in those conversations with you, is she?
No, ma'am, she's not.
May I have just a moment?
So my client never met with you, so who cares if she gave you the wet money and signed every single paycheck? I even had on my poster board during opening that I made in the hallway just before court started. I had on there that you were paid $3,000 a month. It was pointing from Charlie because Charlie's the one that handed you the checks. Am I right, little Miss Katie? I'm gonna do a double point to you, and then I'm gonna. Hey, I got distracted there. I cannot, guys. Yeah, I think Katie realizes that she was an idiot for taking the deal. I think out of everybody, Katie is not the one who feels bad. I think, you know, she just kind of disassociated from the whole thing and didn't really think too much about it and was like, yay, money. I don't really know this guy. And yeah, I know what it feels like to be sad, you know, to have somebody. But like, Dan wasn't a monster. Oh my God, my kids, hold on.
Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
Publishing states 55. Donna did not have any conversations with you, did she?
No, ma'am.
There's no line here, right?
No, ma'am.
Donna had conversations with Charlie.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie.
I object. She wasn't participating in those conversations.
Overruled, I believe the witness earlier testified concerning this very issue. You may continue your examination.
Donna had conversations with Charlie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie had conversations with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie was the go-between between you and Donna, wasn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
The same way you were the go-between between Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled? You remain under the subpoena, Ms. McBanawan. I believe you stated Sergeant Corbett is going to need to set up before you get started. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a break before the next witness. Everyone can be seated.
I know this was forever ago, but I'm going to play my short about
If anyone needs
Wendy's
to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so
birthday
now.
being on Earth Day.
When is
She is the author of This Is Our Story.
when is Ms. Adelson's birthday?
April 22nd.
Okay.
Earth Day.
I've got this out of order.
I have crossed off trust, got to find you. I know your name. They have stolen the heart from inside you. But this is not to find you. This is not who you are. You know who you are.
A fucking monster. Ladies and gentlemen, Mother Earth herself, Wendy Adelson.
When is Ms. Adelson?
The look on Jeff's face when he says Earth Day, I just have to play it again because it's so. I don't know why it's so funny to me.
Birthday.
April 22nd. Earth Day.
I've got this out of order.
It's the eyebrow raise for me, guys. Okay, hold on. Oh my God. Sorry that my kids are like screeching in the background. Oh, here. Okay, we'll do this.
You know, I mean, this was pretty targeted, so.
Yeah, you think, she's concerned for her children's safety.
Wendy plays the victim so well. To me, it looked like classic Wendy.
Hi, Annie. Oh, dear. Oh, Wendy.
That's just classic Wendy. Classic.
I know there was a shooting in Danny's blog this morning. That's all I know. That's all I know. Oh, dear. Honey.
Isn't that just classic Wendy? So classic.
I really needed some help.
Classic Wendy.
Everybody else felt bad for her. I thought, holy crap, she did this. She plays the victim instantly. She's great at it. You know, I mean, this was pretty targeted.
Oh my gosh. And just so everybody knows, all those voiceovers were me, in case you don't immediately know. Oh my gosh. Okay. I should probably get on the Tallahassee Democrats feed and not my own right now on my phone. Sorry, guys. All right, let's see. Okay, this is
Wendy, when asked, were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband? Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide? You
said no, the lie detector determined that was a lie.
Wendy, when asked, were you in?
Oh my gosh, I miss trash TV. And I guess that's probably like one of the reasons why I'm just so snarky and like I grew up in the age where everybody made fun of everybody. Like everybody made fun of everybody. Okie dokie. Let's see. Oh, this will be good because Wendy is so guilty and she's fucking next. Yes, seriously, when SNL was fun to tune into, Black Eyed Sue was so funny. Kristen Wiig is absolutely amazing. And yes, Amy, I love Jeff as well. I really, I love Georgia and Sarah, but my God, why couldn't we have brought in Krista Koss to just ask Wendy just a couple of questions?
I don't know anything about...
If you're not going to say all of that and try to give the truth, why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty? Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty? Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty? Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty? Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty?
Because I'm not guilty.
A brief moment. I got nothing further.
Reject.
I don't know any...
I really hope everybody appreciates her drinking that bullet bourbon because that took so long for me to do. Oh, I uploaded a new short, actually, I think. Did I? Yes, I think I did. Okay, this is where, oh, and that thing didn't load properly.
I always wondered if Sarah, the victim advocate, knew that Wendy was a suspect. And I've always had the sneaking suspicion that she did. But then I found a clip that confirms what I'd been suspecting all along. It's towards the end of the night, and it's one of the last things she ever says to Wendy. And watch Wendy's reaction when she says it, because she picks up on it immediately.
They're like, you need your work computer. I'm like, work?
take my computer. There's nothing on it you're gonna find that's gonna, well, I don't know, maybe there's something they'll find that's useful, but.
Well, they're used to thinking, a lot of times things will happen like burglaries, or they deal with suspects who aren't cooperative and don't, they're like, give them my stuff back. And
yeah.
You've been a super cooperative suspect, Wendy. And you know what? Because you were such a big helper, you get to pick out a super special sticker all by yourself. Which one? That one? Wow, Wendy, great choice. Wow! I want to slow that part down so we can watch Wendy's body language change as she completely dissolves into her chair, defeated.
burglaries, or they deal with suspects who aren't cooperative and don't, they're like, give them my stuff back. And
yeah.
Before.
Take my...
Smiling, lighthearted, animated, confident, direct eye contact. After. Head down, closed off, holding her neck to protect her carotid artery. Sighs of sadness, completely shut down and not talking. I think.
Okay, so I watched her stupid interrogation so many times, and I did not realize. Hold on, they're back in the court.
How cell phone towers work. We could get through maybe about 30 slides in an hour, and I could let you know when we're at that stopping point if you haven't stopped me already.
Very well.
But anytime you want to stop me to stop for the day, that's fine too. Because I think probably in all it might take 3 to 4 hours.
All right, is everyone good to go?
Yes, sir. Defense and I spoke, and I'll move a summary into evidence with Sergeant Corbett, and I'll say subject to the court's ruling, and then that way we can make sure that everything that is in the summary tomorrow or that goes into evidence is subject to the court's ruling, as opposed to having to do that this minute. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
That is the conversation Ms. Dugan and I had, and I agree with that. It makes sense time-wise.
Please bring in the jurors.
Would you guys like if I did a live recap tonight? It would have to be after I put my little gerbil to sleep. But my daughter has a volleyball game that's like 2 hours away, and my husband's going to it tonight, so I'm going to have a little bit of time after she's in bed. Yeah, Club says yes. Tracy in Vegas says we'll have a recap. I know, I've been feeling like I'd like to do that, but seriously, like just getting used to schedule has been a little tiring to me, but now I feel like I've got my shit. No, the defense never has their shit. Jackie Fulford doesn't know where she is.
Everyone can be seated.
Maybe I'll find one of my
State,
husband's
please call
jackets
your next
and wear it
witness.
tomorrow, so I can look like
Sergeant, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
So this guy does
You may take
all
your
the
seat.
phone records,
Please
guys.
speak loudly and clearly. You may examine when you're ready.
Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Certainly. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Corbett, and that's Corbitt, and I'm a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
And how long have you worked with TPD?
29 years and 11 months.
And what unit are you in at TPD?
I currently supervise the Technical Operations Unit.
Can you tell me a little bit about your training and experience in order to supervise the Technical Operations Unit?
Certainly. I have just under 2,000 hours of general technical training, which would cover sort of all realms of law enforcement technology, camera installations, audio, video monitoring, forensics, all kinds of, again, all the ways that we use technology to assist in criminal investigations. I have just over 1,000 hours of that is dedicated to communication record analysis or cell phone analysis. And that includes the obtaining, analysis, mapping, all the things that we do with communication records specifically to assist in criminal investigations.
Okay, and have you also taught in the field of digital forensics?
I do. I teach communication record analysis to law enforcement officers, other law enforcement agencies, prosecutors associations, other groups. Yes.
And how long have you been supervisor of that unit?
Since 2012.
How many hours of specialized training in historical communication records analysis do you have?
Just over 1,000.
And what is historical communication record analysis?
Communication or historical communication record analysis would be kind of a general term for the use of communication records. And when I talk about communication records, I mean primarily cell phone records, records that we get from the carriers. They may be forensic records or reports that we get when we're able to do a forensic analysis of a phone, when we have the actual device and can download data. But we take all that information and we analyze it really in whatever way the investigator or the investigation needs. Oftentimes that's location analysis. We're trying to put handsets, are they consistent or could they have been at the scene of a crime? Could they have been somewhere else? Where might other evidence be? So a lot of that work has to do with the locations of the handsets. Sometimes it's communications, who communicated with who, when, how often, those kind of things to help establish relationships. There's really a number of ways that we can use those records and the analysis of those records, again, to assist in the criminal investigations.
And have you ever testified in court in the field of historical communication records analysis where you've given an expert opinion?
I have, yes.
About how many times?
123.
And those are all my questions as to his qualifications, Judge.
Defense wish to voir dire the witness.
There you are.
Is there a challenge to his ability to provide an opinion in the field of historical communication record analysis?
There you are.
Members of the jury, while this witness testifies today, he will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the area of historical communication record analysis. You may continue.
So in your position at TPD, you mentioned that part of your everyday duties is going to be pulling cell phone records from cell phone companies. Is that right?
That's correct.
And are those records called call detail records?
That's sort of a general term that we give to a broad range of records. Call detail records, we generally talk about specific call logs, and maybe voice or text. We have other types of reports, subscriber information, other types of location reports that are more specific, but generally, yes, we call that whole group of records call detail records.
Are those types of records ones that are kept in the normal course of business of phone companies?
They are, yes.
And are they kept by an automated system that would have knowledge of those or of those calls and text communications?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how to read and interpret the records?
I am, yes.
And in this case, did you review phone records for State's Exhibit 91, call detail records of Luis Rivera, 92, call detail records of Sigfredo Garcia. 93, call detail records of Wendy Adelson. 94, call detail records of Donna Adelson. 95, Charlie Adelson's call detail records. 96, Harvey Adelson's call detail records. And 97, Catherine Magbanoa's call detail records. And finally 98, Dan Markell's call detail records.
Yes.
Okay. And did all those call detail records come with a certification from each phone carrier certifying that those are authentic records of that carrier?
They did, yes.
Just 1 second. I'm going to show you States 55, which is already in evidence. I got to turn you off and turn you back on here. Actually, I'll just show it to you so you can remain done. Looking at States 55, this is our chart.
Yes.
Okay, here. Do you see some phone numbers below each person's face and name?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been able to review a chart like that before?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at those numbers, are those the numbers for each person that correspond with the call detail records that you reviewed for each person and you're going to be testifying about in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I would move into evidence States Exhibit 91 through 98, certified business records.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 91 through 98 are admitted.
Thank you. In addition to all of those call detail records we just went through, did you also review traffic tickets that were received in the summer of 2014 by Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did, yes.
Did you also review car rental agreements, 2 from Comfort Rental in Miami and 1 from Save Gas Rental in Miami?
I did, yes.
Did you also review surveillance video from Premier Gym, as well as from Spirion, which is a GPS company that is the company that has the GPSs on the rental cars?
Yes, to be clear, the Premier was video, the GPS was latitude, longitude coordinates.
Thank you. Sorry about that. And did you base your opinions in this case? Oh, and did you also receive, in addition to all those things, Cellbrights and returns from subpoenas from email addresses as well?
Yes, so there were forensic analysis conducted of several handsets and, yes, an iCloud or multiple iCloud accounts.
Okay, that gave you access to emails as well?
And separate actual email legal demand returns.
Okay. Did you base your opinions in this case on all of those records that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, are many of those records voluminous? I'm talking hundreds, even thousands of pages.
Yes, they are.
Did you prepare, instead of having to go through each page for the jury during this presentation, did you prepare a summary in order to show the jury what the phone company's records say in correlation with the other evidence in this case about the subjects, in this case, phone activity and locations?
Yes.
And will you be relying on that summary for your testimony here today?
I will, yes.
I want to quickly, also in the summary, are there excerpts from Cellbrights?
Yes.
What is a Cellbright?
Well, a Cellbright has come to mean many things. When we do forensic examinations of computers or phones, we use a variety of different forensic tools. One of the more common ones that we use is a product from Cellbright, and often the most common report format. So once we do that forensic analysis, then it generates a report for us that allows us to visualize all of that information, location information, text message content, emails. And so that report is generally called a Cellbrate report.
Okay.
They have nothing to work with though, MM. I mean,
Judge,
seriously.
at this time, I would move State's Exhibit 73, which is going to be, or which is the summary of all of these records that Sergeant Corbett has put together and he'll be testifying to today. A summary that will go into evidence with the jury, subject to the court's ruling.
Rolling her
Any
eyes,
objection?
shaking her
Subject to the
head.
court's ruling.
73 is admitted.
And there's no
You
way
may
the
continue.
jury didn't
Okay.
feel the tension between her
Now,
and Rob.
did you also create a PowerPoint of this summary to use on the projector here in court during your testimony?
Yes, actually, that's a representation of the PowerPoint.
Okay. And some of the items that are in the PowerPoint that are already in evidence, emails and that sort of thing, they won't be in the summary, but we will go over those in your PowerPoint, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
This is where they have all the movement of Wendy
All right,
that day from her cell phone.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask
Yeah.
for permission for Sergeant Corbett to use his PowerPoint to show a demonstrative of the summary exhibit.
You may proceed.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I will. I'll look at what Charlie's trial looked like.
You'll need to unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Corbett seems so nice. So this is the thing. All of their witnesses are like so nice, so believable, and then the defense is just going to bring like
All right,
the
so you told us
slimiest
what
slugs
call
up
detail
there.
records from phone companies are. Can you tell us, or can you show us an example of what they look like and show us what's contained in them?
I can. So this is an example of call detail records from AT&T. And again, when we talk about call detail records, we're talking about this chronological listing of events. And those events may be voice calls, text messages, data sessions.
What is going on in court?
And that varies a little bit by carrier as to what exactly they retain and provide for us in the call detail records return. But the call detail records have a few basic sections. Obviously, there's a place that tells us the date and time of this event. And oftentimes, those may be in other time zones. So we have to do a conversion to our local time to make sure that we're talking about the accurate time for that event. But that's one basic section. The other section tells us the phone numbers. So obviously we have the target number or the number for which the records were obtained. And then we have the other numbers that that number is communicating with. So here we see, again, the phone numbers being communicated with. If it's voice calls, we see a duration or how long that phone call lasted. And we can tell sort of if these are incoming or outgoing calls based on which phone number is doing the originating or terminating. So from this section of the records, we look at, again, calling patterns, calling frequencies, those things. There's a few other pieces of information there, but the other one that we frequently look at is here, which is the location information. And for these particular records, they provide us both a numerical identifier for the location of that cell site, and they also provide a latitude and longitude. And again, this is the location of the cell site or cell tower that the handset was communicating with for that particular event. This is not a location for the phone, but again, rather the tower that it's communicating with.
And can you quickly kind of explain more about how you determine a location from that information to be able to know what the location is of a cell phone at a certain time?
Sure. So very simply, we'll take the location of the cell site and we will plot that on a map. And in this presentation, we will see several locations for handsets, and they may be represented by a colored dot, as you see here, a blue dot. And so that dot represents a location of the cell site or the cell tower for that example event that we were looking at. And sometimes just knowing where the cell site is itself is sufficient. We know that a handset chooses to communicate with the cell site that it sees with the best available signal. and that's usually the one that it's closest to, although there are numbers of factors that affect what cell tower or cell site a handset might choose to communicate with. So sometimes just knowing where the cell tower is enough. But we also know that most of our cell sites are broken down into multiple sides or sectors. It means they have antennas that are facing different directions. And the cell carrier, the company, most often provides us not only with the location of the cell site, but also the side or the sector that the handset was communicating with. So here we would generally expect that one sector covers about halfway to the next sector. You can see some dashed lines that are drawn here, and that would be the approximate transition areas around the cell site. So in theory, if you were to get in your car and drive circles around a cell site, you would transition from sector to sector as you went round and round. And from that, again, we would expect certain locations relative to certain sectors to be serviced by that part of the cell site, which we can kind of see here. When we display those or we see those, here this particular cell site that was, or sector that was used for this event was at 215 degrees, and that's the cardinal direction, like 360 degrees. So this is at 215, a little past due south, a little to the west, and you can see that that is illustrated here by the large blue arrow. So when we're representing a cell site and sector that the handset was using, we will use a large colored arrow so we know that's the particular sector that was being communicated with. And when we do our analysis, again, we understand that that sector goes approximately halfway around to the other sectors. And so when we do our location analysis, we would include or exclude certain locations. And we would say that locations that are in close proximity and on the right side of the cell site and sector are possible locations for the handset, and then other locations might not be.
Can you say exactly or precisely where on this map a certain cell phone is?
No.
Okay, but you would be able to tell us what cell site that cell phone is communicating with if it has location data, and the sector of the cell site. The particular sector that it's communicating with.
Yes, so one of the basic things is we can only make a determination about where a handset was when we have a record or an event. And while different companies and different handsets and different technologies create different amounts of records, we can only, again, make a determination when we have a record. And then, yes, we will know the location of that cell site, the orientation of the sector in most cases, and historical location analysis is about inclusion and exclusion. And we look at a location and we say, yes, this address is included in the service area, based on our opinion, is included in the service area of this particular cell site and sector, or no, a handset at the location you gave me would not be serviced by this particular cell site and sector. So we include and exclude locations. We do not say exactly where a handset was.
And is your way of saying that, you say whether a certain location is consistent or inconsistent?
Yes.
Okay. And do you sometimes get records with no location data at certain times?
That is correct, yes.
You mentioned cell brights. How do you extract data, or how does a cell bright that you've extracted from a cell phone, how does it look different in the actual cell bright report versus what we're going to see in your presentation?
So this is, and I'm on slide 11 here, this is an example of a page from a cell bright forensic analysis report. And so when we're able to select a variety of different information from within the Cellbrite report and create smaller reports or sort of export different pieces of data, text messages, call logs. And we can see in the actual forensic report, there is a lot of information that is contained. They try to make it appear like a conversation we're kind of all familiar with the bubbles going back and forth. But there is a lot of information that's contained in there. They are very technical and very detailed reports. So when we represent those in the presentation, to make it easier to read the actual content, we may do something more like this. So we will provide a visual indicator of who is issuing that communication, who sent that text message, and then we will focus on the content of that. But again, it's taken from that forensic report, just put into this format, so it's a little easier for us to follow.
Can you walk us through Dan Markel's location on the morning that he was murdered?
Yes. So we do know, and I'm on slide 14 now, we do know that the morning of the homicide, he was at home at his residence on Trescott Drive. He did drop his children off at Creative Preschool. He went to Premier Health and Fitness and then returned to his home on Trescott Drive.
And did TPD believe that whoever shot Dan Markel was at these same locations that he was at that morning?
We did believe that him being under surveillance was a definite possibility.
Okay. And was there a Prius that was identified based on surveillance images following him that morning?
There was, from the Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay. How did TPD try to identify who was in the Prius from the phone records perspective?
So one of the first things that we did is what we call a tower dump, and that is just a request of the carriers to provide us all of the transactions that occurred through cell sites that may service a particular location for a very particular or specific time frame. So if we know that Mr. Markel was around his house at a certain time, then we can request all the phones that were around his house. And if we know he was at Creative Preschool at a certain time, then we could request all of the cell phones that may be in the area of Creative Preschool at the same time he was. Same for Premier Health and Fitness. And then we would hope that the only cell phones that would be in those exact locations at those exact times would either be Mr. Markel or whoever was following him. So that's kind of the purpose of the tower dump.
And which companies had cell sites in the areas of those locations?
We had AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, and Verizon, our major carriers at that time.
All right, so were search warrants sent to all those carriers for all of the records for the numbers who were using cell sites servicing each of those locations?
Yes.
And did you receive a lot of records in return?
Yes, we did.
Okay, just a moment. I want to ask you specifically about States Exhibit 101, which is going to be the T-Mobile tower dump records, States Exhibit 102, the AT&T tower dump records, States Exhibit 103, the Verizon tower dump records, and States 104, the Sprint tower dump records. When you receive those for all four carriers, do they contain a certification certifying that they are authentic records from each of those companies?
Yes.
Okay, and did you review those records and rely on those records in your determining your results or your opinions in this case?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move States Exhibit 101 through 104 into evidence.
States 101 through 104 is admitted.
Okay, so a lot of records to go through. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Did law enforcement eventually find any one number at all of those locations where Markel was located that morning?
We did not find one number common to all of those locations.
Since you couldn't find a number with common events at all those locations, did you cross-reference all of the records with all of the phone records you had from the Adelson family to see if any of the numbers from the tower dump showed up in any of the Adelson family records?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what did you find?
So, as I mentioned, we did not receive, or we did not find one number that was common to all of those locations. That does not necessarily mean that the other handsets were not there, but we go back to if there's no events, then there's no records and there's nothing for us to compare to. But what we did have from the tower dump were a number of reports with cell phone numbers of cell phones or handsets that were present at those specific locations and times for us to look at or compare. What we also had was a number of CDRs or communication records from various subjects in the investigation. We use analytical software to kind of help us out with this, to crunch large numbers. But we were able to actually compare all of the handsets that were here in Tallahassee around those specific locations and times with all of the records, the phones and the phones that they were communicating with for all of our subjects in the investigation. And what we did find is, and this is slide 19, we did find a common number, this 7. That was a phone number that was present here in Tallahassee around the Premier Health and Fitness that was also in the call detail records for one of the subjects of the investigation.
And was that subject Harvey Adelson?
It was, yes.
And is this Harvey Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, and this is an example of his call detail records?
That is correct.
Okay, so Harvey Adelson is the husband of Donna Adelson, father of Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson?
Correct.
All right, can you give us more information about this call that you found?
So what we see, and this is just an excerpt, I'm on slide 20, from Mr. Adelson's, Harvey Adelson's call detail records for July 1st of 2014, and we see that 786 number we just spoke about. And this is a good example of some of the things we see with call detail records. It looks like 3 calls or 3 entries here, but this is actually just one event. And in the records, we also see the kind of the routing or the way they call, like this one that was routed to voicemail, how it kind of traverses through the network. But these are 3 lines, or it looks like 3 events, but this is just one incoming phone call from that 786 number. And again, that was on July 1st of 2014 at 5:20 p.m.
Okay, so here we have this one call on July 1st, 2014. What was the duration of this one call?
The duration is listed as 37 seconds.
And 37 seconds as in, does that include the amount of time that it's taking a phone to ring?
In this case, it does not. They do provide us both a seizure time, which is how long the phone rings or how long it takes to connect, and then an overall duration.
Okay, so a 37-second call. Do we know whether this call was routed to voicemail?
This call indicates that it was routed to voicemail.
Okay, so the 37 seconds, would that include an amount of time for a voicemail to play and an amount of time for a message to be left, if a message was left?
It could, yes.
Was there any other communication in all of the phone records that you have between the 786 number you found and Harvey Adelson's phone?
No.
Who did the 786 number belong to?
So the 786 number belonged to Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. And Sigfredo Garcia, were you able to do a frequency report?
Thank you, Christine.
For his phone records?
Yes.
What is a frequency report?
So I'm here on slide 22, and this is an example of a frequency report. And a frequency report is just going back to that analytical software that we talked about. It can tell us, or it can rank the most frequently contacted numbers for any particular target number. So it is able to rank for us in kind of from most to least frequently contacted all of the unique numbers that Mr. Garcia's phone communicated with. Now, in a frequency report like this, it would include incoming calls, outgoing calls, text messages. Unless we go in and limit the things that we're asking for, it would include all sorts of events, even some of those routing events that we saw on Mr. Adelson's records. So we don't really look at this as an exact number. We don't say, and we see here that in Mr. Garcia's frequency report, his most frequently contacted number is a number that ends in 13. We See that it assigned a frequency of over 1,600 calls. That may not mean that they actually spoke 1,600 times, but within the records, there are over 1,600 lines or events associated with that particular phone number.
Okay. And looking at this date range, you said the number ending in 1312 was his most frequent contact. Who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Miss Catherine Magbanowa.
Did you run a frequency report for her?
Same. Again, looking at the most frequently appearing number in the records, we see that her second most frequent number, the 9223, obviously the 5986 was Mr. Garcia's number.
Okay. And who did the 954254 belong to?
Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson.
So this is the son of Donna Adelson.
Correct.
And was Donna Adelson one of Charlie Adelson's most frequent contacts?
Yes. Again, using the frequency report just to get an idea of relationships and maybe degrees of relationships, we do see that Miss Donna Adelson's number that ends in 0997 is, at that point, his fifth most frequent communicated number.
Okay. And this is for this particular date range on the frequency report?
That is correct.
Why do we see such small numbers there?
I'm sorry?
We see very small numbers. Does that mean he just talks to a lot of different numbers? Maybe more numbers than we saw Catherine Magbanowa might normally speak to on a daily basis?
Do you mean small numbers on the frequency column?
Frequency, yes, sir.
So the frequency percentage column we see here is obviously the percentage of calls for that particular number versus all the numbers that this particular phone number communicates with. So if you only communicate with very few numbers, then your percentage for each of those numbers is going to be relatively large. Charlie Adelson communicated with a number of unique phone numbers, so the overall percentage is a little lower. Because again, he had a lot more unique numbers that he communicated with.
Did you do a frequency, or I'm sorry, so who does the 954 Adelson, did you do a frequency report for her?
Correct. And we see here, this is slide 28. We see that the 9223 of Mr. Charlie Adelson for this date range is her most frequently contacted number.
Did any other number appear in the tower dump records you received from the phone carriers who was a frequent contact of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. As I move on to slide 29, going back to Mr. Garcia's frequency report, and again comparing the numbers that the subjects of the investigation communicated with versus numbers that were physically present in Tallahassee, either around Premier or around Mr. Markel's residence or Creative Preschool, what we did find was this 305 number that was, again, present in Mr. Garcia's records. One of his more frequently contacted numbers was also physically here in Tallahassee.
And who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Mr. Luis Rivera.
Can we see your next slide of the organizational chart, please? Did anybody in this chart have phone contact with Garcia or Rivera, down at the bottom, during 2014, other than the one 37-second call between Garcia and Harvey Adelson on July 1st, and obviously Catherine Magbanowa?
No.
All right, I want to go back to that July 1st 37-second call that was routed to voicemail. Was it your understanding that that call came after an incident where Garcia angrily confronted Magbanowa and Charlie Adelson on July 1st of 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and then Garcia left an angry voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone?
Correct.
Were there text messages in Charlie Adelson's iCloud that referenced that event?
There were.
Okay, and do you have those for us here?
I do. So this is slide 35 now cumulatively, and we see the communication between Mr. Charlie Adelson and Ms. Magbanowa.
Okay, so if this is July 2nd, beginning at, is that 9:12 a.m.?
Yes,
So this would be the morning after that voicemail is left on Harvey Adelson's phone
that's correct.
by Garcia.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through these messages?
Certainly. So Charlie Adelson states that this really sucks, and Ms. Magbanowa responds in a couple of messages that she doesn't like the fact that someone thinks they can make decisions in her life, and then apologize, and that the leaving messages was retarded and childish.
Okay. And does she say to Charlie Adelson on July 2nd, "I'm sorry, but he's a effing pussy. All that leaving messages is, as you said, and so childish."
Yes,
Okay. But whatever.
but whatever.
Okay. All right, can we go back to our chart? I want to ask you a little bit about the communication and emails between these parties. Did law enforcement look at the communication and emails between these parties to see if anyone seemed to have a motive to kill Dan Markell?
They did, yes.
Okay, I want to go through just a couple of these. I think we may have 5 or 6 in here, and I want to start chronologically, if we could, from the beginning of 2013, moving up to the murder, as far as the written communication moving up to the murder, and then I'll ask you more about the locations of the parties for the trips to Tallahassee after that.
Okay.
Okay, so if I could first turn your attention to March 6th of 2013. Is this an email from Donna Adelson? And then the email associated with her is donnaharvey@gmail.com?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're looking at some of these emails, does sometimes the name that it appears that the email is from, is sometimes that name different, even though it's from the same email address, donnaharvey@gmail.com?
Yes.
How does that happen?
It can happen in a few different ways. That display name is what we call it, is a kind of a separate piece of information that is attached to your email address. And in this case, the email is Gmail. It provides the email service. And you can go into your Gmail account and change your display name, or change the name that you want to come up when you send email to someone else. Also, if you're using different email clients and you're checking your Gmail, maybe through your iPhone native mail application, you can also set a different name in there. So either changing it within Gmail or changing it within the email client that you're using, especially if you're using multiple different devices, it's possible to have different display names for that same email address.
Throughout the emails that we see in the records from donnaharvey@gmail.com, is the display name sometimes Donna Adelson, as we see here?
It is, yes.
Is it sometimes Donna Sue?
Yes.
Is it sometimes Donna and Harvey?
Yes.
And is it sometimes Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, so is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendy?
Yes.
Okay, and is also a way of determining who sent the email, who signed off on the email at the end?
Yes, certainly the signature or content of the email itself.
Okay. Looking at this specific email, in this email, does Donna Adelson call Dan Markell a name?
She does, yes.
And what does she call him?
So I'll display that. What you see here on the screen is the actual email in the form that it was out of the return. And then when we emphasize certain areas, I have enlarged those. I made the font bigger. I did not change things like boldness or italics or punctuation, just made it larger and changed the color to red to emphasize the sections that we're speaking of. So to your question, she says this guy is a major fucker. I hope that your attorney is the shark that is her reputation.
And then in this email, looking down 2 paragraphs below, does it say Gary told Dad yesterday?
It does, yes.
So in this communication, Dad is referred to in the third person.
Correct.
Okay. And just as you were saying before, can that give context about who sent the email so that it seems like Mom is sending the email as opposed to Dad from that shared email account?
Correct.
All right. And is this email signed off on?
It is not.
Okay. Looking 2 months ahead to May 21st of 2013, is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, and in this email, does she say, wow, exclamation point?
Yes.
And says, he is such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of S word, and then types out a scream?
Yes.
All right, and is this email signed off on?
It is, with I love you, Mom.
Were there also emails that showed Donna Adelson's strong interest in Wendy and her sons being able to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
Looking at another May 2013 email next, is this an email from Donna Adelson up top to Wendy?
Yes.
And in this email, what did Donna Adelson tell Wendy Adelson is the most important part of her divorce?
So this is slide 42 that we're on now, and we see that the most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that that is your non-negotiable.
In the next slide, does Donna Adelson give Wendy Adelson some ideas of what she should tell the judge about how this is negatively affecting the lives of Donna, Harvey, and Charlie?
Yes, she does.
And this is the mother. Did law enforcement look? And is it sometimes Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
And father's practice she's read? Okay, so is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendy?
Yes.
Okay, and it is also a way of determining who sent the email, who signed off on the email at the end?
Yes, certainly the signature or content of the email itself.
Okay. Looking at this specific email, in this email, does Donna Adelson call Dan Markell a name?
She does, yes.
And what does she call him?
So I'll display that. What you see here on the screen is the actual email in. Yes, was denied.
All right, and what does Donna Adelson say to Wendy Adelson in this email? So this one's from Donna Sue up top?
Correct.
Okay, and what does she say about their recent loss in court?
She encourages Wendy to never give up, and that it is time for action, time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers, which is a nickname for Mr. Markell, think that he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee.
And I think we've seen some of these, so let's go just quickly through the rest and go through the next one. In the next, does she appear to give Wendy Adelson a bit of a pep talk about what she should do next?
Yes.
Okay, does she say that the rest of their family's lives next will be determined by her performance in the next couple of weeks?
Yes.
And how he hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. I'm sorry, she needs to put on the performance of her life. He hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet.
That's correct.
And she has a strong family behind her.
Yes.
Is next in this email where we see the plan of action outlined?
That's correct.
And if you could skip through, is this the plan of action about posing the kids in front of the Catholic Church and getting them baptized?
That's correct.
And assuring her that this is just an act, but don't tell anybody.
Yes.
And that she should take control of him psychologically?
Correct.
after this portion where she wants her to psychologically manipulate Dan Markel into converting the children to another religion, what does she say she plans to do next?
There's a plan of a financial offer to Mr. Markel.
Does she say, I am planning or we are planning?
It states we plan to make.
Does she go on to describe who this we is in the team?
She does, yes.
Okay, can we see that? And does she then detail how she, Harvey, and Charlie's lives have been affected by Wendy not being able to relocate?
Correct.
She says, it's time for you to show us you can put the performance of your life on for the next few weeks. What was a few weeks later?
The final divorce hearing.
Was that on July 31st and August 1st?
Yes.
Now, a day or two after this, does Donna Adelson then write another email about the relocation?
Yes.
Probably just to set something else up.
In this email, if you can, okay, so this one's from Donna and Harvey. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And if you can skip through to where she's discussing the extreme links. Okay, if we could see the next one. In this email, does she describe situations where people have to go to extreme lengths to accomplish their goals, like American soldiers in Nazi uniforms?
Yes.
And does she next suggest that a major act of defiance would be putting the boys in SS uniforms?
Yes.
Or Hitler Youth, I'm sorry, Hitler Youth.
This is such a bonkers email.
Next in this email, does she tell Wendy Adelson to stand up? It's all part of an act, and we are willing to help you.
She does, yes.
And this is where she says that it'll put a scare into this jackass?
Yes.
Next, does Donna Adelson say in all capitals that Wendy needs to see the big picture?
She does, yes.
Okay, so you didn't add those were just in there?
That's correct.
And that her life in Tallahassee is not a pretty picture?
Correct.
And then finally in this email, does she give details of the financial offer again, the $1 million email?
Yes.
And does she say that, again, that we are planning, me, her, Charlie, and Harvey, and they want her to help too, Wendy Adelson?
That's correct.
And finally, does she say that they are a team and they cannot do this without her help?
She does.
All right, and then how does this email signed off?
Written with hope and love, Mom and Dad.
All right. Okay, this is the final email I'm going to show you today, or at all in your presentation. October 12th of 2013. So we've fast forwarded a couple of months now. Looking at this email, what can you tell us about the email chain here as far as who sent the first email, who sent the second email, and who sent the final email?
So what we see here, again, emphasizing kind of on the content about what's being sent, but if we look at the email chain, we can see originally this is an email from Mr. Markel to Wendy Adelson, where Wendy Adelson has forwarded it to the Donna Harvey Gmail account, and then the Donna Sue has forwarded it to Charlie Adelson.
So in Dan Markel's email sent October 10th, the subject is general principles.
That's correct.
And in that email, does he reference that he wants a right of first refusal, an RFR?
That's correct.
What does that mean in this situation, according to him?
In this situation, if what he wanted was that if Wendy was unavailable to take care of the children, that he be given the first right of refusal before Wendy solicited her parents or anyone else to watch the children.
Okay, and then Wendy forwarded that on to the Donna Harvey at Gmail?
That's correct.
And then did Donna Sue then forward that email on to Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And what did Donna Sue say to Charlie Adelson about the contents of everything that she'd forwarded to him?
That Mr. Markel was absolutely crazy and impossible, emphasized.
So this effer is sending this to your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. She defines RFR, and she says impossible in all caps and exclamation points.
Yes.
All right, so the date of this email, is this October 12th of 2013?
Yes.
So she's sending this to Charlie Adelson, this information about how impossible Dan Markel's being, what he's doing to Charlie Adelson's sister, about 2 weeks before Halloween of 2013?
Yes, a little 2.5 weeks.
Okay. Judge, I've got a few text messages next, and then we're going to go into all of the location information. So I could go probably another 15 to 20 minutes and get through the text, or we could stop now, whatever the court prefers.
Just finish with the text.
Yes, sir. Was there also phone communication that showed Donna Adelson's venting to Charlie Adelson about Wendy Adelson's custody battle?
Yes.
Now, around the same date as this last email we saw, October of 2013, in this text message, does Donna Adelson say, "Horrible evening for your sister and for us. Dad finally had to walk outside to lower his blood pressure. Just awful. I can't even explain."
That's correct.
Who is she sending that to?
To Charlie Adelson.
And what does he say?
So this is slide 66. As we continue into slide 67 with the rest, she indicates, Donna Adelson indicates that she's on the way back to Wendy's house with only one of the children, and Charlie responds, "I bet, let's talk this week."
Okay, so she doesn't go into any more detail here, but she's describing how stressed Wendy is, and that's causing Dad a lot of stress, and it's just awful for her too.
That's correct.
And this would have been at that same time, or around the same time as the last email, about 2 weeks before Halloween.
Correct.
All right, so let's go to October 30th of 2013, so the day before Halloween of 2013. Here is does Donna Adelson say that she just got a text from Wendy casually mentioning that she's moving ahead with the purchase of a house that she liked. I guess she wants to do it before a certain date when she goes to England. And what does Charlie Adelson say?
That she had never told me. She never told me, meaning Wendy had not told her.
How does the conversation go after that? Is Charlie for this or against this?
Against it. He's asking Donna Adelson why Wendy would do it, and ask, of course, if Mr. Markel has given permission, all of those things.
Okay, and what's next? Is he afraid that Dan Markel will hold this against Wendy Adelson? Like basically like, well, now you've purchased a home here.
He would, yes.
And use it as leverage.
Correct.
What's next? And he says he'll try her again, but basically Wendy never gets back to him, basically.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
So we see, again, this is October 30th. We're on slide 72 now, that Charlie Adelson sends a message to Wendy stating that he would call her in 10 minutes.
Okay, what's next?
He, again, later responds that he must talk to her to please call him, and she responds that she's in court. She can call after 4.
Going through the text, does it seem like eventually they talk?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Okay. Can you... Okay, so they're still setting up a time to talk. Everything's okay. What's next? Does he then report back to Donna Adelson?
Yes. So we're on slide 75 here, October 31st. Charlie is speaking to Donna, texting with Donna, stating that he had spoke to Wendy and it thinks that he had made some headway and hopes they're having a good time on vacation in Israel.
Okay, so the phone call between Wendy and Charlie would have happened before this message to Mom, or to Donna Adelson.
That's correct.
Okay, and how does she respond? Oh, I'm sorry. So then does Charlie check back in with Wendy?
He does, yes.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation.
He asks how she's feeling and gives her some general advice and tells her that he loves her.
And does that advice involve renting things as opposed to buying them?
That's correct.
Okay, and says, "I love you."
He does.
What's next? Does Donna then check back in with Charlie.
Yes, so this is slide 78, again, still October 31st, and Donna Adelson is communicating with Charlie Adelson.
And what does Charlie say next? Spoke to Wendy for 20 minutes last night. She texted me today that she pulled the plug on the house. Smiley face with a lot of smiles.
Yes.
And that's at Halloween on 5:19 p.m.?
Yes.
All right, and how does Donna Adelson respond to this news?
She says, wow, Charlie, thank you again. How did you accomplish that? You are a miracle worker. Tell us.
Okay. So she's saying, thank you again. And she calls him a miracle worker.
Yes.
And then does Charlie lay out the reasons or how he was able to get Wendy to do this?
He does.
Which was kind of the same things he was pointing out to his mom earlier.
That's correct.
And says Dan would hold it against her and it would be the second dumbest mistake of her life.
Correct.
Without specifically saying what the first is, I guess.
Correct.
What's next? He's telling her how long it took to talk to Wendy about it.
Yes, and we're on slide 82. Again, this is November 1st of 2013, and he continues the conversation.
All right. What happened next, or what's our next text message? Do we have one from February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Here does Donna say that Wendy is totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She'll probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous. Her attorney is abusing the system. I'm sorry. Her attorney will claim he is abusing the system by filing all these motions. And a $500,000 bank account is the same $50K tried to get his hands on. And Charlie responds, crazy.
Yes.
Okay. What's next after Donna is venting to him about this? Does she say it's a total waste of the court's time?
Yes. I apologize, I went fast there. But yes, that it's a total waste of the court's time. This is slide 85. We're on February 15th. That yesterday he sent Wendy a text that he saw her leaving the school in our car at 2:07 p.m. He is stalking her.
Okay. How does Charlie respond to that? Oh, sorry. And then does Donna talk about wanting to get a protective order? But
Yes.
that's very hard to do if there's no threats or abuse.
Correct.
But a judge should know that she's being stalked.
Correct.
And Charlie says, I agree.
Yes.
Okay. Do they continue talking about the divorce here?
Yes.
Okay. What's next? And they're continuing to complain about the system, the judge that's assigned to the case, and Charlie says that complaining about the amount that Wendy's attorney is costing.
Correct.
And Donna's agrees.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? He wonders if she's mad at her attorney. How does Donna respond? Donna says she's too stressed. Let's keep her conversations with her light. Let's not add to what she's dealing with. Let's just get through Monday. Nothing stressful.
Correct.
Is there another text message on February 17th?
Yes. This is slide 92.
And on this, is Donna saying that she just left the courthouse?
Yes.
Okay. And how does Donna respond to how did it go?
She says, okay, we'll talk later.
Okay. And she gives some more detail about what happened in court?
Yes. Slide 95, still on February 17th, that the judge was really pissed at him for not paying Wendy, and continues.
Okay. And it looks like Wendy's still going to have to be deposed, but with strict limitations to questions.
Correct.
And she wants Danny to get psychological testing.
Correct.
All right, what's after that? They're talking about Danny getting a large bill.
Yes.
Okay, what's next?
So February 19th?
Is this more talk about the divorce proceedings?
Yes.
I won't make you read this whole email. I'm getting tired too. But basically in this email is Donna complaining about Dan Markell coming to the soccer game of the boys and wanting to play with them.
Yes.
And she calls him an F word here.
Yes. A couple of things.
And basically saying he's allowed to attend the children's activity when it's Wendy time, but that's it. He can't be spending more time with them than just attending.
Correct.
Okay, what's next?
This is now March 4th of 2014. We're on slide 98.
Okay, thank you. So on this day, so on March 4th of 2014, was there a text message in the records where Donna Adelson asked Charlie Adelson to erase a text that she sent to him?
There is, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that exchange?
So again, this is March 4th. She is communicating with Charlie. She indicates 37 miles to Gainesville.
As in coming from Tallahassee going to Gainesville?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And what does she say here?
She says, I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I will have limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it.
What does she send a few minutes later?
She says, we'll stop in about 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. I have some good ideas.
What was the time difference between those two texts?
This text was at 10:42 a.m. and this is at 11:08 a.m.
Okay. So 20 minutes before, she's texting saying, we'll have a private conversation and erase this after you read it. Then she sends a text 20 minutes later saying, I can speak to you privately, and says what it's about, Dad's birthday gift.
Correct.
Does she tell him to delete that text where she said the subject of the private conversation?
There's no request to delete that text.
And how does Charlie respond?
He says great.
And then is there some communication after that where they're setting up this phone call?
Yes.
Okay, can you show us that? She's saying, don't call yet.
Correct.
Okay. She's saying, don't call yet.
Correct.
Okay. She needs 5 more minutes until she can get to the bathroom for the
Yes.
private call. Okay, what's next?
This is 11:10 a.m.
All right, moving on to May 30th. In this text is Donna telling Charlie that she had a tough conversation with Wendy.
Yes.
All right. And this text message then is on the second to last day of May of 2014?
Correct.
All right. And through Luis Rivera, was it learned that there was not only a July trip to Tallahassee, but also a trip in June, at the beginning of June, where these killers came to Tallahassee?
That's correct.
All right. Judge, this might be a good stopping point for now.
Very well.
Thank you.
What a cliffhanger.
Members of the jury, we will resume with the testimony of Sergeant Corbett tomorrow morning when the trial resumes. Once again, I'm going to instruct you, as I have before, do not discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch any of the news coverage or seek out any information about this matter. We will resume with the trial tomorrow. Please report at 8:45, then we will attempt to get started by 9. Have a good evening.
So just personally, I don't see Donna not wanting to be able to speak her side of things. I don't think that Donna has the capacity to have sat here this entire trial. Obviously, Donna has thoughts.
Everyone can be seated.
She has feelings, and I'm sure she wants to be heard.
Is there anything that we need to address before the examinations continue?
All Donna does
tomorrow
is run
morning?
her mouth.
Judge, just I have not had a chance to go through in full what my experts sent me with the changes. I might want to address it in the morning. I haven't had a chance to go through it yet.
You haven't had a chance to go through anything.
At this point.
Thank you.
What's new?
Any other matters that we need to address? We'll be in recess. Please report by 8:40 tomorrow, and we'll wait the jurors to resume.
Sorry, Your Honor, you said 8:40?
8:40.
Thank you, Your Honor.
George's retying her little shirt. I love it. Everybody else is able to make time, find time to understand and learn about this trial, Turtle Boy. Like, you need to get it together. Oh my gosh. Okie dokie. Well, I don't know how to do that. Maybe I do. Oh, yes, I do. All right, hold on. Sorry, my daughter comes in here. She still nurses, and she was about to expose me to the world. Yeah, personally, I think that Donna will. Right now, we're at 64% yes on the poll. I don't think Donna is going to be able to listen to all this evidence against her. I mean, can you imagine what it would feel like to just be sitting there and having everything that you have ever done, like the worst things that you've ever done and said, just be read out and shown in front of you? Okay. So John says she did tell Reichels, is that how you pronounce her name, with Crime and Coffee, that she was going to testify. Yeah, who said that? Yeah, she won't have Rashi there to give her 95%. If you guys haven't seen that video from Murder by Maestro, where he's basically, he goes through, because, Rashi's just boosting Charlie up the whole time. And Murder by Maestro goes through, like, the grading rubric for how, okay, I don't know how to put this up on the screen. All right, these stupid freaking fruit flies. Literally, there were like next to none in here all day, and then they all came in here. Okay, the poll was mostly yes, and I don't know how to put it up on the screen. Sorry, guys. I don't know how to do the things. Oh my God, she's been emailing back and forth with her. Oh my God. No, I agree, I agree, Sherry. Donna can't contain herself. Oh my gosh. Okay, so my little baby gerbil usually goes to bed usually by 7 o'clock. So when I have her asleep, I'll go ahead and I'll give everybody like at least a 30-minute heads up before I go live. So I'll go ahead and I'll schedule a live stream, and then everybody will be able to see. But I'm hoping around like 7:30, 8-ish. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. I really, really, really appreciate everybody being here and everybody commenting and just being overall awesome. We have a good amount of members. If you would like to become a member, you can go ahead. If you go to my channel where it usually would say subscribe, there will be a button there that says join. And you can go ahead and you can become a member. And I have to put up today's and last night's video, but I try to put my videos up without monetization, so members can watch it without ads. John says that she has been, hi Maggie May. John says that she's been emailing with Donna, and Donna says she's going to testify. Oh my God, she didn't know she was a YouTuber. What an idiot. Why in the hell would you be talking to anybody? Like, this is the thing though. Donna can't shut up. Donna has to say her damn piece to everybody. It's insane. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the night. I will see you again tonight. We'll watch some stuff. We'll talk some trash. I will watch the trial at like 3 times speed so I can get some timestamps, which I always tell myself that I'm going to do that and then I never do. I should at least write down what time it is at the moment when something, profound is said. But whatever, I'll speed through. I'm a fast listener and I will be back with you all soon. Have a great night, guys. I love each and every one of you so much, and I appreciate you being here. And I will see you either tonight or in the morning or on the replay. However you come, I appreciate you. All right, guys. Thank you. Have a great rest of your night, okay? Bye.